right, hey, how's everyone doing tonight? Oops, let me turn my camera on real quick. All right, how's everyone doing tonight? I'm going to play the intro for Flat Earth Friday that Proud made, and then I'm going to put us in for the what do you call it? The show intro. So we're live right now on Twitter, and I'll start playing her intro now. All right, and one intro coming up. Take it away. All right, well, there's no audio on this. What's happening? This is a bizarre turn of events. 1 second. Properties. Okay, testing. All right. 1 second. Audio's not going to the right place. Testing. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. Nope. Huh. Oh, wait. Bluetooth. Thorium.
Okay, fine.
Been proven. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were
Okay.
that stupid.
My bad.
I studied it in college. Oh, you mean that blue pill you call knowledge?
But why doesn't it play the video, though? Like, I should be able to hear this at the very least. Right? Is it... Let me try something real quick. Oops.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Theory of
All right.
gravity. The law of gravity is still in effect.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps. Nah. I do not care about this track. I do not care. I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash. Take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it. You must.
Oh, we get into it tonight.
It's in a spaz. I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick.
1 second. Play the intro for her real quick. Sorry about that. I don't know why it's not coming through on my desktop.
You want to come out here?
Feel like Floyd Mayweather with this shit, man.
He's always
Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to them. They're a bunch of legends.
Qualified surveyors, Walter Bisland and Jesse Kozlowski, did their own measurements to check if reciprocal zenith angles is a thing. Here's a diagram. If the Earth is flat, then these angles will sum up to 180. If the Earth is a globe, then there'd be more than 180.
So they're not even directly measuring it either then.
They're all comparing it to the ellipsoid model, and that's what the corrections are based on. That's what I was trying to get at.
Well, yeah, but the ellipsoid model is built by those measurements.
That's hella circular, but like...
Determined that all the sum of the reciprocal zenith angles came to more than 180 degrees, which would say that the surface of the Earth is not flat.
If you have, what I was going to say before is the corrected column all equals 180. So you have a bunch of measurements that aren't exactly 180. They're all about some a little bit above, some most below, right? And you have this correction column where they all equal 180. So I'm trying to figure out what you do to the actual measurements to get them to all equal 180 that isn't applying them to this ellipsoid coordinate system that would do that exactly.
The survey was that there is a deviation of 1.4 degrees, which meant that there is curvature. It didn't sum to 180, it summed to more than 180. The only way that can happen is if the surface of the Earth is physically curved.
You're not actually directly measuring the curvature itself. Again, you're measuring the amount of dip angle, and then you're assuming that the dip angles and the way that things are dropping is due to the spherosity.
What he did was shown on Walter Bisland's page where he analyzed it. and did the maths to also show that refraction is taken into account. And even without refraction, that it shows the Earth is curved. If you add refraction, which would lift the image up.
For the measurements that you're making optically through your theodolite, do you take refraction into account? And specifically, did the arc of the parallel take into account refraction? Is refraction a factor in any of the measurements?
So yes, particularly in the zenith angles. Horizontal refraction is a very different impact than vertical angle refraction.
Well, I mean, I'm reading from, like, let's see, page 206, and it says, corrections demanded by the adjustment of the base net measurement of this arcsecond and the same as derived from the Statesman adjustment of another arcsecond. And then it goes into persistent lateral refraction, also has a share in producing the above result. And then it goes on to denote the formula that they derived to calculate that refraction. Isn't it odd that we're claiming that the optical measurements we're making above this really tiny threshold are actually persistent above and beyond what we can calculate for, like, refractive indexes?
Yeah, you're right. No, you make a strong point. So there's a conversation.
Awesome. All right, cool. I'm going to get us into the show now.
You tweeting at us behind your keyboard.
Do you have one example of that, Greg?
Bring your ass up here and
There-
address
again,
the
I don't-
claims or make a positive claim. This is Flat Earth Friday. Let's fucking go.
What up, though? Sacred Sevens.
Oh, maybe we'll get lucky tonight.
You know what I'm saying? Mythical reciprocal zeniths. Ooh. We get into it. The spherical excess, Sacred. The spherical excess, Caleb. What up, gang? Who in here?
Yo, what
we
up?
A little late, but we on it. Big Alan in the building. Y'all know my man SpaceAudits got the sauce. Let me bring my man up here.
Yo, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, my guy.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, we're ready to get reciprocal, man. Figure this out. And also, I wasn't able to share it with the space, but I'm live on Twitter sharing. So I'll be screen sharing. So whenever we're talking about stuff and I've got material for it, I'll be pulling it up. So if you want to pull it up on the side, I heard you can do like a picture in, picture out situation. So you could still be in here and still pull up the graphics. So highly recommend tuning into that because there will be.
You saw it here first.
Yeah.
Wait. You saying we changing the game with spaces?
Yeah.
They told us you couldn't screen share on Twitter.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, I can share the space right here now. Okay, here we go. So you should be able to watch it in this space now, actually, allegedly.
They in trouble now.
Cool. So
no more excuses.
Yeah, we can share the receipts in real time. We can do live presentations, and actually in the future, obviously with accommodating for the host, or with host permission, we'll be able to do presentations here and just deliver streamlined gravy right to the dome. Bring it right to your phone. So.
Oh yeah, they fucked up, Elon.
They done fucked up. So this is how we gonna do it, right? So first of all, they still playing with my chat bubble, right? But we gonna get the sacred screen share popping, right? So for anybody that want to comment about what we talking about, getting to the topic today, y'all know, as always, I put the space tweet all the way to the right, titled as so, spherical excessively fallacious. Are spherical triangles real? Reciprocal zenith angles, spherical excess, calculation versus measurement, realize, theodolize. Put all your tweets in there, comment what you guys think about the conversation. And just like Alan kind of conveyed to you, we're going to try something a little bit different, get you that sauce in real time. So if you go look up on Alan's tweet that Proud shared, titled Flat Earth Fridays, episode 77, you could click on this live link right here, right? So as we're going over some of the things and some of the content that we're sharing on Twitter, we're going to allow Alan to go ahead and screen share right through spaces. So you could go ahead and follow along with what he's doing on the screen while you in the space, hit the PIP option, right? And now you got the screen share right in spaces. What the hell? Level heads and Flat Earth Fridays fucking the game up. They said we don't like Twitter Sacred because we can't screenshot. No, we don't want to hear that shit no more. Y'all seen it here first. So when y'all see this again, y'all know where they got the sauce from.
Yeah, this will be the new standard moving forward. Now there might be some kinks to work out and stuff, but yeah, now that I know that we can screen share, I mean that's a wrap, dude. So there'll be visuals for everything. There'll be presentations. You know, it's gonna be great. And also for the globularist, good news for you guys. You guys can do videos too to substantiate your claims. So we can have back and forth videos. That'll be great.
Now, why is the flat earthers teaching the globulars about technology? Ain't it all relied on global Earth? That's what they keep telling me.
They said Twitter works on Earth rotation, bro.
The gravitational fields through your shared tweets. I cannot believe y'all. This should be interesting. So I want you guys' feedback. This is the first time we trying this out. And we're going to probably move forward implementing this type of style. For anybody that want to come share shit. You know, there's multiple ways to get this sauce off. They can't stop it. We only making it more difficult for them to ignore it. And they going to have to deal with us. Episode 77, man. Flat Earth Fridays, mythical, reciprocal, zeniths, sacred spaces, share the space. Let's tap in. Let's see who's in here pulling up early, get into it. Oh, and we might have a little bit of a soft announcement later on. So y'all got to stay tapped in with us. You can't miss a beat because you never know what's going to happen in Flat Earth Fridays. You heard? Oh, where my co-hosts go? Come up here, Proud. So appreciate Alan for dedicating some time. We're going to get right to it in just a moment. Shout out to Proud, of course, laying down all the hard tracks. You know that Flat Earth's got the bars, level bars, you feel me? Not spherical, no curvature in them bars whatsoever. Sheepdog put up in the building. We got, is that Kava? Kava man, shout out to Kava pulling up. Ted and Bill, Death, the gang, of course. Shout out to Rufus if you're not here. My other mans, we got Zetetic in the building. Biff Don pulled up. Robot Polisher, my guy. Matthew slid through. Ken in here. Ben in the building. We got Brian Sweet. I seen you adding some globe earthers, bro. Hey, yeah, let them know. They know where we at. But if you got to remind them, go ahead and throw the space link out on them. All them tweets that they was tweeting at y'all all week long. Let them know that we live.
Anybody spamming you with reciprocal zenith angles, bring their ass in here. If you know a land surveyor, bring them in here.
Yeah, at every surveyor you see on Twitter. Anyone that own a theology, pull up. We just want to talk to you. That's all. Raven in the building. TM in here. I see Cub. Shinku, what up, bro? We got Orwelly in the building. Xavier's. We got Neo in here. Canadian. Ride 79. 9 Red. My boy Zulu. We got anti-censorship building. 17. Moody in the building. We got Nick in the building. Felix, my bro. He's pulled up. Plant Blazer in the building. Level Liquid. Shaz. What up, Shaz? Oh, Toby. Big Toby in the building. Hey, yo, y'all go follow Toby, man. That's my guy off Discord. Gracefully invited by Alan. Thank you very much for sharing the space, Alan. Can't wait to talk to Toby. Got some dope stuff going over there on Discord. Is that Ether Cosmology, Alan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Y'all go tap in. We're going to make sure that we share that out, too, because they got a lot of dope stuff going on over there. I'm glad you pulled up, bro. Pop Boys. Grab a mic today, Pop Boys. Mac in the building, Timbo in here. We got Ralph pulling up. We want to talk to you too, Ralph.
By the way, real quick, you can follow Ether Cosmology here on Twitter, and they update.
Yes, sir.
Is that Jeff from TikTok? Hey, yo, Jeff, come up here. Why you spazzed on me on TikTok that day when we was talking about the ether, but you ain't never come up here to talk about the ether?
Jeff from TikTok. We want to talk to you too.
He's the one stronger than me, yo. These the goats. This is where I derive all my knowledge from, through the ether. So if you got any pressing information, oh, and you know what, you could go get Baron, the land surveyor, because that's what we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, tell Baron to pull up. And we appreciate him being honest the last time that he was talking to us. letting us know how long that plane surveying accounts for. Countrywide specs. Oh yeah, we remember that. Appreciate you pulling up. Who else in here? We got Freedom in here. We got Nadine. What up, Nadine? Oh yeah, I got to tap in with you. We got something special coming from Nadine. We got matter of fact, I'm not gonna get into it right now until we hammer out the details, but we got some stuff planned for y'all. Shout out to you, Nadine, for making that connect. We definitely gonna make that happen. Havoc in the building. We got Chris in here. Concave, Cellular Earther still pulling up. Fly Silly in here. Andrew, Brooke, Mikey, Copper. Dave's not here. What up, Dave's? Perk in the building. Astro Mong. I don't know if you're a globe earther or not, but I see the little astronaut helmet with the little, I don't know what that is, but hopefully you a globe earther, man. We want to talk to you too. Who else in here? Probably see somebody you want to shout out? Let me bring Toby up here. Toby, good to see you, bro.
Yo, testing.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Heck yeah. Yo, what's up, man? Thanks for having me. I'm super excited to be here.
Is this your first Twitter space?
Not my first Twitter space, but definitely my first Flat Earth Friday.
Let's go. Yeah, man, we had to get you over here. I love what you do over there on Discord. Y'all have some great conversations. Y'all put in that work. And I really could appreciate and love the consistency that you guys got going on over there. So shout out to y'all.
Again, man,
shit, I'm rugging. Be right back. I'm rugging.
Yep, no worries,
super
bro.
Lucky to have Alan and Witsit and a whole bunch of brilliant people over there that all have a lot of great things to say. Robert Bennett, PhD, has given a couple of fantastic talks so far. Yeah, definitely pretty excited about what we've been talking about over there.
Yeah, I went ahead and put the Ether Cosmology pin tweet up in the nest up top for anybody listening. Y'all go ahead and give Ether Cosmology a follow, and then they have a link to their Discord. If you know how to navigate Discord, you can get involved in discussions like pretty much all the time.
Yeah, we've been doing weekly shows where we try and meet up at least once a week. Seems to be on Tuesday around 7 to 8. We do a couple hours, just kind of talk about, whatever we're researching for, or, just interesting stuff that we find throughout the week, and just to recap on some things. So, definitely come and check us out. It's an open public forum or whatever. So if you have questions, comments, concerns, you want to debunk the ether, like, you're welcome to show up, man. It's all good.
Yeah, lately we've been talking a lot about we've kind of just been unwinding Einstein. It's really what it has come down to a lot, because when you really start going back and looking at when they really tried to get serious about measuring motion, even though we don't feel any, there's no signs of any actual motion. But when they actually want to go like really measure it using the most precise form of measurement that we have, they couldn't measure any, not the orbital velocity that they thought. They got a tiny bit of velocity or a tiny bit of fringe shift. And then at first they called it instrumental error. And then later on during Michelson, Gale, Pearson, they tried to claim that exact same reading as rotation of the Earth. But because they could never get that orbital velocity, they made up special relativity and then generalized it with general relativity. And if you're like me, if you're like the type of person that's heard of like the twin paradox, where they talk about how you have a twin and one person takes off from Earth going faster than the speed of light, and then they come back, and to them it would only took like 2 minutes, but their twin on Earth has like aged 1 million years or whatever. And you're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Well, it's because it doesn't. And when science tells you that makes sense, they're gaslighting you. They're making you feel like you're too stupid to understand what's actually going on there. And it's that they're warping all of the laws of physics around the speed of light so that they can make up a fantasy land. So to me, it's really important to unwind that for everybody.
Well, the whole purpose of interferometry.
the whole purpose of science is to be open to other hypotheses. Otherwise, it's not science.
Yep.
Now, I did surveying when I was a kid, and I just have trouble with the whole flat Earth idea, considering the surveying equations, because
Also, you got some surveying background?
yeah, I was a surveyor.
Oh, perfect, bro. How'd you find the space? Welcome to Flat Earth Friday.
There's somebody in here I'm following.
Dope stuff, man. Well, this is definitely the space for you because we definitely want to get into some of those calculations.
Anybody ever watched the Y-Files episode on Flat Earth, which is coming out soon?
The what files?
Y-Files. You ever heard of it?
Now, you guys heard of Y-Files before?
It's on YouTube. I was
Never.
following the guy when he had like 75,000 followers. Now he's got like 2.4 million.
Never heard of it.
Really cool show. He covers conspiracies, all kinds of stuff, tries to debunk stuff. Sometimes he can't. His episode on Hollow Moon will blow your mind.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, you know, when we hit it with, when NASA hit the moon and it rung for 3 hours, that tells you something's wrong. But yeah, can you do anything that debunks the whole equations for the curvature of the Earth when you're doing surveying?
Yep,
Well, that's what the space is about.
Yep, we can walk you through all the presuppositions made and how it's conformed to it, or I mean, how they make those presuppositions conform to it, and then the measurements that you throw out that don't meet the presuppositions, so it all just matches back to the reification. And then when you do the math and you do the measurements, you're like, oh my god, we measured Earth curvature, but it's like, did you measure Earth curvature, or did you fit a specific set of parameters and calculate it to fit what you were already presupposed? So, and I'll kind of like walk you through. I'll show you the process for that because, like, you know, you have like I'm assuming like as a surveyor, you went to like surveying school or something, got some certification, learned how to do it. So like you got a glimpse at the process after it was already
trigonometry and fun stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So you got a glimpse at the process after it was already refined. So I'll show you.
I worked for an 86-year-old guy that didn't finish high school, couldn't read very well, but he could calculate a point for a survey and back shoot a spot on the moon that he had marked years ago. And he would not break his survey. He was good. This guy was like Rain Man with math.
Yeah, so you have to tell me more about back shooting on the surface of the moon when we get to that.
Well, you pick out a certain spot and you use that.
Yeah,
we'll always use the same spot.
Yeah, we'll get into the intricacies of what that means, I guess. Was there anything else that you wanted to cover, Sacred, or do you just want to get into it now, bro?
Go for it. I'll shut off my mic and listen.
Yeah, appreciate it, Robert. We're definitely gonna get into it. I'm gonna let Sweeney go, and let me bring Toby back up.
Okay.
But I'm just checking real quick to see how you guys are dealing with the audio, right? So I'm seeing some people in the messages saying that there's a little bit of a delay when listening to the speakers and the live stream. So that's just like the first thing I'm looking at. I'm just trying to see how this is gonna function, guys. So I appreciate some of that feedback.
Yeah, it might be if you're in the space. Yeah, if you're in the space, you might want to mute the stream and so that it's just playing in the background, and then you can just hear in real time from the Twitter space. If it works like that, that might be the solution to it.
All right, so let me see if that's possible. And yeah, Prod, if you can't hear Alan, drop down and come back up. I'll bring you up.
And you may need to use two devices if you're like using your phone or something like that. I tried to do it on my phone, and it only puts the stream up on my full screen. And then like I could still hear y'all in the background, so I'm getting dual sound. But yeah, there's a delay. So I would say if you have an extra device, go ahead and put it on your extra device and then just mute that device.
Okay, so for me, what I'm realizing is when you're on the mic, you can control the volume of everybody speaking versus the actual media being shared on live. So I can actually mute the live while I can still hear you guys. So I don't have that issue. I think the listeners though they can't separate those audio controls. I'm just trying to figure this out in real time, guys. Appreciate you being patient with us. I want to make sure that you guys
Welcome to
clear.
all the new listeners as well. This is Flat Earth Fridays, episode 77. Lucky 7, we are discussing reciprocal zenith angles. If you are from any other platform, thank you for making the trek to Twitter X. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Come back up here, proud. Brian, what up, Brian?
Good evening, guys. How you guys doing tonight?
Pretty good, man.
Yeah, my audio, sometimes it just totally blanks out on me, but sometimes I just got to drop in and out and get back in there. But can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear, bro. Good to
Loud
hear.
and clear.
Level head in the building.
You guys want? You guys want to talk about some gravity real quick? My definition of gravity, from what I can understand of it.
So I don't want to get into a back and forth just yet, but if you do want to just give us like a quick little wrap up, and then maybe we could double back after the topic and dive into a little bit more. But yeah, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Well, I was kind of examining it, and this is what I've calculated, and I think I might have missed some things in here, but I think this is it, man. Gravity, you know, is it a force? So let's take a look at that. It's a force coming from the center of the Earth, and it pulls everything to the center. You know, obviously not through the Earth. It also goes out and holds out the atmosphere. Then it goes out 238,000 miles and holds the moon. And it also repels the stronger gravity of the sun, which is, you know, holding 9 planets and all of their moons. It also lets the moon's weaker gravity go through the Earth's gravity holding it, and then goes through another part of the Earth's gravity that's holding the atmosphere. And here's the coolest part. The moon's weaker gravity takes on the oceans, which are as close to the Earth's stronger and center gravity as you can get. And it makes the tides dance. And if that wasn't cool enough, it also bends space and time. Is that gravity or what?
Sounds like it does a little bit of everything.
Multifaceted.
Dude, it also ignores the molecular structure so that pressure mediation can occur to hold everything together. It's very cool that it's so selective and omnipresent.
Don't forget the dark matter and dark energy.
It's conscious.
Oh yeah, don't forget it's complemented by an invisible, mysterious force to reify every observation that doesn't reify the original calculations of the mysterious force that permeates the entire universe.
I totally get why these Globers want to hold on to it. This is some fucking cool shit.
Wait, you forgot it doesn't exist on the atomic scale.
Nah, we went over that, or I briefed over it with the strong nuclear force, how it selectively ignores it so that all molecular structures can function.
It's funny too how when you get into the tides, they have to completely ignore all of the actual dynamic forces of all the centrifugal and centrifugal forces that would be at play are completely ignored, and really it's just pure kinematics that are just basically backward engineered to say, hey, look, we can kind of do an equation to make this work, and thus it fits into our model, and our model's real.
Not that it's ignored, Toby. It just happens automatically. Love that word.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it happens selectively because they selectively choose not to calculate it because it would throw off all their predictions. Because kinematically, they're like, "Oh, dude, we got a sick prediction here with your boy Big G," even though we're using a bunch of constants and porosities and whatnots. But you know, it's all good. But even when that doesn't work, you know, if they were to actually do it dynamically and account for the centrifugal force or the gravitational centrifugal acceleration, you know, GG, they don't do that. But even though they rely on it for other things, so very cool.
And it all happened from an instantaneous, miraculous, like, what the heck, accident.
Trust the science, guys.
From nothing came everything, or whatever, right?
And speaking of that, I heard everything is kind of like sawdust or whatever when it got big banged. But when I saw in that Cavendish experiments, man, it had to be certain types of rocks that were mass attracted mass on that. But if everything was stardust and everything's too small to have gravity, how did all these little tiny not little particles that didn't have any mass start attracting each other?
How dare you, sir?
I know. I just think this thing's through, man. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Wait, you learned to
Yeah.
think things through?
So I think what they would say just off the top of the dome. So after the explosion, that happened out of nothing, the heat from all that created like everything just resonated out of that from nothing somehow as it cooled. So what would that be? I guess their argument would be that the strong nuclear force obviously had to exist first to form the structures, and then from that, just how we're so. Yeah,
Bro,
I don't know how they would even do that to form it, because on that level, gravity is those forces overpower gravity by what's it called, like 10 to the 130 or something. So for gravity to even form and start to even do its thing, to even pretend to do it, how would that even work? Because the other forces wouldn't even allow it to occur.
Hey, it's the reciprocal zenith angles from the refraction. That's how that worked.
Oh, reciprocal zeniths. Got you.
It's refraction.
Reciprocal zennies and drop from the hories. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
And what's even funnier about that experiment is there's like other rocks out there in the wild that aren't attracting anything, and they've been like for like millions of years, allegedly.
Oort cloud?
Y'all, it's funny as hell. I can't wait to dive into that a little bit later. I don't know why, Elon, you messing with my co-host right now. Get me mad, bro. I know we stepping on your spherosity and all your excess, but you got to chill out. We got to get it sauce to the people.
There's a lot of spherical excess going around, but unfortunately, there's not enough for everyone. And tonight will probably be the last we hear of it.
More paradoxes.
Hey, did y'all ever hear my my explanation on why the Earth is really a ball, but it looks flat?
Uh-oh.
So the Earth is a ball. It just looks flat because it's load bearing. So like because everybody's on Earth, it flattens out. But if everybody left Earth, it would turn into a ball.
That sounds reasonable.
It's probably the most coherent globe argument that I've heard thus far.
100% on that.
Hey, while I try to get my codes right, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to. Let me give you a little bit of backstory before we get into the sauce, because I really want to dive into this, and I'm hoping that some of the surveys will chime in on this too. So obviously, if you guys don't know, if you've been under some type of flat rock or whatever, Caleb and FTFE had a debate over the past week or so. Not really sure if it was last week or the week before that. And we kind of wanted to do a debate review. However, we figured that we wanted to kind of dive into the specificities of specific topics, which would be the conversation that they had about spherical excess, right? So we said, okay, let's go ahead and break some of this down. Let's get into the difference between calculations and a measurement, first order measurements versus corrections, and let's see if actually the observation is substantiated with however they're claiming for this observation to occur, right? We want to get into the detail because it's always the details that they have us overlook. And, we can't just rely on just numbers and calculations. We got to understand like the framework behind how they're interpreting these observations. So this is super interesting. This is something that I see come up a lot. If it's too technical, let us know. We'll slow it down a little bit. We'll give you guys a few definitions so that way you can have a little bit of understanding. And then, we'll go ahead and open it up for a little bit of discussion. Like I said, try to keep up in the live stream that Alan got going on. You can use the PIP feature so you can see this in real time. I got a clip in my pin tweet. Hope y'all enjoy that. Go take a look. I got some funny clips and some real sauce. Shout out to Shane, by the way. Anti-Disinfo League. That's my guy, really getting into the sauce over there too. So I'm excited. Hope you guys are. Tweet out the space if you heard anything about spherical triangles, spherical excess, theodolites, any of these type of terms on a timeline. Send the link, send the space to them so they can come talk about this. If you're a surveyor, we want to talk to you. If you have questions, grab a mic when we're done, and let's get to it. Oh, let me bring my man Ken up here. What up, Ken? Proud, can you see my invite to co-host, or is it not showing?
No, it's not showing.
All right, let me see if I could reset this. How about this? While I go ahead and try to do a little bit of maintenance, Alan, can you kind of go over what a zenith angle is?
Yeah, sure thing.
Reciprocal zenith angle.
So let me see. MS Paint. So the reciprocal zenny is the idea that we live on a glob, and you're standing here looking 90 degrees, right? But actually, you're slightly tilted away a little bit. And I'm exaggerating these angles so that you could see it better. But essentially, you know, you're measuring a 90 degree to where you're at. And then this guy over here at this distance is measuring a 90 degree to where he's at. But because we live on a glob, there's curvature between them. So they're actually diverging away. So they call this the reflection of the vertical or reciprocal zenith angles. So the idea here is that the angle measured between them is an indication of spherical excess. That it can only be produced due to curvature of some sort, because it's like a bottom-up effect, which we'll get into all this stuff as we go on. But just now, for the terminology, this is what we're just when it comes to a reciprocal zenny, this is what's being discussed. So when they're taking measurements and they go, okay, we have 3 observation points. Imagine this is kind of 3-dimensional. It's 2D right here, but just imagine this is like a 3D triangle here, has some depth to it. So when they're doing the reciprocal zennies, okay, they're saying like, how much is it diverging away from me to you, and then from here, and they sum that all up, and that's where they get their spherical excess, and they determine that, you know, this effect of what they're measuring through the theodolite could only be possible if the object is actually, you know, tilting away from it because of like a physical obstruction. So if you just kind of imagine that, let's see here, I'm trying to think of a good graphic for it. So let's say there's like a mountain right here, right? But you're really far away from the mountain, so you only see, like, you know, this half of it, right? Let's see, kind of, right? So they say that this right here, the reason you can't see this is because it's diverging away from you due to it's a reciprocal zenith angle. It's falling away from you, so to speak, right? It's not aligned with you. But we'll get into optics and how the eyes work and all that stuff as we go on to make some counter arguments to this. So that's reciprocal zennies in a nutshell and what they claim to be measuring. So when we get into the arc of the parallel later, we get into geodetic surveying. Now, obviously, you can't see forever, and I don't think any glober here would argue that, you know, if they thought about it for a second. So what the arc of the parallel people did is they established observation stations all across the country, and they basically made triangular observations from horizon to horizon, and then they summed all those up, you know, got the angles off of that, and that's how they do their spherical excess. And they say that that's proof of that we live on a globe, because the summation of all their data came up with enough spherical excess that reduces back to a radius of 3959, and I'll get into how they do all that as well, to show you that. So that's reciprocal zennies.
Right. So basically, we're talking about a deflection, guys. Right. So we have points perpendicular to the ground, or at least that's how it's set up, and they're diverging away. Right. And this is what they are presupposing is happening on this oblate spheroid that's whizzing through space, flat space, by the way, if you didn't know.
Flat space. Flat Earth, dude. Go figure.
And as far as spherical excess, how would you define spherical excess?
So spherical excess would be, let's see here. So if you take those observation points, right? If you did an A, B, C situation, like we got A, B, C, the sum of all these angles right here is going to equal 180. So, and this is indicative that what you're measuring the triangle on is a plane, right? And then so for spherical excess, right, the same kind of triangle, but they say that the A, B, and C angles, when they add them up, it's over 180 degrees. So, is it? And that's basically the difference there. Is that and that could only be possible that these angles would only add up to 180 plus if we live on a globe, because there's curvature. So it must be describing a curved space.
So globe earthers would say that if they had 3 points on a surface and they quote unquote measured or calculated these different angles, that this triangle that would be created, because all triangles are 180 degrees. But if it was a curved surface, then these triangles should add up to in excess of 180 degrees.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. So let me show you this real quick from some optics. So curved visual space, direct measurement.
And again, guys, we're following along in the live. It is the third tweet from the right. So if you scroll all the way over to the right, up at the top in the nest, we have Alan live. It says Flat Earth Fridays, episode 79, #FEF, hosted by Levelheads HQ. And in this tweet, you could follow along with some of the visuals to what we're talking about. We're going to post some tweets too, but we're doing this live for you. It might be a little bit of a delay. Also maybe visually and, with sound. However, we're just trying to, figure it out right now. So I appreciate y'all being patient. But yeah, follow along with us. We get into it. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. So the spherical excess situation. So this paper here is called Direct Measurement of Curved Visual Space, which is a subject that we'll get into a little bit later. But I wanted to point out here, in the 1800s, if you guys are familiar with the homie Gauss, he came up with a theorem, or like a way to like reverse engineer spherical excess back to a radius. So what these people point out here is the use of that theorem and in spherical excess to kind of make their points. So I'll just kind of read a little bit of it and kind of give the examples of what they're saying for those who aren't familiar with the arguments, so they can get a nice visualization of it, a nice steelman of what the globularists are claiming, right? So in the Euclidean plane, the sum of 180 degrees, the sum is 180 degrees. So in the Euclidean plane, so the equilateral triangles, any triangles that, measure up to 180 degrees is a straight lines, right? Any deviation of that, if you get spherical excess from that, if you get over 180, that's called angular excess. And then another word for that would be spherical excess. So any deviation reveals the intrinsic curvature of the space. This excess is proportional to the area of the triangle. And this area proportionality ratio is the thing that Gauss came up with, the equation for it. It's, I can't remember where it's at in here, but it's in here. I think we'll read over it. But anyway, he has a thing where he figured this out. So if they already have a set number in mind for a radius, they could reduce it. Like they could reverse engineer it either way to get what they needed, and then go out and measure it in the field, and their measurements would then confirm the radius. So this is kind of showing you the mechanism of how the system was established beforehand, because the people that interact with these systems and go out and do these measurements, it's no disrespect to them. It's not like they're in on some secret or they're doing anything wrong, right? They've been given some equations, they've been given a device, they've been told how to use it, and it's basic triangles, right? And then they got their corrections, so they're not going to think anything of it. But this is to show you, just like if we were going to make the claim, couldn't you just reverse engineer all this if you had some assumptions beforehand? Well, these would be the assumptions, right? Like this would be how the mechanism would unfold. So let's see here. So
Magic trick.
Yeah. So the spherical excess is proportional to the area of the triangle. The excess per unit area specific is the measurement of the intrinsic curvature. Notice that its physical dimension is 1 over the length squared. Thus, the inverse of the squared root is specific to the excess, and it has the dimension of length. So you can turn that spherical excess into the radius. So Gauss showed that it simply equals the radius of radius in the simple case of a spherical surface. So when they get back to 3959, so when you open up that geodetic surveyor manual and they're like, look, we where's that one? Was it, I think it was right here on Twitter. Second. Where's that one? So like right here, so they'll kind of show you in the manual like this thing, and it'll be like it reduces back to the center of the earth, right? So this is how they could get back there, how they could get there if they needed to know where they're going, right? And so in this paper, they give the example here of a large triangle that has a ton of spherical excess, and how that spherical excess reduces back to 3959. And I plotted it out on Google Maps or Google Earth, so we can kind of see what they're talking about here. So the distances they give for this triangle are insane. Obviously, no one's measured this. This is just like hypothetical based on what it would be, based on if the arc of the parallel reciprocal zeniths were true and the Earth were truly a sphere with 3959, right? So the example here given was Boston, somewhere in the Netherlands, and somewhere in Africa. I can't remember, but Cape something. Anyway, so the spherical excess right there would reduce back to 3959, and then they point out, they note here, they say, notice that the specific curvature is small. For instance, the excess in an equilateral triangle with sides of 1 kilometer with sides of 1 kilometer is only 0.002 seconds of arc. Locally, the Earth is quite flat. And then so put that in perspective here, because you obviously can't make a measurement that goes this far, but they're saying if you broke this down into a mile triangle and then another mile and then another mile, right? That's how you could extrapolate that. So if they're saying that this triangle, if this is 1 kilometer, this is 1 kilometer, and this is 1 kilometer, that it equals 180 degrees plus, 180 degrees 0.002, and that's their spherical excess. And then you could reverse engineer that with the Gauss thing and get your 3959. Does that make sense so far? Any objections, concerns, comments, questions?
Damn, we did have a surveyor up here, and I wanted to pick his brain really quickly, but I don't know where he's at.
It's Robert.
Robert was one of them. Proud. Where's the other guy?
Acting like the world gonna collapse. I don't know.
It's all right. But Alan, so you said something interesting. Like, how much is this spherical excess?
Oh, dude, it's quite small. The Earth is locally flat. It's 0.002 seconds of arc. So for those of you who aren't familiar with an arc second and how these measurements go, it's basically pulling up an example here to show.
Because guys, they're saying like, hey, this is globe Earth proof. When we're measuring these reciprocal zeniths and they're finding this differential and this excess of 180 degrees, this is supposed to be the thing that's supposed to step all over flat Earth. So let's find out exactly how much spherical excess, quote unquote, is debunking flat Earth. And then we'll get into how they're coming to these conclusions in a second. Watch this, y'all.
Yeah. So this is a breakdown of what an arc second is, if you're not familiar with it. So let's assume that this protractor is your field of view. Let's say you're in the center here, and this 180 degrees is your field of view. If you took 1 degree, if you took the distance between 1 and 2 degrees of that 180 degrees, and you broke that down into 60 sections, you would have 60 arc minutes. Right, so you could divide 1 degree 60 times, and you get arc minutes. You could further divide those arc minutes into 60 seconds, so you could split those up again and get arc seconds. So you go from 1 degree to 1/60th of a degree to 1/3600th of a degree. Now, when you get into these observations, right, these are very, very precise measurements. When we get into astronomy, right, best case scenario, looking up at the sky at favorable angles where there's less refraction and all that, they say, right, you can get the best measurements you can get are 2 to 3 arc seconds, right? That's what that's the, for terrestrial observations, that's the claim made in Sky
Is that
Magazine.
the margin of error, like within 2 to 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what they're playing with when they're looking at stuff in the sky, right? So this is so this would be for terrestrial observations, right? But same unit of measurement, same mechanism for deciphering distance and breaking down the 180 or breaking down 360 degrees into arc seconds, right? And then just for funsies here, I have some extra diagrams to show milliarcs and micro arcs. So they have, quote unquote satellites in orbit that are taking more observations for stellar parallax and these sorts of things, right? And these angles are obviously not something that's perceptible to us, but so like the idea is that in space where there's no refraction, they can get these very precise measurements and break everything down. So what they do is they take a picture, digital image, and then they section that. They're basically analyzing the pixels and extrapolating like these micro arcs. So they get down to 1/300/600 millionth of a degree, and then 1/3,600 millionth of a degree is what they say they're measuring with for the accuracy on those ends.
And what would this be? Spherical geometry, Euclidean geometry, ecliptic, like?
Both, I guess. You could apply it equally. This is derived from a sphere 100 or 360 degrees. Like it would, you could use it to describe 100. Like it's both.
It's been around since Descartes days.
Yeah, let's see, from the North Pole. Oh, Brian Leakey's actually on in the chat. Let me see if we can get him on for spherical excess as well. Yo, Brian, if you have Twitter, bro, and you know how to use Twitter Spaces, hop on. I'll send you a link. And if you want to get into the spherical excess, because I was actually going to play your video earlier. Proud linked it or had a link to
Is
it.
that flat Earth test, Brian?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my God, yeah. Y'all go follow Flat Earth Test on YouTube. Go subscribe. That's Brian Leakey.
Yeah, let me pull him up here.
And I went ahead and I shared the tweet that actually Alan was reviewing for you guys up top. If you want to go take a look at that. Yeah. Breaking down, arc minutes, arc seconds, and angles and things like that.
Hey, how's everything going, Sacred?
Hey, we getting to the sauce, man. Appreciate you pulling up.
That's amazing. I'm glad to see that you're on 100% and ready to cook.
Yes, sir, man. Every single week. Can't miss no time. Globe Earth is be putting in that overtime except on Fridays. So we on green light.
I'm saying, you got to put me in, Coach. I'm ready to serve the community.
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. And again, guys, follow along. We going live with Alan and in Ether Cosmology. The tweet is up top. Third tweet from the right.
Let's see. I posted a video on or I posted a link to Brian's video on spherical excess to kind of show the visuals of it. So when we get to that, I got that ready. But there's the link. It should be in the timeline or the Jumbotron or whatever it's called.
Yep, I just shared it up top.
Cool.
Should populate soon. Feel free to run it.
Oh,
and maybe Brian could pop in here.
Real quick, just a heads up for people who are on their phone and only on their phone, they don't have a secondary device. So if you open up the tweet that Alan sent out where he's live streaming, and then just put that in the background of your space, you can tap on your space, you can like mute and unmute your mics, look at who's talking or anything. Swipe down on the space and you can still watch the live stream in mute. So hopefully that'll help out.
Yeah, awesome.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Say that one more time, Sheepdog. Just one more time.
Click on Alan. Click on Space Audits tweet. The third one from the right, where he tweeted out that he was live streaming, and then from there you can watch it in mute, and then you don't get the double voices with the lag delay and everything. It'll be muted. If you click on the actual feed, then it'll bring it up.
Oh no! Shoot. shoot. How do I get back into the space? There we go.
Okay. So you're basically saying instead of clicking into the live, you could just click the tweet itself, and it'll still play, and it'll play in mute.
Correct.
Got
It
you.
won't let me watch from both. You know, I would like to give Alan the watching views and everything, but it won't let me mute the lag voices.
Yeah, I could turn the volume down on the stream, so I could mute it by turning the volume down, and I could hear the speakers still. The speakers on the mic is a different volume control for me.
Okay.
But that's a good workaround. If you guys don't want to, if you're getting a little bit of lag and it's hard to follow, just click the tweet and you can kind of follow along with the visual still. Up, Alan just dropped. Let's wait for him to come back. Yeah, hopefully Brian will pull up.
With me and a profile pic, I'll pay for it. Yeah, you know, my name's Taking Wisdom, but for short, you can just call me God. All right. Nice to meet everyone.
Yo, I'm back. Sorry about that. I accidentally I was trying out the thing that who was that sheepdog was saying, and I accidentally clicked play, and then I could hear it echo, and I couldn't get it to stop. So I panicked and closed it. But
send me your profile picture taken.
All right, thank you very much. I'll be there.
Hey, proud for vice president, by the way.
I would burn this country down. I'm sorry.
Allegedly.
Hey, I can't send you a DM just yet. You haven't paid for the premium, but if you shoot me a message, I'll be sure to get my afro mechanized.
Cyborg gang.
Yes, Lord.
Alan, grab co-host.
Oh, yep. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, I'm back.
I think the space is also glitchy, guys. Heads up.
You mean a flat Earth space glitchy? No.
Oh, yo, proud. That intro you made is fire too. For the content for the intro for this space, dude. I played it for this.
Fought me for 45 hours.
Hey, nah, it was worth it though. I played it and you got a lot of compliments.
That's lit. That's lit. Did you post both parts, Secret, or just one? I think I only sent you.
Yeah, I think you only sent me one.
Yeah, one of them didn't have audio, I think, and then the second one did. So whichever one I played that had the audio worked. I think there was two, wasn't there?
Does mine not have audio?
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I thought it was me at first, but your second video played, so I don't know.
The life of an AI bot.
Yeah.
See, even our technology turns on us, guys. We don't control everything. Allegedly.
Facts. Well, I'm about to break it down for us right here, right now. Full speed, 4,000 degrees. You hear me? Mechanized afro, taking in all the information from in sunlight, here to give it to the people, and then afterwards with the sequel. So peep this. The earth is hollow, all right? It might be motherfucking flat, but it's actually hollow. Just like when I be on the dance floor, I be like, damn, hello, can you go? You see what I'm saying? It's super saiyan. I'm going crazy. You can't replace me. The earth made me. I'm flat. Just like the earth, my body hollow. It got a heart inside it though. So when I get to rapping and snapping, you know I ain't capping. I'm here to give the satisfaction. I'm the main attraction, baby. Can't you see that the earth flat? Come on. And if it's like the back of the bag, then I got the syrup. Pancakes is cool, but I ain't got no problem with it. I said, look, it's a flat earth. So I'm here to preach the word. Can I get a yes, Lord?
Man, that was cool. Who was that guy with the nose, man, back in the day? That's who you sounded like.
You talking about
Wh-
Pinocchio, man? Hey, come on, man.
Where's center mass in a hollow earth?
Man, that's a good question. I'm gonna put that question on Sheepdog because he's the one with the nose. He's the one who can smell the truth. Yeah, come on, Sheepdog, you got it.
Hollow Earth is the basement, man. So it's underneath the basement.
Is it Humpty Dumpty?
I haven't found a single hollow earther that can answer that question. But I'll continue to hear them out till then. I want to get that concave earther from TikTok connected with our concave cellular earther, because that guy had a model and all. Like, wow, I was
The
amazed.
TikTokers don't like it over here, apparently. They just pop up and leave. What's up with that?
Oh, maybe they
So,
can't see us.
does anyone want to send a DM to Elon so we can get it on and find out whether this Earth is flat or not? Let's fucking do it. Who's with me? Get the horses, load them up.
Elon believes in hollow earth. He thinks Donkey Kong is in the middle of it.
That's perfectly fine. Let's get our horses, load them up. We're going to the White House. Who's with me?
They had to level the
You
yard
had
to
me
build the
at
White
the
House, by the
White
way.
House. You had me until you said the White House. Let's storm the Vatican. Who's with me there? Okay, somebody values their life.
All right. Well, the Vatican, I mean, I said the White House because Biden owes me some fucking money. All right. He been talking all that crazy shit from the back of that desk. We're about to get the horses and go nuts. All right. And then we go into the middle of this motherfucking earth. Who's with me?
Biden is at the 24-hour care facility behind the White House. Just make a left.
You mean he got you with that saying when he said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black?
He did. That shit.
Hey,
That
speaking
shit.
of storm in the north, though, I do want to go over that later on, Prod. We did a poll a couple weeks ago on what's more valuable, like figuring out what's at the North Pole or the South Pole. We got to start remembering to double back to those polls because we be running polls and we never like remember to review in the next week. So remind us to review some of the polls that we don't put out. All right, y'all.
Yeah, that's facts. I appreciate the fact that y'all even have this space, man. Without y'all, I wouldn't be able to speak on this topic right here. And I just want to thank my mom for birthing me out of her, and my dad for taking on that mission. It's not easy. My mom, she's a tough cookie, man. She's a tough cookie, but I love her. I never stop. And yeah. So if we can just get some analytics as how the Earth is flat, if you tell me, I'll pass the word. And we'll keep it pushing, man. I'll be here every Friday, man. Fuck my
All
personal.
right, that's what's up. Speaking of, let's slide back into some of this reciprocal zenith, because that's kind of what we're talking about. They keep on telling us there's curvature where it doesn't seem to be any, and when things are devoid of curvature, that means it's pretty much flat. So let's get back into it again, y'all. Third tweet from the right. Follow Alan. I appreciate the tip from Sheepdog. Let's get it.
All right, so where we left off at, as Sacred was saying, notice that the specific curvature is quite small. The instance of excess in an equilateral triangle with the sides of 1 kilometer is only 0.002 seconds of arc. Locally, the Earth is quite flat. So your reciprocal zenny over 1 mile would be imperceptible to you, by a large margin, right? So They have to do longer distances, but not too long, right? Got to make it reasonable for their margin of error. So they increase the distance. They take multiple readings. They have a pre-established threshold of what they need to get, and wouldn't you know it, all the measurements that they take come back with enough spherical excess to reduce back to 39 and 59. So I think that's a good starting summary on the history of reciprocal zeniths and these measurements. So if we go to this website right here, mctune.net/se, you'll see all these wonderful globular proofs of spherical excess.
Let's get to it.
Yeah.
Let's get to it. We pulling receipts.
So you can get these arc of the parallel measurements, dude. So you know how I was saying earlier, I don't have that graphic anymore, but so they take small areas of observation points. They have a network of triangles set up where they take their observations all across the plane, right? And then they sum all that data up, analyze it, and extrapolate that they live on a sphere. So we're going to look at one of these right here. My personal favorite is this one.
All right, now Alan, break down arc of the parallel.
Arc of the parallel, yep. All right. 1 second.
Flat Earth Fridays, episode 77. Tweet the space out. Let them globe earthers know we get into it. They say that we don't look at the papers, we don't look at the science, and we right here with all of this shit. Y'all see it. Ain't no memes over here. Let's go.
Arc of the parallel. Oh, shoot.
Yo, that galactic bear that Alan got. OD.
Oh, here we go.
Upgrades coming soon.
All right. Where were we at, lads? What did you want me to break down again before we proceed? Oh, the arc of the parallel. Right.
Arc of the parallel.
Right, arc of the parallel. So, for the whole history of the arc of the parallel, let me refer you to this video real quick. This is for like after-hour viewing. This dude right here, I'll find the video, but he has an awesome. Let me see if he has it. Parallel, arc of the parallel, parallel lines. Yeah, right here. This is awesome. He goes over the history and some documents and books, official history that they put forward as evidence of this arc of the parallel expedition. So what these guys did is they traversed the United States and they took measurements. You know, they took triangular measurements all across the United States, and what they were looking for was basically a deviation over a long distance to prove spherical excess. Right? They were trying to see if we live on a globe or if we live on. Well, they were trying to distinguish what types of globes we live on. They had 2 models of globes, actually. They had the Clark model, and
there's more than one. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, 2 different ellipsoids, actually, sir. So they were actually trying to figure out which one of these ellipsoids they lived on. And if we remember back, if you have a reference ellipsoid or a reference, sphere that you want to live on, well, you're already going to be able to figure out how much spherical excess you need to get back to that on your measurements in the field, right? Over actual distances, right? So that's what they did here, and so this video here that I'll tweet out, so you guys can get the link to it. He goes over the historicity of it all and the pictures that they show. I mean, dude, they literally edit. They've drawn people into these pictures that aren't real. Like, these people don't exist. They've literally drawn people in to make it seem like this happened. It's crazy to support this huge reification fallacy. So anyway, you can get a good chunk of the documents here for free, provided by mctune, and you could look over these, and then we're going to go over some keywords to search, and you could see how all this breaks down, because we're going to break down the mechanics of what these documents are, because these are massive. It's a 900-page document, boys. There is no way you could like read all this and like surmise all the information. So we're going to look.
And they're banking on that. They're banking on that you don't have time to do what Alan is doing for y'all in real time, for real.
Yeah.
Yep. They're Yeah, so we're gonna go over some keywords, and I'm gonna explain the application of the keywords and how they're using them in the book. And once you realize the overall mechanism of the situation, you're gonna be like, oh, well, the arc of the parallel is more like the, it's not exactly what I thought it was, because like I said, once you have that reference ellipsoid, so they have an unmeasured reference ellipsoid, and then they're taking measurements to compare to see if they live on said ellipsoid. And what do you know? They find that they live on the Clark's spheroid. So
you mean I'm making a hypothetical framework, taking some calculations to match it up with the hypothetical framework to validate my actual calculations, refine the like all this circular logic, bro, in real time. This is what we doing?
Yeah, because what we're gonna find here is that there's this thing called reduction to the vertical, and what reduction to the vertical is it's a really interesting mechanic where they measure an equilateral triangle. They take a line of sight measurement, right? So keep in mind, people will often misspeak, and they'll say, "We measured spherical excess." You did not measure spherical excess. You calculated spherical excess. Okay, and I'll explain the differences and what that means. So when these
Pay attention to that, y'all. There's a difference between calculations and measurements. All right, go ahead, Alan. Continue.
Yeah. So these observation points, they're usually at altitude. I'll try to get one so you could see it. So they're usually at altitude. They're up high. You could see over distance. So these are long line of sight observations over usually a couple miles and whatnot, right? So line of sight, straight shot. You're not measuring spherical excess off of that. So they take these at altitude, and then they have to bring them down to sea level, right? So they take them down to sea level, and to give you a representation of what this looks like, this is the video from Brian Leakey. This is Flat Earth Tests on YouTube. Check out his channel. He's got some awesome videos on this. So to give you a visual representation of this is the glob they say we live on, and these are the measurements taken, right? So and this rope represents the line of sight for the observers taking the measurements. Now, these gentlemen could never measure spherical excess, and they don't even claim to measure spherical excess. So if anyone tells you that they've measured that this is a measurement of spherical excess, refer them to the deflection of the vertical, because if it's a measurement of spherical excess, why do you have to bring it down, or why do you have to reduce it to sea level and then mathematically compare it to a map that's derived from the stars to compare it to, and then see if your model matches up? Well, that's not measuring spherical excess. That's transforming it, bringing it down, making corrections to it, because we're going to see the process for what the reduction to the vertical is.
So basically, it seems like what they're doing is they're manipulating everything in order to get the desired outcome.
Essentially. So I'm saying, like, if you had a presupposed model, and knowing that in the 1800s they already had a mathematical proof of how you could reverse engineer a sphere based on spherical excess, like all these mechanisms are in place to figure out or impose what you think reality exists as. Because keep in mind, so they have a reference map to what they're comparing all this to, and we'll get into the reference map here. So in 1776 there was a royal decree by King whatever. I'll pull up the thing and we can read it, but basically the decree was they're changing all the coordinate systems to use the globular lat long system, and they put out a bounty for rewards for people to solve different things that was wrong with their coordinate. Well, not wrong, that wasn't working with their coordinate system as it should, compared to the other ways that they used to do it, right? Which we don't have those maps and charts, right? We just have this broad stroke coordinate system that they gave us, right? That supposedly says we live on a globe. So what they did for their rewards to, help fix their coordinate system and make it viable to use, is they said, okay, for anyone that could go on it, that can navigate two simultaneous expeditions where two observers are going around Britain, circumnavigating using our coordinate system and correction angles, to it, we'll give you 10,500 gold shekels. So that was a huge bounty. Today with inflation and all that, I think it's $2.5 million or something like that. So that's what they were offering back then for people to solve circumnavigation for them to use their coordinate system. And keep in mind, circumnavigation isn't exclusive to a globe. You can go on a circle in a plane. It's not doesn't matter. So
they were they were offering some monetary value for people to use their coordinate system and figure out a way to make it work.
Well, they weren't paying them to use it. They made it illegal for anyone to use anything else, but they were paying people to help fix the stuff that they couldn't get right with it, so that they could make it the viable thing that they had a monopoly on, right? Because you got to think about it like this too. So let's say you live on a ball or a sphere, right? But you're the king. You're the royal family, dog. You got all the money. You got all the expeditions. People want to go out somewhere. They got to ask you to fund it, dog. So you're in charge of everything. What's the first thing you're going to do? Monopolize travel, like, locations, everything. You're not like, dude, we just found this secret land. Do you think they're going to go and be like, yo, poor people that don't know anything, hey, guys, we just found a new spot. Do you like, no. Never.
Maybe they were nice guys back then. You
never. Dude, the East India Trading Company hid Japan for like 200 years. There's like records of them doing business with them and doing trade and having like exchanging cultural goods and stuff with them. And they're like stuff that's made in Japan, culturally or whatever, is in locations where it shouldn't be. And they're like, how'd that get there? And they're like, oh, the boys at the East India Trading Company, they knew about Japan for a hot minute, dog. They just clued us into it. Thanks, East India Trading Company. Is there anything else you want to let us know exists? But so when you have that level of control on things, and you're like, all right, we're gonna roll out this thing that's gonna tell you exactly where everything's at and and this is how you get there. It's like, that's not. Thanks. Like, is it for whose benefit is it for? Mine or yours? Is it a mutual benefit? Like, who's gonna win out of who gets the most out of this coordinate system, right? So that's kind of how I look at it. So anyway, went off on a little tangent there, but to bring it back, they have a specific map of the stars that's derived from correction angles from Polaris, right? Because if you remember from geography, Great Britain is in the northern plane and or hemisphere, depending on the coordinate system that you think we live on. So they have unequivocally planar correction angles to Polaris that supplement their lat long globular coordinate system. So there was a book called and the reason I say the word supplemental a lot is because there's a book called The Supplemental Corrections to the Ephemeris and Nautical Almanac, and it's my favorite word. Let's see, corrections.
All new listeners, follow along in the live stream. It's our sacred screen share, their tweet from the right. Alan's live. Let's get it.
It's in my cell nav anyway. Here we go. Let's see. Cell nav. Okay, yeah. So the explanatory supplement. So the explanatory supplement to the astronomical and ephemeris and the nautical almanac and American ephemeris. So people were asking, hey, this globular lat long coordinate system is cool and all, but where'd you come up with these? Hey, Great Britain or royal family or whatever, where'd you come up with these correction angles so that we can use this globular correction? So we can use these globular maps without having to do all this crazy spherical trigonometry. Because when you have these correction angles and stuff like that, you don't you can kind of do like what they call like planar navigation, and you can use the map as a plane. You can use some nice triangles. You don't have to get crazy with it and figure out the cosine and sines and all that. You can just use the correction tables. So people were like, hey, where doth I get thy correction tables, my lord? So they put out this in the I think it was the 60s. Yeah. So they put this out in the 60s, and they were like, this is how we did it. So they kind of go over the history of it. And this is all based off of something called deflection of the vertical. And if we remember back to deflection of the vertical, these are the assumption that what you're observing, that the obstruction that you're observing is due to somebody being tilted away from you due to Earth curvature. So that's where all that comes from. So the core, what would you kind of call it? Like, to go back to the root of it, this comes back to deflection of the vertical angles to supplement their correction angles to make it seem like this is why they think they live on an ellipsoid. So I have I have a presentation where I go over some of the key points in this document. So here's the almanac. Here's the reference to the royal decree that I was talking about earlier, and I'll have a link to the. Tweet this out for me. I'll have a link to it so you can read it. It's on page 7 and 8, I think it is, or 6 and 7, something like that. Anyway, it's like the first couple pages. It's within the first 10. It goes over this this decree and this proposal to fix the coordinate system and all this stuff. So that's where they were at in 1776, and then for in modern times, people asking, hey, where'd you get these correction angles? This is from the supplemental explanatory ephemeris and all that stuff. So this is laying out the transformations and the equations that they use. So these are just how you define a coordinate system. So you think an XYZ coordinate system, like a graph kind of thing. This would be how you would plot out locations on that. So they have a description of the heliocentric coordinate system. And when you see these variables, this is when they're describing the heliocentric coordinate system. When you see these variables, they're describing a geocentric coordinate system. And then it breaks down what these coordinate systems are also derived from. So in terms of like the perspective of the heliocentric coordinate system, which I'll show you in a second, these equations tell you how they came up with those derivations to present that in a spherical model, right? So we have two models mentioned here, a geocentric and a heliocentric, and then we have how these models were derived. So what this geocentric model comes back to is there's a 2D rectangular coordinate system that's used to make measurements, and they take that and they apply ellipticity or flattening to it, and they have an equation here that they can use to reference against their reference ellipsoid. So they go out on Earth, they look at a star, they take an observation, they look at the coordinate system, they compare it, they see how much they're off, they apply their equation, and they say, oh my God, due to the ellipsoid nature of the sphere that we live on, it's either this flat or this spherical. And this confirms all the corrections to reify to the coordinate system. So this way you can use any coordinate system with their lat long system, which is the one that they imposed on everyone, and you can use it to navigate, right? It'll reference, right? It'll match up. So this is how they did it, and these are the corrections. And to keep in mind, these corrections come out to be extremely small angles. They're very tiny. It's not like they're like, oh my God, the ellipticity is we're 38 degrees off. It's nothing crazy. It's very small. So this just kind of goes into that, and then to kind of show you the perspective, right? So when they talk about the different perspectives, so this would be the 2D rectangular coordinate system that they use for their observations. This would be an example of how they're deriving like the location of a star and the distance based off of what is it? One second, gotta scroll back up. Someone's echoing, by the way. If you could mute, please.
Yeah,
no worries. So based off of where was it? Can't remember the geographic, geodetic, geocentric latitude. I can't remember. They already it's basically referencing off of this coordinate system to reduce back to what would be 3959 essentially. So they're creating a celestial sphere with a radius and all that, and it's derived from a geocentric 2D rectangular coordinate system that they make correction angles to describe, the oblateness and sphericity of an oblate spheroid. So this is the model that they've extrapolated. So they just take that and they've turned that into, well, now you're at the center of this sphere looking outward, and that's the transformation. And this is all done through transformation equations. So I go through what that means and how that works and stuff. So for transformations,
so Alan, let me ask you real quick before you continue. So if they're using a framework, this ellipsoid framework, how are they even deriving the radius, right? Because they would need to know the radius in order to reference this.
So that would probably take it right back to what they already assumed with Eratosthenes.
Can you go back to the visualization with the cylinder and the sphere, the dome and the sphere, the cylinder? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the old dome cylinder.
I just want to point out there like how important that is to understand, because what they're doing is they're taking the sphere of vision that we see in and they're flattening it down, and they're saying that we're just looking out and seeing a sliver of the sky, and that little sliver is like, they're basically, no matter if the earth is a globe or flat, we see in a sphere like that, and they have to completely flatten the sphere and just remove any possibility of any 2D nature to the sky, or any kind of flatness to the sky, any kind of like planar any kind of planar attribute to the sky, and they have to assume that it just goes infinitely straight out from where you're perceiving from. So that's like, it's like a really clever magic trick there. But you have, like, understanding this, for me at least, it was a big part of like understanding this whole thing, that we just can't see forever, and that's how they tricked us.
Fire, bro. That's interesting. So they're taking our. Oh, there's a little bit of feedback, y'all. I don't know who it is. It might be Patrick. Just make sure you keep your mic closed.
Sorry, I don't mean to derail you too much, Alan. I just wanted to. I love this image.
No, that was perfect, man. Because that's actually the crux of the issue, man. Because we're gonna get into curved visual space and what that means. So because this is all gonna tie back together, right? Because this isn't just like one exact thing. This is an entire mechanism of explanations that once you start to grasp it, you couldn't in good faith go, oh well, yeah, we definitely measure reciprocal zeniths and arcs of the parallel and stuff. Like, once you know the story of how it unfolded and what it actually entails, and it's not just like the surface level Wikipedia repetition, it's a whole different situation, man. And this is what turns people away from the globe, when you start looking into these things and you find out these things that you once held true as like, oh, this is a solid proof. I go out and measure these things every day. It's like, that would be like the mindset of someone, but they don't understand that, like, the entire coordinate system, what they're deriving it to, what they're comparing it to, the measurements that they throw out, everything that they've been trained to, how they've been trained to interpret the data has been trained to reify curved visual space over a plane, and so that they can measure a globe that doesn't exist.
Real quick,
that is the craziest shit ever. Hijacking our perspective.
Yeah.
To put us in an artificial framework, bro. Like, if that's what they did, oh my goodness. Go ahead, Sheep.
I was just gonna say, like, Toby, Sacred, or anybody else that has any like insight on how vision works and how we see spherically, like, whether we touch on it now or touch on it when Alan's finished, I think it's important. I mean, it'll probably round out why a lot of y'all think like, well, why do I see things the way that I do? Like, this is why. This is literally what's going on. And Alan's dissecting the math. And then if you tie in, like, your eyes are globes and they see in spherical nature, like, you're going to like, oh my gosh, that's reality.
So just real quick, just to slow it down for everybody, we see in straight lines, but it forms a visual sphere around us, or at least like a hemisphere, like, objectively speaking.
Yeah, with different levels of optical compression within that sphere that produce our field, our vision, so that everything fits proportionally based on its size and distance in relation to us.
And then when that compresses out in the background, and then what that drops from the horizontal, they're saying, oh, that's a sphere.
Yep, that's exactly it. So there's like, I wish I had this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm not good at finding stuff on the fly, but there was a really good presentation that from Jaren's channel that's on his Odyssey. I'll get it later, but it goes over, like, it shows really good optical representations of the extremes of the compression as you get further into the horizon. So, for example, if you imagine you're standing on a highway, and those lines that are in the middle of the highway, those yellow lines. So those lines that are close to you, they're like they're about the same size, right? And then as you get further away, they start to get stretched out at like an insane rate, right? Until it just becomes like one solid line, essentially, right? So that's that that rate isn't a linear rate, right? It's hyperbolic, right? So it's curved, right? So when we talk about curved visual space, we're talking about seeing in two different levels of compression, essentially, right? That's what it's overall describing, right? It's not necessarily like you don't have to get it as convoluted as like we see in like multiple globes converging or anything crazy like that. Just you can just look at it like like a different mechanism of convergence kicks in at this distance, right? That's all it is. So, and we'll start to get into that, but yeah, that's absolutely because this was discovered in the 40s, right? So these measurements, these all these correction angles in 1777 to meet the globular coordinate system, these arcs of the parallel, all these things were done before curved visual space was really understood and brought forward. And we'll go over the historicity of that too, and the implications there, because once you understand this mechanism, like there's the orthogonal Euclidean thing that they try and show us to reify perspective doesn't work, right?
Can I give a simple breakdown of like your circle of vision?
Absolutely.
So this is really simple, y'all. Like anybody can do this. And if you like physically go and demonstrate this to yourself, you're gonna be like, oh my gosh, that's what it is. So when you look straight out in front of you, that is the farthest you can see straight out in front of you, and then everything bends around towards the outsides of your vision. And the way that you can understand this is if you take a thumbtack and you take a string and you take a piece of paper and you take a pencil, you tie the string around the thumbtack and you pin the thumbtack in the middle of the paper, and you take the other end of the string and you wrap it around the pencil. You stretch that string out to its limits. That's the limit of your vision. And if you take that pencil and you draw a circle all the way around that thumbtack with the string fully extended, that is your circle of vision. So every time you turn, wherever is directly out in front of you, that is the maximum distance that your eyes are going to see. And that's like, even when you look up in the sky, now you've changed the angle to up there, but that's still the maximum distance. And that creates a hemisphere. That's what they're talking about by spherical vision.
And just to tack onto that, just by necessity, even if you, let's just say we're looking just straight and we're looking down an infinite plane so we can see as far as we need to, you can't see everything. You just can't. You can't take in an infinite amount of light. And that goes out in all directions all around you. You have a limit where your sight will then start to every object, every distinctive feature in the distance will all start to converge into one. Now at the horizon, we see that all happen coming down to the horizon, because that's where we have two distinctive points meeting of the sky and the ground. So that's a perfect example of it. But another example of it is how train tracks converge. If you stand in the middle of two train tracks and you look down them, you'll see that they converge. They're not actually running into each other. It's your field of view. It's your optical limits running into each other. That's yeah.
100%, bro. And they specifically say that we see in Euclidean geometry, meaning that those train tracks can't converge in our perspective, but yet they do. So there's a contradiction there, because remember of Euclid's postulates, parallel lines don't converge, right? So there's a contradiction there. Now they give a little explanation to kind of like to explain that. I don't even know what it is off the top of my head, but it's it's like on the face of it, just optically, how could you explain that? Like it obviously doesn't work.
So
the
they
way
say that we see in Euclidean geometry, which says that parallel lines don't converge, but then we actually observe parallel lines converging.
We actually observe parallel lines converging in the distance, bro. And they say we don't see it, and that's somehow proof we live on a globe.
Go ahead, Patrick. You want to add something? Ask a question to Alan?
I do, if that's all right, guys. I'm new to the group and stuff, but I think my perspectives may have insight on this. I never hear you guys talking about the lambda effect on all surfaces.
What's that?
All surfaces have a magnetic tension.
Mm-hmm.
And if you try to look through any surface, including the median of the magnetic tension across a water body, it's going to give you curvature. You have no choice. I build walls for a living, and I'll give you an example. If I start stringing out a line, and I bring my bricks and they slowly start to touch the line, as the line continues to get closer to point B, I'm actually going to be projecting myself in an arch angle, because the line is going to continuously progress outwards from each lambda or approachness to pushing the line out. So it creates divergence.
I never heard of that. What was that called again? The lambda effect?
Yes. And who spoke of that is actually one of Tesla's main secrets with dielectric magnetic interference.
Man, that's crazy.
So that's just
Hold on, real quick, Patrick. So look, this is what you got to do. You're gonna have to put in a little bit of extra work, unfortunately. But we hear feedback when you keep your mic open. So like every time you finish saying something, you're gonna have to mute up because it's like an echo and feedback, and it's not really that good of a listening experience for the audience. All right, so you're gonna have to keep your thumb on that mute, my guy. I know it's tough. Gotta look out for the gang, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll definitely be following up on that lambda effect. So let's see, where were we at, boys?
Wait, real quick. Was it the lambda effect, like the Greek letter lambda?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yep. All right. So azimuthal grid, converging perspective, Euclidean geometry. All right. So we're laying down the baseline for perspective. Okay. So that's how they say that those shouldn't converge, but obviously they do, right? So there's obviously a different component here, right? So insert 1942, where your boy Carl Rudolph Lundberg steps in and starts figuring out that we see in curved visual space, right? So he wrote a whole book on it, did a bunch of experiments for the government, for the military, on curved visual space, and published some stuff on it. So I took a brief reading of it, and what the summation, and when I say brief reading, I mean like skim through a couple chapters here and there. It's a pretty dense mathematical heavy book. It goes into a lot of explanations and like crazy math and stuff. But what I gathered out of it was what he had done was he merged Maxwell's equations with optics. And Maxwell's equations, for those of you who aren't familiar, they describe the radial size and the divergence and convergence of a toroidal field. So a hyperbola being like an inner donut and an outer donut of a magnetic field. Those equations describe that and the size of it, right? So he merged optics with that. So he divided optics into a near field and a far field. And if you think about that in terms of a toroid, like an inner donut and an outer donut, the inner donut would be the near field, and the outer donut would be the far field, right? So we're gonna look at this document called the Geometry of Binocular Space Perception, 1954. So keep in mind this is in like the 30s, 40s. This is like this hyperbolic curved visual space thing is like a new thing that's coming out, right? Like these are just now. They're doing new depth perception tests. They're figuring things out. They're not what they appear to be. Things aren't where they appear to be. That kind of stuff, right? Like depth perception wise. So
And everybody, all the new listeners were following along with Alan in the live. It's the third tweet from the right. He's screen sharing. Let's get it.
Yep, thank you. So we have here, so in this document, they go over what's called the Vith-Mueller-Torus perceived radial distance. And what this is, so as I was saying earlier, with Lundberg and his equations and merging the optics with it, with the near field and far field, in a sense that they're two hyperbolas, right? Two different types of curvature, right? Essentially. So I divvied this up, but I'll get into what it is here. So if you take your left eye and your right eye, and you draw, and there was a circle that intersected through the center of it, straight in the middle, right? And then you rotated that circle 360 degrees for both your eyes, you would get this. You would get this toroid, right? So similarly to on a Gleason's map in the northern hemisphere, how the squares are all nice and chunked together and proportional, right? And then as you get further out on the map, you get further out scaling, right? And they say, well, it's due to the globe and the compression, right? But just think of the example, right? So in the far field, the squares are bigger, right? So there's a different. This is a visual representation of what I was talking about earlier when I said at different in the different fields near and far, there's different types of optical compression that kick in, like a different scaling, right? So a different type of curvature kicks in for the for how much that compression is going to be. So I divvied up this into a blue section and a green section. So you can think of this blue section as the near field. So everything that gets scaled in this perception is going to be scaled with a certain amount of compression in relation to its size and distance to you. And then outward, right, there's going to be a different level of that. Okay. So I'll read off what all this means now that I explained the diagram, and hopefully that makes sense for the diagram. So this is just representing that toroidal field as two different fields, near and far, right? So it will be recalled that the Withmuller circle VEMC is one of the circles lambda constant at the horizontal plane and is a circle passing through the eyes. The Withmuller torus is a three-dimensional surface obtained by rotating the circle about the axis through the eyes. It looks a bit like an apple with its eyes at the bottom of indentations at either end. Lundberg observed that the set points arranged at the horizontal plane so as to give the perception of a circle of some points at a fixed distance from the observer approximates fairly well the arc of a Withmuller circle. Subsequent experiments have shown that this observation is substantially true. Consistent deviations seem to exist, but there is insufficient statistical evidence to warrant replacing lambda by a more complicated coordinate, right? So let's see, keep reading here. See, on the basis of evidence that Lundberg expressed this hypothesis, right? So this is the curve visual space that he was presenting, right? So in mathematical language, the hypothesis asserts that the torus lambda is a constant in physical space. In physical space are mapped as spheres in the visual space. It is possible that this hypothesis may have to be modified. For example, the well-known observation that the zenith at the night sky appears to be closer than the horizon, although such observations may not be absolutely free from intellectual clues, indicates that this hypothesis is worth re-examining. So what they're saying here is that you could map spherical. This spherical curve visual space representation of reality is interchangeable with the Euclidean perspective of how they say it's done, is essentially what they're saying here. And that there's not sufficient evidence to replace the constant that they use to describe the toroidal field, the near and far field toroidal situation that they have going on with perspective. So what does that mean exactly, right? So what does that mean? So when you're looking at something off in the distance and it starts dropping off, you get what's called, I think it's called the diffraction limit, right? So when an object hits a diffraction limit, the information that you would normally be able to perceive, you don't get. It doesn't render, right? Think of it like I kind of think of it like a computer. That information isn't perceptible to you because it's being compressed so that the rest of the image can fit in your field of view so that it makes sense to you, so the reality around you makes sense in proportion to where things are in the distance, right? So you start having a loss of information with that compression. So things aren't diverging away from you. There's just a loss of information that's happening. So that it fits in your field of view, and that's not being accounted for. So if you think of that as like, oh, we only see this part of it, therefore the rest of this triangle is obscured to Earth curvature. Well, no, you've got a lot of stuff to render in your field of view based on the distance and size of this mountain, right? You're gonna start losing information. That's it. And this understanding of perspective completely refutes the basis of all the arc of the parallel, all these correction angles that they use to derive for navigation in the using their coordinate system in the north, like all of this stuff. It all reduces back to all of that.
So you're saying that Maxwell has designed equations that describe this type of curved visual space, so they know that we see like this, but then when these observations happen that seem like they're related to this, they attribute it to curvature of the Earth without
So
a counter for this.
so Maxwell's equations, he didn't apply them to optics. That was a guy named Lumberg in the 40s who did that. But
Bloomberg, okay.
Maxwell did, his equations do describe the radial size and the convergence and divergence of a toroidal field. So when I say that he merged optics with those equations, he basically took the inner donut, like the equations that describe the inner donut, the ones that describe the outer donut, the overall size, all that. That's what I mean by he merged them, right? And the equations on screen, these are what describes that. So these what do they call it? These deltas here, or they describe a change, right? So the change, the vector change, vector change, divergence change, and curl change. The divergence and curl are the change of the size of the little donut, the big donut, and then the what was the, I think the vector change was the change in the size.
So they mapped vision, and it's definitively got that shape to it.
Definitively, to a degree where my dude goes on record and says that it's not worth replacing the constants that they use based on the anomalous deviation that they do get.
That's some complicated math, man.
Yeah, well, it is super complicated, but to just like explain what it means, like that's like the summation of what all, that's like the like if you were to break down the esoteric meaning of what all this jibber jabber means, that's what they're doing with it. That's how you would convey what they're doing with the mathematics.
People just gave up and said, "Screw it, it's a globe."
Yeah, essentially.
You think an eye doctor like could actually deduce this, or deep down they would have figured something out like that?
Yeah. So there's actually what I found when I was looking into curved visual space and optics and stuff is there's kind of a divide in the community, much like in physics where when they disagree on stuff, the public doesn't really know about it. It's more so published in papers and you read about it. Like there's not like a press release for us. But what I found was people like the Euclidean predictions, the Euclidean geometry. It works well enough for the stuff that they use in their field, and they're not trying to like that. They're like, well, I don't care, right? So like for stuff like when when you go into the doctor's office or you get an eye exam and you're looking at the thing from like 10 feet away or whatever, and you're reading off letters and stuff like that. So like for their jobs and stuff like that kind of thing, like it's not really applicable to like change how they do things.
Yo, my optometrist was literally the first person to tell me like the curvature of my eyeball makes the light hit my cornea a certain way, so I need glasses. Like that's how he explained it. And I told this story before, but when he said curvature just randomly, I flinched. I was like, what the fuck? Like why did he say it like that? So you're saying like they might not put that together, but I don't know. Like I kind of want to double back and talk to him because that he knows about the curved visual space. I'm sorry, yo.
No, that's dope
But
that he
yeah, that's
does.
interesting.
That's dope that he
That's
does,
real
man.
interesting.
But yeah, so they would forget where we were at. So practical application. I can't remember. But yeah, so observations are interchangeable with this mechanism to explain observations. So then they're going to turn around and say like, no, this deflection, this reduction to the vertical that we did definitely proves we live on a globe. It doesn't prove anything about it, right? So we kind of covered a lot of different angles of it, and we'll now look over a couple of the measurements from the Arc of the Parallel book. So I got some stuff sectioned out here.
So we know surveyors use this in a way. Does this application or do these corrections apply to anything else? Like
they don't account for curvature. They don't apply anything like that. They interpret it strictly as a divergence due to curvature, an obstruction due to curvature. That's how they interpret it. So they don't, like, I've asked some people about this that are in geodetic surveying stuff. They don't account for this, you know.
Yep. Yeah, I've tried as well, and they kind of like, you know, I can only hear them, but I can like hear them with their mouth open, like what, like they just never even seems like they've never even contemplated it, which is really insane.
Yep. So to go over some of the measurements from the book, you know how we talked about earlier. So if it's sub 180 degrees, we live on a plane. If it's over 180 degrees and some change, then we live on a globe that you could extrapolate a radius from based on the excess, right? Because no one's measured the like the to the center of the globe or anything, right? This is a mathematical extrapolation based off of, you know, what it could be if the spherical excess existed to conform to the coordinate system, right? So these are some of the data sets summed up that don't even add up to 180 degrees.
So you mean there's an opposite to spherical excess? There's like an actual like spherical lacking?
Oh,
For
you
the
know,
new listeners,
yeah, I'm gonna
and
call
the
it lacking.
ones still getting like the pieces together, just remember like a lot of the calculations, not measurements, that the globe earthers will give us, they'll say that they have these calculations, but they need the radius as well. And that's a presupposition. They don't have that. They made it up. They assume that. And that's not genuine to getting the answers that we're looking for. So always remember that. Remember the difference between the calculation and the measurement. Always remember they don't have a radius. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, absolutely. Yeah. So these measurements on their own do not confirm anything about a radius. Only after corrections to make them over 180 degrees. Oh, and we'll get into that too, because they don't, in this book, they technically don't make any corrections to correct the data in the way that you might think it would be obvious. They have a different system of doing it where they weight the observations, meaning if the observation doesn't fit the spec, it doesn't count as a high average, so that everything, when they do balance it out, when they get observations that are closer to spec, those are weighted higher, and the ones that don't meet spec are weighted less, so that it balances out, so that the observations overall will end up with 180 degrees plus without quote unquote correcting for it. So they'll make the claim, these are raw observations. These are just guys looking through a thing and writing it down. There's nothing going on here suspicious. Well, they didn't write it down unless it met specific parameters, and then what they did write down is going to be weighted, so it's going to absolutely reduce back. So it's like, so what they say in that claim is true, but it's also not really. It's like one of those things where it's like, if you don't know, you know, then, you know, fool me once, shame on you, or whatever kind of thing, right? Because the system isn't.
They really discard results for real.
What's that?
They really discard results.
Yeah, they just don't. If it's not the spec, they just don't take it.
What?
Yeah, they've got
Is
parameters.
there a margin of error?
Yeah, the geodetic surveyors do that now. Like because they take a bunch of measurements, right? They get an average reading or whatever, and the ones that are off, they just don't even calculate them because they will throw the radius off.
This is ridiculous.
So yeah, they dude, when that when Whitsitt was debating the main surveyor,
I was just gonna say,
yeah,
I'm gonna drop that. I'm about to tweet that out. If we could maybe post that, that'd be awesome. Because if anyone wants to look into this more, I would highly recommend that debate.
Yeah, when he
Austin Whitsitt debating with main surveyor, and basically just revealing this exact thing here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It was so eye opening, because it was like, because when you hear about geodetic surveying and flat Earth, you're like, oh my god, like this is going to be a head to head. They can't both be right? Like, which one's right? And it's like, when you get into the specifics of the geodetic surveying, you find out it's a complete reification that they throw out measurements that don't meet what's going to conform to the globe anyway. It's like, that's not a, like, dude, imagine if we were out there with a theodolite and we were like, all right, boys, When I look through this theodolite, no matter what happens, it's going to prove the Earth is flat. Nobody would accept that data from us. They would call us names. You know, like it wouldn't work, right?
Well, they would have to because they're doing it.
But it's exactly what they do. They're like, look, I got these tailored specific measurements that meet my model. Where's your model, Flurf? It's like, what, man? Like, are you aware that we see in toroids, bro? Have you met my friend the
promise you, these cherry-picked
hyperbola?
results is gonna prove my sphericity. I promise you. Every cherry-picked result.
Absolutely. So those were the measurements. We got a couple more. I think there was one here that hit 180. Let me see. And keep in mind, these are fractions of arc seconds, right? So earlier when we were going over, what was it, arc seconds and all that with that graphic, these are fractions of arc seconds now. So these aren't even, you know, it's very, very minuscule amounts so the difference between a globe and the plane is fractions of a fraction that you would never know the difference between curved visual space and Euclidean geometry with a curved Earth. You would never know. So that you would only know through mathematical extrapolation and reification to believe in the radius that you extrapolate from the math. It's the only way you could believe in it. You'd never observe curve. You never measure it. You never measure spherical excess. You calculate it. You only observe it when you bust out the calculator and you whip out that T85 or whatever it is, the T95, and you start punching in them digits and you reduce it back with that Gauss's and you're like, oh, 3959, what's up? Like, oh my God, it matches this coordinate system that was derived in the 1700s. Yeah, dude, it's over, bro. It's over. So let's see, what else do we got? Okay, we haven't even touched on the lateral refraction, right? So when you go through that document and you search for refraction, you're going to get a bunch of equations and examples where they've already have a refraction. Like, why is predetermining the refraction values and stuff important? Well, that's going to affect your radius. It's going to affect how you interpret the radius, right? So what these gentlemen did with their arc of the parallel measurements, they assumed lateral refraction for their measurements, meaning they assumed that the refraction gradient was that the refraction that they were experiencing at observation point A to B was the same as B to A and going B to C and vice versa, right? Like the whole combination to make the triangle. That the refraction was a uniform distribution across all observations, which was the biggest criticism that we received for the FE core laser test experiment when they said, oh no, you can't assume lateral refraction because that doesn't exist. We need to know the lapse rate every 10 feet. We need to know how cold it was. We need to know how hot it was. We need to know the lambda correction that guy just told me about. We need to know about every possible situation to figure out the globularity. But when it comes to this document from the 1900s, where these dudes made the assumption to do the same thing based on measurements of an even finer margin of precision, like that's totally cool for them to do it, to prove the globe.
Yo, real quick shout out to FE Core. They did a laser over 30 miles and they looked at it from the side. They saw it was horizontal. Some PhD guy tried to say it skipped across the water to get to the receptor because that's the only way they could possibly try to explain it, because the the amount of the reception rate or whatever was so good that they couldn't possibly be scattering from inside the water, so they had too good of a signal reception. So yeah, shout out on that. Over 30 miles, and they're going to try and explain with all this insane refraction, but then when it comes time for their spherical excess, yeah.
Yep. Can't do it when you come at the sacred cow. You can't criticize it. You can't lateral refract it. Or, I mean, you can't criticize the assumed lateral refraction to reify it and all that stuff. So to give you guys the key words here, so reduction of the horizontal, reduction to the vertical, all these things. You can search this in this document and go through what they're talking about. You can search lateral refraction. Refraction. And you'll get you'll get all your laterals, and you'll start to see that there's a radius value for these lateral refraction equations and all this. And you're like, oh, where'd you get that radius value? It's like, well, we corrected it off. We have a reference ellipsoid. Like what? And then on top of that, bro. So real quick, just to hammer this home on that reduction to the vertical. Not only are they taking the observation, reducing it to sea level, right? To level, which means curved on a globe, but also means level in every other colloquial term of speaking. Like if you want to hang a picture, you don't hang it curved relative to the center of the earth. You just do it. But anyway, sorry, I kind of forgot what I was talking about there. Bring me back, sacred. I lost it, bro.
Reduction to the
vertical. Yeah, reduction to the vertical. So what they do is they compare that against a map of a map that they have of the stars, and they say how much is it off based on the stars. So they correct it to meet their presuppositions on every possible front. So the idea that these documents prove that the Earth is a globe is the biggest reification fallacy. Pat yourself on the back, handshake with yourself, tell yourself what a good job you did, give yourself a gold star sticker. Fallacy that's ever been invented, unfortunately,
And guys, the reason why the radius this is so crazy. The reason why the radius is so important because it has to be that. Because if it's anything other than that, then the Earth isn't the size that it is. So they gotta stick to that.
Has to be that, man. That's so funny you mentioned that. My buddy asked me the other day. He was like, "Bro, you ever notice how the Globers they just can't give an inch like on any subject, even if it's not a make or break for the globe, they can't be like, oh yeah, I see what you're saying, right?" So he asked me, he says, dude, why can't they can never give an inch, man? And it occurred to me, like, yeah, they literally, they need every inch of that 3959, bro. If they give up 1 inch of that, it's over. It's over, bro. That's exactly how you can look at it, man. That's it. Because it has to go back because of that spherical excess, the Gauss's theorem, everything that they've reified it on, the perspective of the celestial sphere, so that everybody can do navigation based on their coordinate system, is like it's over, man. So when people are like, where's your flat Earth map and all that, it's like, bro, where's your 2D rectangular coordinate system that you guys went around deriving all these correction angles with, man? When you were asking your Royal Majesty how they made the correction angles, you forgot to ask for the original theta prime map, bro. Like, that's on you, dog. That's not on me. Don't put that on me, bro. And then to further advance, like, these people, they put out a $2,500,000 bounty basically to fix their coordinate system, and people want us to make a map, bro. Are you for real? Like, dude, open your eyes, dog. Don't stay asleep.
They never tell you the whole story. Ain't that crazy?
Don't stay
rules for thee, not for me.
Yeah, don't stay slept on this, because like, obviously the coordinate system that's derived from the sky matches with the sky. Does it match with the plane? Do you know the deviation from the arc of the parallel across the whole country is fractions of arc seconds that may or may not exist based on a reduction to the vertical? Like, what?
Yo, do you have the image that shows how their model would show us that we just only see like a sliver outside of the globe?
No, I don't have
I'm trying to find it. I don't think I have it.
While you guys look for that, Brian, you want to jump in here? I don't know if you wanted to ask Alan something.
Well, I kind of did. Is this? I guess I guess I'm kind of confused on where these guys think the curve is or whatnot. Are they trying to say that basically here on land it's kind of too flat to see the curve, and you only see this stuff out in the middle of the ocean, and then further out that's why we see the boats go over the ocean and the planes over the curve? Is that what we're talking about? Is that where I'm lost? Because I got I'm kind of a little lost on that.
No, exactly. So the reason why it's confusing is, so prior to, what was it? When did flat Earth start popping off? 2015, 2014, something like that. When it started popping off, the claim has always been everything disappears due to Earth curvature. The horizons is a physical thing. blah blah blah, right? And then people got their P9 Hundies out, started bringing the boats back in, started realizing that there's a different component here that's not Earth curvature and all this stuff. So then they kind of walked the claim back that the horizon that we see is a geometric horizon, meaning it's actually a physical obstruction that's curving at 8 inches per mile squared or whatever, right? Um, and so they're like, well, it's an optical effect, kind of. There's refraction, so the real horizon's behind the apparent horizon, and it's just being lifted up, blah blah blah. So like, there's definitely a real curved horizon, but you just can't see the curve because everything you see is lifted up above the curve, and then it's like it gets into like this real dicey situation there with them. And so yeah, the reason why it's confusing is because they had to walk back the physicality of the geometric horizon, and that's where the current conversation is like, so the horizon's apparent, where is it, where is the curvature? And they're like, well, it's always behind the horizon that we see in perpetuity due to refraction. And it's like, all right, cool, man, how do we falsify that? It's like, well, you can't, because we can invoke an infinite radius for the sphere, and that's what they do.
Well, because when I asked that, I kind of have a follow-up on that. I had brought up like a possible experiment to test out the curve, where I said everybody could download an elevation app, get in your car, pinpoint where you are, drive 50 miles, you should see 1,600 plus foot drop. Another 100 mile or another 50 miles, drive 100 miles, and you should see 6,600 foot drop. And everybody shit on that. Is it because the curve is not out into the ocean? Is that why my experiment's getting shit on? And because I have a follow-up on this one too.
Yeah,
the reason why
sorry.
The follow-up on that is we always talk about the Chicago skyline being dipped down under 1,600 foot of curve drop with 1,600 foot of refraction, but that's in the middle of a landmass. How the hell are we doing that?
Dude, the Chicago skyline is a GG. My boy was there all year this year during the summer, during the spring, during the early spring, like even before spring, kind of like late winter, mid spring, or all throughout the year. He was there basically taking observations, dude, and he saw it all throughout the week. There was some times where he couldn't because of the fires and stuff and some various pollution situations that happened, but yeah, you can definitely see way more than you should, dog. Because they say, because the big claim, they say the guy on the news says it's a rare occasion all the time, bro. My dude's got a whole YouTube channel dedicated to it.
Shout out Jim Waterworld.
Yeah, shout out. I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah, with that model you just said, where it's all the curve drops out in the middle of the ocean, they should automatically just say, yeah, you can see it because the Earth is flat right there. They're saying that's refraction. They should just give that up.
No, they can't, because if it ever changes, they're fucked. If there's ever another explanation, they can't. So they can't give it to us, unfortunately.
Their entire orbital mechanics rely on the Earth being 3959 radius. Like all the satellites in space, the rocket launches, the escape velocity, the moon distance, the moon size, the sun size, everything relies on a 3959 mile radius.
Yeah.
So my experiment won't work because we can't see major curve drop, but we have the Chicago in the middle of the landmass where we can see the major curve drop and the fucking refractions goes up, but the major curve drop doesn't happen until out in the middle of the ocean because that's where to see the boats tip over. Is that the story I got to go with here?
This is exactly why I don't argue long distance terrestrial observations, because they'll always refract out of it to the point where like I don't care anymore. So that's why I was like, okay, what's your biggest claim to like deviation and spherical and like the sphericity of the Earth? And they're like, well, we got the arc of the parallel. It's like, cool, let's examine that. Let's see how much deviation there is across the entire country and like what that means. Because if we can't extrapolate it through a laser test or something like that, then like what do we do? Like, let's just go back to the source of your guys's of not your guys's, like it's you, but of the globularist claim that, based on these measurements we live on a globe. It's like, great, let's just start there, prove this. Right? And they can't even do that. Like, if we just over the last, what's it been, an hour or 2 hours, like how could you ever recover from arcing of the paralleling?
Well, I've always kind of thought anyway, you put your finger on a ball, that's kind of basically the starting point on a ball. I mean, it's all equal measurements.
Yes.
So, I mean, you should be able to take whatever you're at, wherever you're at, and drive 50 miles and see 1,600 feet. It's curve drop. That's all I'm saying. We're on a ball.
Well, no, you would never see it, right? And that's actually why they use the stars, right? So that's why nautical miles, 1 nautical mile is 1 angle of deviation to the stars. That's what they map the whole thing based off of, because you could never measure the deflection of the vertical. They imply it over the distance that you see a 1 degree of deviation in the stars. That's why the whole thing's based off of that. That's why when people say, that's why when people say like, why should we look up to the stars to prove where we live and all that stuff? It's like, well, you know, the star map does like it's not a good argument, because that's like you would do the same thing on a plane anyway. So they've just told you that it's mutually exclusive to a globe and all these things, and that it only works on a globe. But in fact, the correction angles to Polaris on a plane and on a globe would be the exact same. So the fact that the theta prime of everything that's been derived to make everything fit this coordinate system is based off of correction angles in the north, like explicitly defeats the, oh, it only works on a globe. No, it only works in specific parameters to fit your coordinate system that you have set up. So that's the real answer to it.
You're not going to ever experience driving over curvature. Wherever you are on the top of the ball. And so it like to you, your position never changes within the reference frame of where you're at. Does that make sense, Brian?
Exactly. That should make sense.
That's their argument. That's their steel man.
That's kind of a cop out. I get take and eat it too, man. Everything you say is wrong.
That's why Alan was like, all right, let's look. Well, what's your best evidence of sphericity? And then they said, what do you say it was, Alan?
The arc of the parallel measurements.
Yeah, the arc of the parallel measurements. Like he's like, okay, let's look at the actual physical curvature and the measurements of that. And he's like, oh, wow, so it's a lot less than your claim. So, and even then, like even if it's less than 180 on their measurements, then it's just measured as flat. It equals 180 regardless.
Yeah, and then given the parameters that they lay out in the book, or of the arc of the parallel, for how they do these measurements, how they interpret them, how they average them out, et cetera, it's like it would be weird if they didn't get 180 degrees, like if they didn't get exactly what they were looking for on their reference ellipsoid, because it's designed to output that. It's designed to computationally output that.
Orwell, did you have a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Orwell.
I still think it's cool they got all this off a stick in a shadow, man.
Yep. And then moving the sun to an infinite distance so that they never have to explain anything.
Oh, and by the way, Venus is the same size as Earth. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, dude. Dude, you ever just guess the angle between the moon and the sun, and it just happens to be that sweet 90 degree, and you just completely reify your entire model off of that guess, dude?
I always thought it was funny. We're the third rock from the sun. We always see the sun coming over our skyline, but we never see Venus and Mars at least once ever go across our skyline. They're always the same far away. I just always thought that was funny. I mean, they're closer than the sun.
Well, here's a fun one. You've seen Venus, and if you've ever seen Venus in the night sky and it wasn't twilight, why are you seeing Venus in the night sky? It's supposed to be Mercury, Venus, Earth. So just think about that. It should be, when you see Venus, you should be seeing the sun as well. It's supposed to be pointing the same way. Which goes in line with the fact that when you're on the equator, you can actually see both celestial poles, which is also interesting. If it's curving down and away from you both sides, how do you see beyond both celestial poles?
Oh my God, Toby, are you describing a latitude-dependent optical effect in the sky?
Yeah. That's what I was going for. Yeah.
Oh snap! Yeah, dude. So they try to use latitude-dependent observations in the sky to reify their model. It's the classic, man. It's the classic. And then when you get into the celestial South Pole, and it's like it turns out that's a there's no actual star there. They say it's like a super faint thing, but everything converges around it. Just trust us, and that the actual optical convergence you see is relative to where you're at and the direction you're looking, based on anti-corpuscular rays. So it gets very interesting in the south, and I think that's why they based everything off of the north, right? Because if you were trying to hide stuff in the south, like larger distances, more land, etc., you would have to you would keep you would keep everything like more centered towards the north, where you had like more control over things, where everything was more consistent, where it had to be more consistent. Does that make sense? Because you couldn't get away with the same kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, you're gonna raise eyebrows.
Right, like the same kind of correction angles and stuff like that. So that's why they're like, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I just want to say, I just wanted to add real quick. You said something about Venus. Like Venus is only visible at sunrise and sunset. It apparently has motions that are in correlation with the sun. So that's the only time you're going to see it. I've never personally seen Mercury in the sky. I don't know how that would be visible, but the Venus, if you look at twilight, that's when Venus is like super bright on either side.
Yeah. If you look into it, there's, if I recall correctly, there was like a couple of observations where it was observed specifically, like at times when it didn't make sense. But I would have to go and double check that, honestly. So yeah, You're probably right. I would need to double check, but I thought I recalled a specific historical event where it was in the night sky. I'd have to go check the almanac or whatever.
It does show up right before twilight, because the sun is coming near and everything like that. And that's another reason why they use the heliocentric design. They say that Mercury and Venus, because they're so close to the sun all the time, that they're the inner portions, and then we're the third, and everything else maps out based off of how many times they are in when they go in reverse. I forget what it's called. Retrograde. When they go into retrograde, the more retrograde they have, the further they're out in the system.
Bro, I'm just tripping off of all of this stuff. Like they give us the globe dimensions. We go and make predictions on where curvature should be based off of those dimensions. Those predictions fail. They say it's refraction. Everything bends upwards. So it just looks like it's flat. And then when things compress in the background, they say that's the curvature. Like what?
I got a question. Maybe a stupid question. Well, lately, sorry, I'm part of my voice. I have laryngitis. They're acting like some of them are acting like they suddenly understand angular resolution. And if you go high enough, if you raise your altitude enough, you can see hundreds and hundreds of miles. But you got to understand, these are the same people and they did it again today. They post a picture with the horizon at eye level and say it's not eye level. Except they didn't put a half-empty bottle of water next to it like a trick. They used a HUD from a jet, but it's still at eye level. And so they'll say, "Oh, but I asked one of them, like, oh, but there's nothing tilting back," and they said it was a tiny, tiny bit. So, like, how are they reconciling any of this? I mean, does this make sense? I mean, this is kind of a shift for them. But again, it's the same guy. He's posted pictures before of the horizon at eye level, and we'll just say, "Oh, it's not eye level," So I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking, because they still pretend that there's no curvature. I mean, they still pretend there's curvature, and that they're still pretending there's no horizon at the eye level when it clearly is. So
I feel you. Good though, Lee, bro?
Yeah.
I just have laryngitis. Thanks.
Oh,
I'm better than yesterday. I'm better than yesterday. Trust me. Sorry.
Feel better, bro.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, what's it called? What was that word? Below the horizon, below eye level, right? that's something important I wanted to talk about that I forgot to mention, that I wanted to bring up. So I think holding the position that nothing drops below the horizon is a mistake, because then you're going to be arguing against the curved visual space, which is the mechanism to explain why there's no curvature. And there are instances where things do appear to be below horizon, eye level, and all that kind of stuff. So it's just like if you ever are presented with that kind of stuff, you would have to like be intellectually dishonest to just be like, no, it's not, like so that you could hold your position. I think it's a much easier position to hold, that the curved visual space provides that mechanism where, of course there's going to be slight deviation depending on various factors, right? But yeah, there's absolutely pictures where it should be way more way more lower than if we lived on a globe and all that kind of stuff. But it's like, just, it's one of those things where it's like, if it's not a make or break really, I would say. So just I just wanted to throw that out there, because to this day Eric DeBay still holds the position that that nothing drops below eye level, and it's like, well, I've seen instances where it does, and it's like, I'm not going to sit there and pretend that and just lie to someone's face while you know what I mean. So to avoid that and explain the mechanism, we see in curved visual space, hyperbolic geometry describes everything. So there's going to be deviation at the horizon, especially at great distances. So like the better the viewing conditions are, where you can see further in your personal atmospheric dome, like within that field of which you can see, the further you can see in it, to that limit, you're going to experience deviations in that separation point, which is your horizon, right? So
Would you, before we get to the hands, would you say that the horizon rises with the observer?
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, way more than it should on a globe. So like that should be like the more rounded argument. It's like at altitude on a plane, it rises pretty much to eye level, if not to eye level, right? It's pretty close. I've seen some where it's a little lower, but it's like, how much lower should it be on a globe? Because if we can't show the predictions for that, then it's kind of an empty claim, really. Like, you know what I mean? Like, unless you have like an exact diagram with the mathematics behind it. And I could never produce one. So, like, anyone that's out there that could do it, that's up for the challenge, dude, definitely do it, because that would be the new meta argument for it, right? Because now we could substantiate how much their globular prediction is off.
Yeah, because it should be like pulling a camera away from like a basketball. Like, you should see it should shrink, like,
Right.
pretty in a well, kind of almost parabolic fashion, not quite, but like in a very formulaic fashion.
Yeah, definitely not a linear progression, right?
Yeah,
so
definitely not.
So yeah, I mean, that's it really, in terms of that. So I would definitely avoid the rigidity of nothing drops below eye level, because I used to say that stuff too, and then like when you start looking into it and get into the mechanisms, you don't want to trap yourself or get into a fallacious argument or get presented with some evidence that contradicts your position on that level, where because if your position's that, like, how could you explain it, right? You would then have to say like, oh, the camera, like all right, man, some stuff you gotta give and take, right? Because we could on our in the same way that they can't afford to give an inch at the 3959, we can give a whole bunch of shit, guys. Like, like we got a ton of evidence, science, everything. Like we can let some stuff flow and figure things out. Like, there's literally nothing to be super rigid or crazy over, because there's always some other stuff to explain it.
Yo, that's what I always find out doing these deep dives. It's like, oh, this is not an exclusive. This is not an exclusive argument to just globe Earth. This is just a misinterpretation.
Yep. Yeah. Say we do live on a sphere, what we also see in curved visual space. Well, would that not cancel out the divergence and bring it up to the horizon? Like, how could you mutually exclusively argue it, like, in that regard, right? The best that you could do is just nullify the claim that their observation is mutually exclusive proof of a globe, and that's how we should kind of argue it. Or that, not you guys do whatever you want. Like, I'm like, for the audience, like, that's how I like to argue it, because it's not fallacious, and like, just an honest way to present the information, right?
Absolutely. If there's any globe earthers down there, any surveyors, anybody that have experience with these type of optics or a background in this profession, please like request a mic. Come up here. I want to hear from you. If you have any refutations, I definitely want to hear that. Although I don't think that there be any. But let's keep it moving. Are Willing, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, what's going on, guys? Sacred Proud, Alan. Hey, man, you're blowing my mind. Brian, Sheepdog, all you guys. All right, so check it out. I dropped a couple things in a few of the things that Alan posted. So a little bit of background. I'm not going to get too long-winded. I'm a union iron worker. I've been with you guys for about 4 weeks. I get nervous jumping in these sometimes because you get guys like Alan on the mic with Matt that blows my mind, right? But what I want to do is kind of dumb it back down to some of the stuff that I was trained in. So I've got a whole layout manual in how we were trained to build structures, right? And I'm talking, it don't matter what size the structure is. Any size structure, any length structure. I've worked on retaining walls that are 8 miles long in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We don't account for any of that shit. We don't account for curve. I have geodetic surveyors that I work alongside for years that will, again, either look at you and go, what the fuck did you just say? Or they'll be like, nah, man, we don't do that. Okay. I've got engineering friends. Okay. We work on everything from bridges to skyscrapers, where no matter how big the footprint of the building is, we don't occur for how far it's going to lean, right? If it was on a ball, 8 inches per mile squared, right? Break that down into fractions. It's going to be something. So anyways, what Alan was talking about, so what I was trained to work with when it comes to like theodolites and total stations and things like that are literally minutes of arc. And he's talking about fractions, basically of seconds of arc, which is, again, you get intimidated when I come in here and listen to Alan for 2 hours and go, oh, here, well, I'm looking at my book and the things that I was trained to do and how we build buildings with minutes of arc. But my question on my beef and the things that I get attacked on, because I posted before last couple of weeks just on some comments in these spaces when people get on, oh, well, what about this structure? What about that? So they'll post a picture of a bridge with an arc and not, account for the fact that, yeah, you're looking at an optical illusion, zoom in. So what I wanted to do was come back to just dumbing it down to the way we were trained. If we're building structures like this, and we've been trained to build structures like this since, I don't know, the early 1880s, 1890s, just from my manuals. And we don't have any issues and we don't account for curvature and the engineers aren't talking to us about curvature or any of that. Like how do we get so convoluted and into these crazy ass wild discussions about all of the other things? Oh, I can observe this star. Now I'm standing on a ball type shit. Like I understand why Alan does the deep mathematical research that he does, because he has to be able to talk to people that are coming at him with these types of arguments. But my argument is, look, we do this for a living. We build these things. They don't fall down. We don't engineer for it. We don't account for any of the shit that you're trying to tell me exists. But yet here it is, and this is the argument we always fucking have. We always have this. And it blows my mind. And back to what Brian said earlier too, we drive, okay, so I work in Minnesota, but Minnesota, North Dakota, and Wisconsin are my jurisdiction. I drive hundreds of miles to jobs. I got a Garmin watch on my wrist that accounts for elevation. That shit don't drop like it's supposed to. Brian, yeah, shout out to Brian because he nailed it. I mean, come on. We're being lied to. We've been lied to. So what, like I always struggle with the controversy. I'm 7 years into this shit, right? Woke up 7 years ago, found you guys 4 weeks ago. And like you guys are an inspiration. You blow my fucking mind every time I come in here and listen to you guys. But this was the best space for me to come into because this is what I do for a fucking living. When we're talking about just measurements in order to build fucking structures and all the other arguments these fucking globers come up with. Nah, fuck that. This shit has always worked. It worked before you were around. It worked before we had a cell phone. It worked before we had calculators. What's up? I'm going to pass the mic off with that. I just wanted to know.
Dude, my man.
For real, that was powerful. My God, I remember I followed you because I saw you posting about them structures and you working in the field. Appreciate you pulling up, man. And I'm glad you found this topic like your thing. Like we said, we had to do this, so that's dope that you pulled up, bro.
Yeah, man, that's what's up. So, dude, now that you've kind of heard some of the underlying mechanisms of the assumptions that all these people talk about to tell you, the guy on the ground building the structure, that you're wrong. Now that you've heard what these people, like the core of what these people believe in, like, what are your thoughts on that, bro?
To be completely and totally honest with you, my thoughts on anybody that hasn't actually put their feet on the ground and they just, I mean, let me back that up. It reminds me of people who believe in shit like NASA, because I used to believe in shit like NASA, like a lot of people, until I woke up, right? It reminds me of people who just blindly believe in something because they're either too lazy to go out and figure it out for themselves or are unwilling to deal with their own cognitive dissonance and fucking figure it out. Okay, so I have friends in the field, right? I've got some buddies that are kind of leaning flat earth. I've got some buddies that were in the Navy that we get into railgun arguments, the whole nine. They're respectful though, right? But for the most part, to answer your question, my thoughts on that is just really, these are people who are firmly grounded and rooted in their own views and ideas that are completely unsupported by any research whatsoever. They just blindly, it's almost like a religion. They blindly believe something and they are not willing to take any inside info or outside information in and process it, and they just run with it.
It's like worse than a religion. I mean, it's a cult, man. I mean, you really think about it. It's a cult that convinced the entire world that the ground beneath their feet is moving. And you know, like that's insane. Like, so it's, you got to meet everyone at all their different levels. Some people are thinking about this on super high levels. They're wound up in, you know, like crazy crap about relativity and quantum. It's just like they just accept all these crazy paradoxes and stuff, and they just live with insane cognitive dissonance. And then some people, they just need to like be told like, yo, pull up some binoculars. That's like way too far. You know, they're supposed to curve a bunch. Like that's all some people need to hear, and they're like, "Oh, that's interesting. Never thought about that. I always knew NASA was full of it, so you know, all I needed now was just a little nudge, you know, and it's common sense to me." But yeah, we got to meet people on all these different levels, and a lot of people are just never gonna allow themselves to wake up to it because it's just too much. It's like there's a lot to take in if you're buying into the entire system, and all of a sudden this comes along. You're like, okay, well, that would mean this. Like, I don't know if I can handle all that. And it's not even necessarily, maybe they can believe all that, but they can't let themselves even do the thought experiment because they're too afraid. So that's why, like, yeah, it really is. It's a lot more than just science. This is like, this is a psychological thing that we're dealing with.
Absolutely. And sometimes that awakening is extremely painful. It was for me. I mean, for 2 years, man, I questioned, when I started to wake up to this shit, I started to question fucking everything. And I really had to, like, I had to check myself and dial myself in and not go down a rabbit hole and lose my fucking mind, right? I had to start literally looking at and analyzing things deeply. And the funniest thing about this whole situation, you want to know what woke me up, was fucking B.O.B., the rapper from Atlanta, getting into a beef with Neil deGrasse fucking Tyson. That shit woke me up. That's when I started to pay attention. That's when I started to listen. That's when I opened my eyes, and fucking that sent me down a rabbit hole for 2 straight fucking years. It's just mind-blowing. But I completely agree with you, and I am extremely respectful to people, not only in my family, but friends of mine that I interact with, when it comes to trying to introduce these ideas, because you kind of gotta handle this with kid gloves if you're going to try to wake somebody up, because like you said, there's no guarantee that anybody's even going to take this information in. But if they do, it's probably going to be a really fucking painful situation. It's going to be a shock to the system. And you know what? They're probably going to need some support. Like, the shit fucked me up for a while. like I said, 7 years in now, so I'm 5 years woke and cool and adjusted. But yeah, it's a whole nother world, man. Once you open your eyes, I mean,
That's kind of what I wanted
you
to
can't
ask
shut it.
you. Yeah, that's what I kind of wanted to ask you, William. What in your profession, what do you think the percentage is for people who are kind of aware to like this level Earth as opposed to a globe Earth? Like, you think it's leaning still more towards globe Earthers in your profession, than flat Earthers? And the last thing I wanted to ask you too, like, give us an example of what you think you would have to adjust if you did have to account for curvature when establishing some of these structures. That's kind of like a two-part.
Yeah, all right. So the first thing, just with my experience, and I deal with so obviously I deal with the footings and the actual structural rigidity of whatever we're building. Somebody else will come in, put concrete on it, whatever the deal might be. We deal with drape cables and all that. In my trade, and the people that I experience and deal with and talk to, people who would openly admit to it, maybe 15% tops. People who are they're knowing, but they're not willing to do what I'm doing because they don't want to deal with the flack. Probably 35% maybe. When it comes to
sound about right.
What when it comes to so to your second part, when it comes to trying to figure out when it comes to building these structures and how to adjust for shit like that. So what was that I meant to write it down, but I didn't have a fucking pen in the garage. So the guy that was talking about dragging his line across his block walls, what was that theory that he was talking about? You know, where the block was coming up to meet his string line? I would have to look into that because I mean
That's the lambda effect. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I got a pen. I'm gonna write that down.
If I could supplement on you, Orwell, if you don't mind. I completely concur with everything you said about the 35% with our population of our construction industry probably setting foot to mandate or push on changes. Now, that being said, I do want to talk about the ARC and basically everything else that we promoted tonight. And I want to give you guys a base. You guys have to understand that the 1 degree is per 60 miles, okay? Per 60 nautical miles. So what that gives you is nothing to do with a round spherical planet. Because if you put a glass anywhere on top of a sphere, you end up with no curvature when you follow a boat, okay, on that line. When you're on a flat plane, you have to account for 1 degree of curvature per 60 miles to equate to 3,600 miles. That's my point of view.
Yeah, understood. So, I guess what I was getting at with how we would, you know, how we, like I said, I'm gonna have to look into that effect, but I am not obviously an engineer. I do not understand anything beyond the fact that the people that I speak to, the people that I work with, do not compensate for these things. Now, sheep, what you said, if that was sheepdog, because it's just what I'm seeing on my phone. If what you said is correct, and I'm not saying that it's not correct, I wouldn't know one way or the other. What I do know is that the people that I speak to in my field and the things that we do for a living don't account for this at all. It's not in their engineering training. It's not in my manuals. It's not in any of our handbooks. And so, like I said, back to dumb it down away from the crazy math that Alan was doing, like I'm just getting back to the simplicity of it. We've been doing this shit for a long time and it hasn't fucking fell over. And yes, we are going over long distances, but not to the degree that you mentioned. So I will look further into that and I appreciate it.
And that was Patrick, by the way.
No, I think you misunderstood me. What I'm attempting to say is that all walls, everything we progress into, have no change as well. But what I'm saying is when they measure nautical miles and the degree, that is where the degree comes in. And if you looked at a curve, like a spherical planet, that the degree would never exist, because a boat following a glass on a sphere would never have to change any degrees. No different than us building a wall. But on a flat planet, we would never have to change a degree of a wall because, as you spoke, everything's straight. That's how I've built my whole life as well, and the way I've been trained. But when I look at if I was to traverse along a flat plane, I would have to adjust as I go to keep from due north at the same distance, 1 degree per 60 miles. And that's what I was attempting to show.
Correct, and I understand that better now. And yeah, like I was saying in the space, just based on what I'm seeing on my phone, sometimes it'll tell me that somebody's speaking that isn't the speaker. So I apologize for getting that screwed up.
You wanted to jump in, Brian?
Well, it was back a little while ago, I guess, when they were talking about the sky and stuff. My perception on it, and who's that other guy, the steel worker, Orwell? You've been in this. I've been in this. I've only been awake for like 6 months, man. So I feel you. But on the sky stuff, we all kind of think we're living under a dome. Well, if you cut a ball in half, that gives you a dome too, a dome shape. So everything that's working on your ball is working on our dome the same way. And as far as refraction goes, how come that isn't up at an angle? How come it's always just straight up, perfect the way it's supposed to look anyway? How come that's not at an angle to compensate for the ball?
I'm sorry, I was I just got back. What was your question, sir?
It wasn't really a question. Just somebody was talking about the. It was a little while ago. I forgot to have my hand up, but talking about the dome and everything that under here, everything that they say that doesn't work on our flat Earth and Southern crosses and this, that, and the other thing. I'm all like, well, if you cut a ball in half, you get a dome shape, and we're claiming we live under a dome, so everything about that lines up. And as far as the refraction stuff goes, I'm just always wondering why it's always just straight up and down on the refraction and not kind of curved for the curve. Why don't we see these refractions at a curve instead of straight up? It just always made me wonder.
We actually did a space on the Southern Cross and being able to view it from certain points or a certain point. And so stellarium was the reference, and you should have saw how quickly the Globers threw stellarium under the bus. It became useless to them after that.
It's crazy. I mean, they say, like, even when they try to use, and when you say you got to be able to give up some stuff, that's what I give up too. I'm all like, well, that's a push either way. I think it doesn't really prove anything. Even with the flight pass, they try to get that on there, and I'm like, well, that doesn't really prove anything either way. Either way, I think it leans more towards flat Earth when you start putting in emergency flight pass and stuff like that. But ultimately, it doesn't really prove anything. You gotta be willing, and like you say, they just won't give up anything. Not an inch, nothing. There's nothing they give up. Nothing. It's just crazy.
Welcome, Simplicio. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays.
Yo.
Hey, sorry, I was answering an email from a student.
Oh, you teach?
Yes, I do.
Anything close to spherical geometry, reciprocal zeniths, or zeniths?
No, physics and astronomy.
Ah. Nice. So, I mean, I can definitely ask, what shape do you believe the Earth is?
Oh, it's
Or
definitely
astronomy?
approximately spherical. The reason I buzzed in was way back when you guys were talking about Venus, so that things have kind of moved on since then.
Are we at our open topic yet? We might still be on the topic, but yeah, feel free to chime in, throw your points. Have you seen Venus from your part of the hemiplane?
Yeah, all the time. Just somebody said that you shouldn't be able to see Venus at night at all. And just what I was going to mention is that Venus's greatest elongation from the sun is 48 degrees, which means after sunset, it can be as much as 48 degrees above the horizon. So you can definitely see it for several hours after sunset or several hours before sunrise.
Oh, my bad, y'all. I was rugging. Simplicio. You say you teach?
Yep.
What level, if you don't mind me asking?
College students, mostly college freshmen and sophomores.
Did you catch some of this early presentation that Alan was going through? With some of
A little bit of it.
You say yeah?
A little bit, yeah.
What do you think about it so far?
What do I think about the topic tonight?
Yeah, about how they're calculating spherical excess.
I mean, it's not the nuts and bolts of surveying. I really don't know anything about. I was going to chime in early on that it's talking about spherical excesses on tiny, a couple kilometer big triangles is going to be really difficult to mention, but it's simple enough to just imagine you go to the equator and head north, go all the way to the North Pole, turn left 90 degrees, go all the way until you get to the equator again, make a 90-degree turn until you go back to where you started. That's a triangle with 3 90-degree angles on it. So it's pretty easy to see that those add up to greater than 180. So I'm not sure what the question is, whether the excess is real. It's obviously real. You can measure. I mean, my students do a lab where they measure it on a balloon. I mean, the spherical geometry checks out. The question of how big of an angle you can measure over distances of a couple of miles is a technical question.
Do they use the same methodology that we went over today?
They who they?
Your students or whoever you said that measures.
I mean, my students. We get the the big balloons that you tie a rubber band to and punch them and they bounce back and forth. Balloon like 24 inches in diameter. They just draw a big triangle on it, measure the corners, add them up. The bigger the triangle you draw, the more greater than 180 degrees the angles add up to. We actually do it in the context of general relativity. We're not talking about the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the idea of spatial curvature, which is connected to Einstein's theory of general relativity.
Thank God. I thought you were talking about real curvature there for a second. I was starting to get a little worried. Whew, it's okay, boys. Sorry, go ahead, continue. No, that's cool though. Actually, would you say you were a professor? Do you make YouTube videos or do any content like that online and like show the math or like the or anything like that?
I mean, they're internal. They're for my students. They're not public.
Oh, bet. Yeah, I've been I'm fascinated by the like space curvature, calculations and whatnot. It's a fascinating subject. Very cool. So when you're doing tell me about the process of what you're talking about. So you're saying that you calculate spatial curvature over Venus observations, or I was kind of half listening. I'm sorry. Could you?
No. The Venus thing is completely unrelated. Just
okay.
When I requested the mic access was when someone was saying that you shouldn't be able to see Venus at night, which it's pretty easy to draw a picture to see that that's not true. Venus is as much as 48 degrees away from the sun. You can see it plenty into the night and plenty before sunrise.
Okay. What I'm sorry, okay, so what was the you were saying you had the kids calculating Einsteinian?
Oh, just we do. So we talk about spherical and hyperbolic geometries in the context of talking about what non-Euclidean geometry means. So we do some activities drawing triangles on both spherical surfaces and hyperbolic surfaces. If you draw a triangle on a hyperbola or hyperbolic, like a Pringle kind of surface, and add up those angles, they add up to less than 180 because the curvature is negative. So we do it in the context of talking about positive and negative spatial curvatures, talking about non-Euclidean geometries as just a way to get college freshmen who haven't taken a differential geometry class to get a glimpse into what it means to talk about curved space-time.
Yeah, so I put a graphic up. So for like what he's talking about here, so like for the light cone, for example, in curved geometry in this hyperbolic situation, right? So in relativity theory, the faster you're moving, the more space-time is curving, you know, based on different variables, energy, mass, and all that kind of stuff, right? So there's a curvature that has to happen between space and time that has to be hyperbolic, really, because it has to be a proportional scaling to meet the speed of light. So
my bad, guys. I'm over here tweeting. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, you're straight. Can you hear me, or is my mic muted? Oh shit! Yo, sorry, my mic is muted. I wanted to chime in real quick on the spherical geometry.
Okay, go ahead, Alan. My bad, Patrick. Let me just mute you up real quick.
Yeah, bet. So what I got on the screen here is we're talking about the hyperbolic spherical excess stuff, like he was just saying. So what they're doing with the calculations in relativity, you know, so the faster something's moving or the more gravitational influence it has, there's a hyperbolic scaling to the coordinate system. So the coordinate system that describes space and time has to contract or dilate hyperbolically, right? So that it scales proportionally. So they come up with like something like this light cone, for example, where any event that happens within this cone under transformation is automatically covariant with the contraction. So so what you're saying there is you have your students calculate a point in space here and a point in space here, and you derive the amount of curvature based on like what gravitational influence is or the speed, velocity, that kind of stuff.
No. All we're doing is an analogy. All we're doing is getting students to understand what non-Euclidean geometry even means. The freshmen I teach in a 101 astronomy class are not up for doing general relativity calculations. All we're doing is understanding how non-Euclidean geometry breaks the rules of Euclidean geometry, and how the stuff that you learn in high school geometry class, like the angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees, how that's not true in a non-Euclidean space.
Awesome, dude. So something like two parallel lines converging would violate Euclidean geometry, and then you would have to get into like hyperbolic curve kind of situations, right?
Yes.
Cool. So like when you so earlier we were talking about optics and hyperbolic and curved visual Euclidean. You know how they kind of say that we see within Euclidean geometry, that's the mathematics that they use to describe our perspective and whatnot.
I mean, if you're just talking about just the propagation of light in a straight line, sure.
Yeah, so they use that to kind of tell us that that's how we see, and they make some predictions based off of that. But it turns out that we actually see in curved visual space, and it's like, so we actually see in a hyperbolic situation where there's a contraction with things in the distance that produces the effect that they say is due to curvature. So in relation, and I think it's very cool that you're into hyperbolas and I'm also into hyperbolas. I think we could be friends, man.
Yeah, well, I'm not familiar with that way of describing perspective, but sure.
Yeah. Apparently, it's so precise that you know there's constants that are involved. Like it's very nice.
Yeah, you would have liked the presentation.
Yeah, optics are very interesting, man. So like when you're mapping stuff in the sky, and then you're mapping it to a hyperbolic coordinate system to interpret its direction and motion and all that. I think it's really interesting that like at the fundamental base level of things, we cannot escape the hyperbola, right? Dude, hyperbola is all the way down. Can I get an amen, brother?
It's conic sections. I was just teaching my students about it last week.
Absolutely. What's your favorite section of the cone?
That's got to be the ellipse.
Same, bro.
Closed orbits.
That's awesome, dude.
Yo, test, is my mic working? Test, hello?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, good. Sorry, I was having some issues earlier. Yeah, Venus is not a good point to bring up at all. It's hard to make any points based off of celestial observations like that because everything related to the entire heliocentric model is just like an entire history of back engineering the sky to create a fantasy land. So I did bring up the Venus thing. That was my bad. I did find like some sightings of it at 3 a.m. in Detroit, but that's that's fine. That's all within your model. I totally understand that. And for any flat earthers, it's not a good argument to make, to try and use celestial observations like that because that's literally what their whole thing is like a worship of the sky. That's kind of they invert the sky to be reality instead of just our perception of a plane above us. Which, hey, what do you know? That actually gets right back to what Alan was just saying.
Planes and hyperbolas, man. Trying to draw a plane on a hyperbola leads to complications. It's all very interesting.
Simp, would your colleagues be like bewildered to find you in a flat Earth space?
My colleagues? Well, I don't know.
Or students?
Nah, I tell my students all the time about what kind of nonsense I get up to on Twitter. I just don't tell them what my username is.
Nice.
Nonsense.
What kind of nonsense you get up to on Twitter,
I'm
bro?
kidding.
Because right now is like a good use of time, I would say. Hanging out with some cool individuals, learning some new things, sharing information. What are the things that you do that deviate from this productive activity, brother?
Well, I'm not always as polite as I'm being right now.
Oh, okay. I feel that, dude.
Don't tell me you troll the flat earthers in your free time.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice, dude.
Oh.
He was looking for a low hanging fruit, an easy target, huh?
What's your go-to, like what's some of your good ones? What's your favorite ones?
Well, is Zetetic here right now? I know he was on earlier. We're talking about how we know the distance to the sun right now.
I'd like to hear that.
It actually involves Venus.
Go on.
So you know that Venus passes directly in front of the sun sometimes, right? That's called a transit of Venus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
you accept
yes.
that Venus exists in the sky and sometimes it passes directly in front of the sun?
Yeah, yes, that's an observation that's made and verifiable.
Okay. So if two people at some distance apart both watch that same thing happen from two locations in the Earth, and they just measure when it happens in time, and they know how far apart they are, you can just use parallax to calculate the distance to Venus. We did it in the middle of the 1700s to within about 10% or so. And then in the 1800s, when our clocks were better, we did it to within about 1%. So we've known the distances to the planets pretty accurately since the mid 1700s, just from parallax.
So walk me through this again. Where you getting your baseline at for your Venus transit to establish
Just the distance between any two observers on the Earth.
So the distance between any two observers, and you get enough out of that to get the parallax angle, to get the distance.
Sure, it's a triangle, right? If you measure the angle,
can you do
difference,
that? Can you do that with Jupiter or Saturn or anything like that?
Well, Jupiter and Saturn don't transit the.
So it's a specific observation that's made that facilitates this, based off of the sun, right?
So only from point A to point B, but there's point A to point D and point B to D as well. So there's only one measurement out of three, but we can parallax a measurement.
Hold on, my bad, y'all. Simplicio, we can't hear you.
Right, but so at the end of that angle though. So walk me through the summation of the angle. So we got your two observers on Earth. What's the angle looking like for them going up to Venus? What are we talking here? Is it like 89.9999? Like where are we at? Hello?
I can't hear Simplistico.
Is my mic on?
And Patrick, your mic was better for like 2 seconds, but then it got bad. Yeah, Alan, I can hear you, but Simplistico is having like mic issues, and so was Patrick.
Oh, who was talking? I can never tell who's talking in like their mic doesn't light up or whatever.
I think PC is like that.
So yeah, who am I talking to?
PC's hater.
Simplistico.
Simplistico. He doesn't really have a profile, so it's kind of actually hard to tell you.
Okay, well no, I see his name, and I thought I heard somebody else's voice, or was that him with a different microphone configuration?
Patrick has the mad feedback. Yeah, the vibrations are vibrating over there.
Okay.
Orwell has his hand up. Xavier has his hand up, and we might be rotating some mics. So once again, this is Flat Earth Friday. Lucky 777 mythical reciprocal zeniths.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna go AFK a minute while he gets his mic situated, and then we'll pick up on the angles that were the exact degrees of the angles here.
Bet.
Hey, while we're waiting on that, you guys want to give me a second about this parallax thing? All right, so back to my iron worker manual. When we're looking through theologites, what I'm looking at right here is you will want to avoid parallax, the shifting seen between the target and the crosshairs when your eye moves while sighting through the telescope. Parallax will cause inaccurate measurements. To avoid parallax, perform the following steps. A, focus the telescope on target. B, you should be able to move your eye up and down, left and right without seeing the target shift with respect to the crosshairs. 3, if there is parallax, readjust the eyepiece. So, I mean, just based on what he was saying, okay, so there's people in 2 different locations seeing things at 2 different times, and we're just going to measure the time and the distance, and he's referencing parallax. It's actually like a visual flaw to focus. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, like if you look at something, and this is my understanding of it. If you look at something and you close one eye and you open the other eye and you close one eye and you open the other eye, the item that moves, like the way that it moves is what you define parallax as. That's my best definition of parallax for you guys. So like, how do you counteract that? Wait a minute, hold on. So if you it said ignore parallax, or well, I guess ignore. I'm trying to ignore the parallax of my light. Give me one moment. How do you ignore it?
Okay, you don't ignore it. So if you are out of focus, so basically parallax is an issue of focus. So if you're out of focus and there's parallax, you need to readjust the eyepiece. Now, if the eyepiece is you, we have an issue. This is parallax through a theologite.
It's kind of like if you look cross-eyed, crowd. If you look cross-eyed, you'll see double vision. That's another form of parallax.
Correct.
So that's what he's saying. You have to eliminate that parallax, that double vision, to get a singular vision, so that way you can get accurate measurements, accurate observations.
I saw through theodolite earlier. I think it was earlier today. Was it yesterday? He was in here earlier. I don't know why he left, but he was doing some experiment online on TikTok. It was like a live view of it, and he put it in the camera, and you could like see it. So I think I know what you guys are talking about in the theodolite with like it's like a double vision.
All right.
Wanted to say real quick too, like with the parallax, when you do like the long distance between each other, like that's not really triangulation though, right? Because you're gonna have like less than 180 or more than 180 in your angles. I don't know. It's just something that I was observing.
I think when
I
we're
just wanted to say
talking
that.
about the limitation of the human eye, that you're probably correct, especially with reference to what this gentleman was talking about that fell off the mic for a minute. If we're in two different locations that are very far apart at the same time, trying to measure something like that, yes, there's going to be issues with that. We're talking about eyes, right? And we're already talking about the limit of our optical vision. So parallax through a theologite through our human eyes versus, parallax just through our human eyes, viewing something from two different places on the plane at the same time is going to be an issue.
Right. That's what I was like asking about the baseline though, like the adjacent for your triangle. When you're doing parallax, the baseline, that has to be flat for your triangle, right? It can't be arced. And if you're assuming a spherical Earth, then you won't be able to triangulate what they call Venus.
There's an even easier argument. You can give them
the flat. You have to be level.
You can give them the flat. You can give them the flat baseline. They believe in the thing that completes the angle converges at infinity. Like you can the distance that they need to get out of that angle is exactly what they need to reify the model. Like it's not it's like cool, man.
Also correct. So
in order to triangulate that, also, don't you have to know the radius of the other planet as well? Like in order to get the exact triangulation?
No.
So they're assuming assuming the radius of that planet.
Well, like parallax is like a real thing that you could use to make measurements and observations to and get good approximations. But the thing is, when your baseline is disproportional to the distance that you're trying to measure, like the inaccuracies like add up to an insane degree, like really quickly. So the idea that like using two locations on the Earth to do it at that distance of millions of miles, I mean, dude, the margin of error on that's got to be insane. If the margin of error on Earth doing like real observations with stuff that you could measure is high enough already when you don't have a good enough baseline. So again, it's like we got the baseline, cool, the one thing that we can measure, and then you look up at the sky and it's converging at something that you could assume is at infinity for all intents and purposes, right? So like if you've ever heard of the celestial sphere or whatever they used to use for celestial they still use it for celestial navigation. They don't care about the distances or parallax or anything like that. All that's like kind of mythologized. What actually matters is they assume that all that stuff's on this at the same distance. Like they don't care. So converging angles that meet at infinity is like it's a cool mathematical thing you can do.
But that's not what I was talking about, Alan. I was talking about like when you do parallax over, like, let's say you're looking at something that's like 2 miles away, right? Mm-hmm. Like the height or the length of the object you're observing at 2 miles away. So then you can kind of triangulate because you know the size. You can triangulate that distance and go, oh, I'm 2 miles away because you know the size of that object. They're assuming the size of Venus, saying it's the same size as Earth. And then from there, that's how they're deriving their points.
That's
when they make their apex.
That's not how that works in that respect.
That's not how that works.
No, it's not. Damn,
that's how I thought it would have worked.
No, their instance in this doesn't have to do with the size. You don't have to know the size of the object to determine the parallax. The parallax is about the distance of the object.
That's even worse.
Yeah. So, and if you're dealing with something that's in the sky, I mean, you could make that converge to whatever you need to. So.
Yeah, so just for 1 second, like, so when we're adjusting for parallax again, like, so if I'm on ground level, right, I'm on literally the ground level base floor of a skyscraper that we're pouring, and I'm trying to shoot elevation for a column on floor 6. If I do not adjust for parallax, right, if I have parallax and I can't factor that out, I'm going to have a serious problem not only setting that column, but figuring out exactly what the elevation that column needs to be set at, whether I need base plates, spacers, etc. It becomes a huge issue. So when you want to get into like a fucking galactic scale, we're talking about like I said, just making fucking bullshit assumptions to infinity, like was suggested. So yeah, when we use it on theologite, and we're talking about like nothing like Alan was referencing. We're talking about fractions of the minutes. It's a totally different situation when you're dealing with, you know, shooting something from ground level. It's all about distance. It's not about size. We don't give a shit what the size of the column I'm connecting to is. I need to know its precise elevation. And if I have parallax and I cannot correct for that, I'm going to be fucked.
Yeah, we're talking about two completely different things, though. You're talking about making a measurement from one position where you're trying to eliminate parallax. I'm talking about making a measurement from two different positions where parallax is the tool you're using to make the measurement, which is how your two eyes work. That's how your eyes can tell how far away something is because your brain is using parallax all the time to combine the images from your two eyes and figure out how far away things are.
Establishing that flat baseline along that curved surface. I feel that.
No, the baseline, whether the baseline is flat or curved doesn't matter because you're talking about 1,000-mile distance on one side of the triangle and a 30 million mile distance on the other side of the triangle. So whether the baseline is straight or curved doesn't really affect the measurement very much. That's why there's some margin of error in the 1700s of plus or minus 10%. But it's certainly no more than that.
Look at the elegance of the mythology as if, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, draw a triangle 30 miles long where the short side of it is 3 inches and change that to a curve and see the difference that makes in the sign of your angle. It makes none. In fact, there's something in physics we use called the small angle approximation, which says that for angles less than a degree or so, the sine of the angle and the tangent of the angle, which is what those two things are, and the angle are essentially the same. They differ by thousandths of a percent. So the geometry is straightforward. We understood it in the 1700s. Actually, the person who proposed this way of measuring the distance was Edmund Halley in the early 1700s, the comet guy. And it's a straightforward geometry. It's not complicated at all.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and to piggyback off of that, so you're familiar with like terrestrial parallax, right? And the margin of error with the baseline. So you're completely comfortable with the margin of error on a baseline of 1,000 miles going, and then 30 million miles. Like that's
yeah,
cool.
the longer the long distance is, the less any discrepancy in the baseline matters.
Who told you that?
Draw a picture of a triangle. It's really obvious.
Bro, okay. That's not true. That's not true at all, bro. You should. I don't even know how to begin to.
So draw a section of a circle that's a 30-degree. Think of a pizza pie slice, right?
Go do actual measurements, like in outside with
parallax in the 1700s.
No, I'm saying confirm terrestrial distances based off of a short baseline in the way that you just stated. Use like a 5-meter baseline for something that's like a mile off or something, and see how close it
my
gets.
students. We measure the distance to a water tower by looking at it from 2 different points on the sidewalk.
How big is your angle that you use?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head. It's probably,
like we would have to get into the specifics, bro, because I know for a fact that that's not how it works, bro. It's the exact opposite of what you said. That 1,000-kilometer baseline is detrimental to the inaccuracy of what's being produced at an angle that converges at a distance that you could never confirm. It's only confirmed through mathematics, where you know that's it.
Yeah,
you could never actually confirm it.
That's how everything's confirmed, through mathematics.
No. So for terrestrial parallax, you can go and measure it and see how your prediction matched.
Okay, so where do you think Venus is?
Not at the distance that you think it is. That's
so
it.
Where? So where?
Not at the. It's in the sky, bro.
So where?
Closer.
30 miles up?
Huh?
40 miles up?
Couldn't tell you, bro. I have no idea.
Well, until you can, then my answer's in the textbook and yours isn't. So you go.
No,
make
dude,
some
it's 2023 and you're invoking something as if it's like an actual evidence. That's notoriously unreliable. That's the facts, actually. So I had
No.
to sit here. I had to jump in here because it's so hard to listen to you say this as if it's real. And no one's gonna say anything. But
And
so
you never
in
see the
reality,
sun either.
wait up, bro. In reality, bro, everyone knows this doesn't work, even because of atmospheric and telescopic distortions. On a surface, everyone knows this doesn't work because of turbidity due to the atmosphere and distortions within the telescopic observations on the surface of the observation. So can you acknowledge that that's true and stop invoking stuff from the 1700s, please? It's
Have you
2023.
ever looked at Venus through a telescope?
Bro, are you going to acknowledge what I just said?
Have you ever looked at Venus through a telescope?
Are you going to acknowledge what I just said?
Have you ever looked at Venus through a telescope?
You're not,
Hold on,
right?
hold on, Simplicity.
I have.
Patrick, you gotta not open your mic because there's a lot of feedback. I told you. So Simplicity, just convey to us what Wizard just said to you, and then you could ask your question.
He is making claims about the amount of error in the measurement associated with atmospheric turbulence and telescopic errors or whatever. And I'm asking, have you ever looked at Venus through a telescope? Does it jump around?
Diversion.
Does it? No. If Venus through a telescope doesn't jump around by more than its diameter, which is about 40 arc seconds, then those measurements are accurate to within 40 arc seconds.
Okay, so this is actually, I have the source on my computer. It's from NASA, explaining why this is an incredibly archaic and not useful observation to determine astronomical unit. And they literally explain because of atmospheric and telescopic distortions, you cannot use this method, and that it's very archaic. But we have ballers in 2023 invoking this to tell us how far the sun is.
Yeah, it's archaic, which is why we did it again in the 1800s, and why we did it again in the 1900s, and why we did it again at the last one that happened in 2012, which I have photographs that I took myself of.
No, you guys didn't do it. Wait, no, send me the that's a lie. Send me the info. That's a lie. So I want to see where you coordinated the time. You have to specifically coordinate. Stop. You have to specifically coordinate the time perfectly. And then I want you. Oh, yeah. Walk it back. You didn't make the observation.
No. I didn't say I made the parallax observation. I'm saying I have photographs of the 2012 transit of Venus. It's a
no one cares. No one cares. We know that exists.
You do?
Yeah, of course. We just know that you're making claims about determining
the sky that sometimes passes in front of the sun. Because I've had plenty of flat earthers tell me it's not.
I don't have to claim solidity. You are assuming the medium, but you're actually just consistently diverting away because you just got exposed. You tried to act like you made the parallax measurement in 2012. No. I know for a fact you didn't.
It's not my fault that you aren't
listening. Do I have to go get the NASA article? Can you drop links and stuff in here? I don't know anything about Twitter.
So if you tweet it out, what I'll do, I could post it to the top of in the nest so that everybody can see what you're referencing. Okay. And it did kind of sound like Simplicity. You said, we've done it all the time. So then when Wizard started going through the methodology, then you said, I didn't do it that way. I was talking about that. So that was, it seemed like a little bit of moonwalking, my God.
No. I said myself originally in the 1700s, we measured the distance to plus or minus 10% or so. And then in the 1800s to plus or minus 1% or so. And then in the 2000s to plus or minus a fraction of a percent.
All right, let me read this here. By measuring the angle shift between the two spots on the sun, you can determine the vertex angle.
Yep.
And from the baseline distance A to B, determine the distance to Venus. In practice, however, this is an extremely difficult measurement to make because the disk of Venus is so small, 1/60th of a degree, and the parallax angles are very difficult to measure directly, 1/20th of a degree. This is why astronomers have used the entire path of Venus across the disk of the sun as a better means of determining the parallax angle. So from the beginning, you have to use the entire path. Then you have to coordinate the actual very specific time. Like very specifically, you didn't do that. No one did that in the 1600s either, my guy. Okay, and then
1700s. That's
no, they didn't. How did they synchronize their measurements that precisely in 1700s?
We had clocks by then. Go read Longitude by Davis Sobel.
Oh, we had clocks back
Yeah.
then. That was profound. Okay, it's extremely precise. And then if you scroll right down here, this is again on NASA.gov. It's super funny. It says these parallax methods give direct answers for the distance of Venus from Earth and so Earth and the Sun using simple geometry, but are difficult to actually carry out. It is very difficult to get accurate contact timings because of atmospheric and telescopic distortions. Exactly what I said.
And exactly
Okay.
what I said, about 10%.
No, dude, if you want to provide the actual evidence of someone making the very precise alignment of time and measurements, determine the astronomical unit with this archaic method, feel free to let us know, because this should like provide the evidence. Because you tried to act like, oh, it was done in the 1700s and then the 1800s and then the
It was.
1900s and then it was done in
Because it was.
2012. It wasn't done in 2012. I'm reading it. They're using the data from 2012 as the example, just purely with math. They didn't actually do it because this is an archaic, unreliable method.
It is reliable to within about 10%.
Okay. So can you provide where they actually made the measurement accurately when it comes to the timing, and how long was the baseline between the two? Let's talk about an actual, instead of your theoretical math and your claims of 10%, can you give us a specific example this happened? What was the baseline? What was the baseline distance between the two observers?
I don't happen to know that off the top of my head.
Okay. That's what's up, bro. So can you guys just stop bringing up stuff from the 1700s? Don't you think it's kind of weird that it's 2023 and in order to determine the astronomical unit, you guys got to bring up something that NASA says is stupid?
No, I think it's weird that it's 2023 and you don't understand shit that people were doing in the 1700s.
But you didn't refute anything that was said, though, because you made it seem like it was done. Then you walk back the methodology, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, it kind of was done, but I didn't really do it. And then you still laughing at us, and you didn't do anything. You ain't
I
substantiating
stated
nothing.
the uncertainty up front at the very beginning. You just only hear what you want to hear. I said
I want you to
we
substantiate
measured it
that.
in the 1700s to plus or minus 10% or so at the very beginning.
Substantiate. You said 10% at the most. Substantiate that claim. Substantiate that claim, please. Can we get the actual evidence that they? What was the distance between the two observers? Okay.
Sure.
What was that?
Follow me on Twitter, and I'll find it for you this weekend.
That's what's up. I'm not following you on Twitter, but okay, bro.
Okay. Well, then you don't really want the answer.
Well, I'm not just following random people on Twitter, man. I just want you to acknowledge that you don't
Clout chasing, bro. He's clout chasing.
Yeah, just tweet it out, bro. Just tweet it out. We right here every week with it, and you'll be back.
So yeah, this doesn't work. And like, if you actually get into like the specificity required to get the astronomical unit, the baseline distance is insane. To actually get the precision required, you have to have a baseline so long it's not even feasible on the Earth. I have all the math broken down, all saved on PDFs on my computer. You say it's not true. You also said people did it in 2012. So I don't really consider you too reliable at this point, my dude.
All right. Well, I'll send you an astronomy book from 1780 that has all the numbers in it. I mean,
I'll send you a video of an astronomer 3 years ago saying that the baseline is the most important part of it. If it's not long enough, your observations are going to be off proportional to how long your baseline essentially needs to be for the distances. Like the fact that your textbook says the exact opposite of how you confirm and measure terrestrial observations should tell you everything you need to know about the abstractness that you're applying to the sky. Not a single refutation to you believe in converging angles at infinity that can never be verified, and you're saying that there was a 10% discrepancy in the 1700s, but it's gotten better. Buddy, it's still at infinity. How doth thy confirm the accuracy of that?
What's it infinity? Venus
Bro,
is
did
not
you say like the longer the flat baseline, the more accurate it is?
Yes.
He tried to claim that the baseline distance didn't matter. That that it's such a big triangle.
Dude, it's so retarded. I just linked a video of an astronomer during lockdowns. She was doing parallax demonstrations from her apartment and on the street, and she goes over the exact stuff I just talked about, and she says the exact opposite of what you just said that's in the textbooks to reify your precise measurements that get it ever increasing accuracy to a point that converges at infinity in the sky. And you come here on Twitter to troll flat earthers, bro.
I mean, talk about gaslighting, dude.
What point the control? What are you talking about? What point converges
You're
at
falling
infinity?
apart, bro.
Yeah, dog. Suddenly you don't
No,
speak
I don't
English.
know
You
what
don't know
you're
where your
saying.
triangle converges, bro. But you're measuring the excess of it to confirm it from like dog. Like it's been
The
real.
triangle
You had
converges
a
at
good run.
Venus. That's what we're measuring the distance to.
Yeah, at infinity, bro. How do you confirm
No.
that? How do
If
you
Venus was
confirm
at
it?
infinity, there wouldn't be a parallax.
How do you confirm the
You
distance?
confirm it because there's a parallax. That's the whole
Yeah.
point.
So
That's the thing you measure.
So when you measure parallax and you're not confirming something that's in the sky that you can't measure, you go and then measure the distance to the object that you're parallaxing and confirm the distances. And you know what's crazy is based on the length of the baseline of your triangle, your accuracy varies depending on that, proportional to the distance that you're trying to derive. She mentions it. She mentions it in the video. Go watch it. She's also an astronomer.
So Venus might be 1,000 miles away instead of 30 million miles away.
No, yeah. You make medium assumptions and all kinds of stuff. Let me read this. The 3 most difficult challenges required that the observers had to coordinate their clocks across many different time zones, have clear enough weather to observe the whole transit from their location, and to be able to see exactly when the disk of Venus made its 4 contacts, even though the atmosphere was unstable, and even Venus had a fuzzy appearance with its own atmospheric distortions. Errors in any of these measurements or corrections would easily add up to many thousands of miles of error in determining the distance to Venus, and so the distance from the Earth to the Sun. That's NASA.gov. So can you show us the actual time this was done with actual accuracy, or are you just going to keep making claims?
Sure, I'll find it tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. You've seen it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And but it wasn't 2012.
No, I mean,
I don't know. It was 2012, bro.
It says 1700, bro. Why is it 2023? You guys having to bring stuff up from the 1700s, bro?
Because that is how long we've known these very simple things about the solar system. You guys like to wave NASA around all the time when you're arguing about things that Mozart and Thomas Jefferson would have known.
Let me tell you guys what actually happened in case you want to know the history. So this idea, this thought experiment was proposed by James Gregory, a Scottish astronomer, in 1663. Then they tried to carry it out in 1691, unsuccessfully due to all of the complications and the inability to coordinate their clocks accurately to even observe the transit the entire time, and because of the turbidity of the atmosphere.
Mostly the clock thing, though.
No. They weren't able to do it.
Because their clocks weren't accurate enough.
And because they couldn't, and because of the turbidity
Have you ever read Longitude by Davis Dobell?
Yes, I've heard of the book that talks about the clocks. The first time we can coordinate time, we get it. That's called a red herring fallacy. Can you stick to the point that you don't actually have this
timeline of when we were able to make accurate time measurements to the middle of the 1700s?
Oh, okay. So you're gonna provide us the actual time this was done?
Yeah. Sure.
And you've seen it. You just don't know you don't even roughly know the baseline or the margin of error due to the turbidity.
No, I think one of the observations within the Azores, I honestly don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And this hasn't been done since the 1700s?
Yes, it was done in the 1800s with better accuracy because we had better clocks in the 1800s. And then it was done in the 1900s.
What was that?
What was what?
What was the better stuff they had?
They had better telescopes and they had better clocks.
Can you break it down and tell us how it was better?
The clocks could keep time more accurately and stay synchronized from one place to another.
What?
Whoa.
What?
You got synchronized clocks, huh?
You don't understand that the clocks were more accurate in the 1800s than in the 1700s?
The 1700s, the clocks didn't work all that well, and we got an accurate measurement.
No, they didn't.
So why are you invoking that? Why are you invoking that measurement?
Because that's why the measurements in the 1800s were more accurate than the ones in the 1700s.
So why are you invoking the 1700 with your chest out?
Because that is when we were first able to make a decent stab at measuring these distances.
Now
we're stabbing now.
Now it's a decent stab. You were like, damn, you guys don't know this. It's the 1700s. Now it's just a shot in the dark. We took a guess.
Dude, I literally came on because he was being so wild.
Plus or minus 10% is not a shot in the dark. Plus or minus 10% is plus or minus 10%.
An unconfirmed plus or minus 10% is the same as 0, dog. Like, who cares?
No.
Yes.
No, it's
Yes.
between 27 million miles
Yes.
and 33 million miles.
Oh,
Dude, you said
dude.
the clocks weren't even that good, bro. You said the clocks weren't even that good. What is 10% of what? 10% of a
That's
fucked
the
up
margin of error.
That's the margin of error.
10% of a fucked up clock. How much is 10% of a fucked up clock? Tell me.
That's a nonsense question.
No,
Did you ever
it's
did you
an
ever
act.
acknowledge Alan talking about the infinity part?
He's
Yeah.
wrong about the infinity.
No,
part.
I'm not. I'm
Oh,
dead ass
nuh-uh.
right, bro. Your answer to it was, well, it used to be 27, but now it's 30 or whatever. That's the answer. That's not an actual answer. You can't substantiate the accuracy of that measurement, my dude. That's what I mean by infinity. It doesn't. Your angles work because you don't care about the accuracy of the measurement, bro. You can
No,
literally do
that's-
terrestrial parallax is confirmed by going to the object and measuring it, and it doesn't work off of a short baseline and long angle and a long distance, dude. Fact.
Hey,
That's,
Alan,
that,
Alan,
that's
you
just,
want the Alan, you want the real home run here, bro? They actually make corrections based on geographic coordinate systems of longitude.
Do they really, bro?
For the contacts, yeah, for the initial
course they
contact
do.
observation. Of course they assume the globe. Of course they do.
Bro, you
you
came in here with that, bro. That was, dude. Like, get the all right. What's the next argumentation,
that's
bro?
like the real refutation, bro. I had to just point out that this dude was just flexing the whole time.
What do you mean, globe earthers assuming the globe? Is that a thing?
Of course.
Dude, we assumed the globe from the thing that we see in the sky, used abstract mathematics to confirm it, and then reified the distance by increasing the accuracy, even though we can't actually confirm it, dude, physically.
No.
Yeah,
So
that's all
how-
you've done, huh?
wait,
That's
how-
all you've done here, dog, is tell a story. It's story time right now, dog.
Yep. So how far away is Venus?
Oh,
30,
we don't make claims that
37
we
to
can't.
27, according to you, dog.
Well, yeah, we don't know that. We don't know the medium, bro. We
I
don't
would
know the
I would never look a grown man in his eye and say 27 million or 5 million of a thing in the sky that could never be reified, or like, I
I would
mean,
never
not
look a grown
reified,
man in his
confirmed.
eye and tell him I believe in NASA.
Yeah,
Bro, imagine being like, yo, yeah, I know that light is 27 to 33 million miles away for sure. Like, bro, what are you talking about?
You just got to take a stab at it, bro.
Dude, the angle doesn't even matter. When you're triangulating, you only need to actually really care about one distance, and then you can just kind of get your distance based on that one measurement of distance, I guess. I don't even understand how you could possibly say that those angles don't matter. In your
They don't even understand time dilation with gravity still, bro.
Oh yeah, they don't understand gravity, of course, because the person that created it said he didn't understand it.
I had somebody say gravity is when you drop something and you see it fall.
All right, y'all. Simplicity, catching his breath, man. You catching his breath.
I had one said it's gravity because I ain't even floating away.
So if gravity is dropping something and seeing it fall, what happens if you drop a helium balloon and that bitch float? That's gravity too, right?
That's anti-gravity, bro.
it's refraction gravity, bro.
What's that? Enlighten me on that. Is it more pseudoscience?
I'll have to go get the paper, bro. I haven't read it in a while.
Yeah, gravitational refraction.
Did you guys like my
It's been
definition
the
of gravity?
warping of the atmosphere.
Brian, your explanation of gravity was spot on, 100%.
Yeah, I did appreciate that. So look, I want to hear more of Simplicio's exclusive globe ideas of his evidence and his proof. But let's and shout out for pulling up, man. Appreciate you sliding through episode 77, dog. Great to hear from you. Great to see you. We always show you love over here on Twitter. But let's see if Mr. Xavier will slide over to Orwellian, and we'll see if Simplicio could help us out with some more more of these claims. Fallacious reasoning.
I just found it funny that he says we bring up NASA to show that the contradiction, not to appeal to NASA, and he said, if you guys want to talk about NASA, and we'd figured this out back in what Aristotle, like, dude, NASA is supposed to be your go-to. But anyway, solid space, Alan. Got lots of sauce. I kind of wanted to talk about what Toby brought up with Whitsitt. I'm glad he stopped by. What's up, legend? We always shout you out here. So I thought that was amazing what you said earlier about geodesic surveys throwing out what line up with a radius that would throw their radius off. That's crazy. I mean, what you talked about, what Toby was saying, that it can't be one or the other. That's insane. So I was wondering if you have any of that documentation. So if we ever bring this up in conversation, it's not why our word versus them. If maybe you could give it up to Sacred, or if he has any of that, that'd be awesome if you have that to look up. That was just basically my only question.
Yeah. I got like a folder on the computer. Although it's crazy out there, Alan's seen it, but I'm in Tennessee for that debate tomorrow night, so I can't send it right now, but I will. But yeah, basically, I got the
no doubt.
I got the
I
geodetic surveyor
respect that.
just to admit it. I just walked him through it, and he's like, yeah. Well, we gotta throw a lot of the observations out. I'm like, well, what would happen if you didn't throw the measurements out? He said, oh, the radius value would be way too big. But yeah, I got the documents. Because what they do is they have a predetermined window. They call it tolerance, and then they build a tolerance on different things. One of them being the R value, the predicted value with standard terrestrial refraction. And then if any observation falls outside of this predetermined window, they just throw it out completely. And then they make the measurements within the window, and then they use what's called a weighted mean, meaning that they add a higher percentage to the numbers that are closer to what they want it to be or what it's supposed to be according to the globe. So they just like cook the books in two different ways, or the R value is consistently way too big.
Hey, can I ask a quick question? Like, so let's just go with like the math, right? Let's talk about the math for a second. I want to laugh at this. So how far is Venus? Like 40 million miles away or something like that. And then you have a baseline that's 100 miles apart or 1,000 miles apart. We'll call it 1,000 miles apart. What are the angles? What's the angle from Venus to the one person that's doing the parallax, and then the angle to the other person that's doing parallax? It's got to be like 0.000000185 or something like that, right?
I missed it.
I don't know if you've ever done like the AutoCAD or anything like that, but like if you did an AutoCAD where like the baseline was 1,000 and then
I got you.
It was $30 million or $30 million, 30 million miles from one person, 30 million miles from the other person to Venus. That angle would be like 0.0000185. It would be super unnecessary. Like you couldn't measure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'll send you the angles that they use for stellar parallax. It's not the same as what it'll be for Venus, but it's like the same concept. It'll be ridiculous, especially based off of their baseline. They're that embarrassingly small baseline.
Yeah, like I have a document on my computer that shows what the baseline needs to be, and it's literally impossible to do it on the Earth. So big.
Right.
So, but
I think you're talking about stellar parallax, though.
And I'm trying to see like how far away is Venus in your model? I thought Venus was way further than 33 million miles.
It's 0.3 AU, so whatever that is.
Pretty sure it's further than. Okay, like how far away is Mars?
It's like 1.28 astronomical units.
All I know is I think Venus is supposedly way further from the Earth than 30 million miles. But anyway,
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Venus's orbit is 0.7 AU. Earth's orbit's 1 AU, so it's 0.3 AU, which is about 27 million miles, 28 million miles at its closest.
Right now, from Earth to Venus is 91 million miles away. That's what Google says.
Yeah, so you're conflating the distance to the sun from Venus.
No, it's just not at its closest point right now. When it's transiting, it's at its closest point in its orbit. It has to be.
Okay.
Because
so
it has to be.
Yeah, it makes sense though. So when it's at its closest, it's like 30 something.
Yeah.
Word. Yeah. You actually believe you believe that you know that for a fact?
Yeah.
That's wild, bro.
It has to be.
Can I ask you a question, bro? I've
Sure.
been asking ballers this. They don't ever answer. Like, can you give me like one piece of exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun, like that we orbit the sun?
I can give you 3.
Just give me one.
Stellar parallax is the easiest.
Hell yeah.
How is that exclusive? How is that exclusive? Explain it.
So stars move in little tiny circles. It takes about a year. The reason for that is the Earth's orbit around the sun. The ones near the poles move in little circles. The ones near the celestial equator move back and forth in little straight lines. We've been measuring this since the 1800s. And if you've
Bro,
got
did
an
you,
alternate
What year did
explanation for
did you
why
hear what
that
you just said, bro? Did you
don't
hear
even
what
know
you
what
just said?
What?
You said the stars are moving. This is because the Earth is moving.
Yeah, dude, that
You
was
just-
his evidence, bro. Do you even know
Yeah,
what
this
year
is
it is? You just
truthful.
blatantly begged the question and threw out the numbers
Dude,
1800s again.
Dude, begged the question and didn't even Steelman's stellar aberration correctly as an astronomer. Kind of embarrassing. But I'll go ahead and fix you up, brother. So if you turn your attention to the presentation here, you'll see a diagram of stellar aberration. And what this gentleman was describing was, assuming a globe, the northern hemisphere, you would start to see circles of this aberration. So over the course of a year, the stars, they have a 20 arc second precession, right? Kind of, so to speak. So it moves that arc that it creates over the course of a year. In the north, it looks like a circle. Closer to this equator, it looks like an ellipse. And closer to, or not the equator, it looks like a straight line. So we'll get into all that in a second, but we'll get into the actual evidence that they say is the reason why this observation proves that the Earth is in motion. So the angles here that are taken, they say when they ratio that angle off of the cosine, which is the angle that would be in the direction of motion, when they ratio that against the speed of light, they get 30 kilometers a second. So they're like, oh my God, the Earth, that could only be, they interpret that as the Earth must be moving at 30 kilometers a second. Otherwise it would be on the sine angle. It would come from the sine. So the important thing to note here is that either way, this angle comes back to a geocentric position, for one, and then two, the let's see, what was it? The one second. Proportional. Oh, okay. Secondly, the big factor here is that this data set isn't even plotted against the Earth's orbital plane. They plotted against the ecliptic plane. So on a globe, they assume that the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees, blah, blah, blah. So they extrapolated from that. Now, we believe in different dimensions of the Earth, so we have a different mechanism. But obviously, there's still an ecliptic plane because the sun has an analemma on a globe or a flat Earth, right? So when you plot that data against the analemma, those angles against the ecliptic plane, that's what gives them the 30 kilometers a second ratio. So when you understand that, there's still no way for them to distinguish between which is moving, because the angle is originally taken from a geocentric position. You could just as easily say that there's an ether wind that's moving at 30 kilometers a second between the star and the observer that's producing the drift over the course of a year, and you would have the same observation. And when you get into stellar parallax, which is the other type of parallax that's observed, well, they do it near, what is it? I forget what the acronym for that is, but it's basically the angles are the exact same for a geocentric position. The only thing is they assume that that in the time period between January and July, they assume that the sun has moved 183 million miles or whatever, right? So it's the astronomical distance twice, right? So they assume that the sun's moved in a different location to produce the angle. On a geocentric position, the Earth is stationary and the stars are just in a different location, and the angle is produced that way. Same exact prediction, and they don't show you this in those textbooks that guy was mentioning that are super correct about their approximations that reduce back to an angle that they could never explain in reality. That same textbook doesn't show you the validity of the geocentric position and those angles, because they have to bolster his claim, or no, sorry, not his, like, it's not like he didn't do it. They have to bolster the heliocentric position, because when you realize that these observations are all equally valid and they're not mutually exclusive proofs, the idea that you could look up in the sky, measure these angles, and determine a distance off of it as if that's a physically meaningful extrapolation of numbers goes right out the window, and they lose all credibility. I rest my case, Your Honor, or whatever. So that's the full stellar aberration in what's it called? Stellar parallax in a nutshell, as they say, right? So that's the full Steelman of the position and why they think that. Hello? 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 Oh shit. The space got deleted apparently or something, or it went down. Oops, let me see here. Sacred. Dang, it ended. What happened? All right, well, that's interesting. Let me see here. Yo, Toby, you want to hop on Discord real quick? Is anybody out there? Yo, what's up? What's up, Stephanie? How you been, man? Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's nuts.
I hope it was technical error, but it does sounds like it wasn't.
Dude, never experienced that before.
I mean, Spaces is honestly just kind of glitchy. It might have just been like someone clicked the wrong thing or Spaces glitched out, possibly.
Nah, man. They run this 24/7, bro. I mean, like not this they've been running this for 77 episodes. Like this is
Oh, they got a new one up, by the way, new Spaces up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just waiting for it to come up. Can you send me the link?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. I wonder what happened.
Oh, she's playing the outro, I think. Well, it says part 2. Okay, cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah, dude. So what part did it get cut off at? Because I was in the middle of ripping stellar ab and parallax, bro.
I have you were pretty deep into it.
Did they
but
get
I think
to?
you were still going for a bit.
Did they get to hear it all, or like what's up? When do you think it cut out?
I think we heard about probably 2/3 of it, maybe.
Oh no, dude! I freaking ripped it, bro. That's hilarious.
How do I'm trying to figure out how to link this to you. Oh, here we go. Or no.
Dang.
Copy link. Here we go.
They lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Make sure y'all go follow Whitsit and Alan.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world. The asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking
They don't like what we cooking up here.
Me? The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning. See, no 8 inch per mile squared.
Reach the space out. Let's piss them off a little bit more.
So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Yeah. All abortion, all applauded.
Cheers, big head.
Small, enormous, from cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more.
All right, I muted or I lowered the volume on the intro music. So yeah, dude, first time on Flat Earth Friday, bro. You liking it?
Hell yeah, dude. This has been awesome. Let me mute my tab. Here we go. Yeah, it's been cool. It's nice to have a different crowd.
Yeah, dude, it's dope. They get some
a pretty
interesting
big crowd.
Dude, it's a huge crowd. Like you wouldn't expect it, right? You're like Twitter Spaces. What's that? Like there's a scene on Twitter.
Dude, I used to do Vax Talk on here, so I know what it's all about, actually.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, we used to do spaces, talk about it. We were just like, we had to stick to super analytical shit because otherwise it was just like, you know,
yeah,
questionable to even talk about it, even on a space, I think. I don't know. But yeah, so I'm familiar with it. The cool thing is, like, you build a following on Twitter now from everyone in the space, and then people can share links with each other. It's like I don't know, it's a pretty good platform for people that are actually like trying to invest, like, research things.
Yeah, it's dope. See, or it seems that way. I haven't really utilized it in that regard, but yeah, the co-host of the show, Proud, she's like a Twitter master, dude. She can find anything on Twitter. If it's been shared on Twitter, bro, she could find it.
Stationary Saturdays.
Yeah, dude, Flat Earth Friday goes into Stationary Saturdays. Bro, they did a 24-hour show like a month ago.
That's awesome.
Like, they don't mess around. Like, it's not uncommon to go 16, 18 hours.
Oh, hell yeah, Wits, it's back.
Nice.
Dude, that guy was cracking me up.
Yeah, dude.
I guess I made the point about the angles, but really what I meant was the distance. But I guess actually his argument is, I don't even understand though. Like, the distance has to be relevant in that calculation. It's like one of the only metrics you even have.
For which one? For the angle?
When he was trying, yeah, he was talking about getting the distance to like Venus or whatever.
Yeah, it's detrimental because that angle relationship is what they use for a parsec.
Well, yeah, but like, so I specifically said angles, and I guess his argument really wasn't that the angles didn't matter; it was that the distance didn't matter.
Well, they both fucking matter, really, dog.
Yeah, exactly.
To be honest with you, dude, I couldn't believe
the only metrics you have. So how could you not use that?
I couldn't believe he was like, "Yeah, dude, that short baseline is what's up. That long distance is the one that doesn't matter." Yeah, you mean the angle that you absolutely can't confirm, bro?
So
like, what the hell, dog?
All you have to do is guess how far it is, and then you're good. Basically, was what he was saying.
Dude, yeah, just guess how far. Like, dude, and then he's like, and then our guesses got better. How'd you confirm it? Mathematically doing the same guess with a better clock. What? That doesn't help. I mean, not really. You know, not if you can't confirm it. Crazy, bro. Yeah, dude, when these people get a clock involved, like, it fucks with their head, bro. Because you do terrestrial parallax observations, no problem. Look at this video that I had queued up. You can't see it, but it's on the stream for the audience. This video I had queued up. This woman's a parallax professor. She's an astronomer, teaching her 101 course or whatever, and she's telling everyone how to do parallax. And she says, like, the importance of the baseline and the distance that you're measuring with. Your baseline has to be you know, like proportional in some regard. It has to be a good enough distance. You can't just have a no distance.
No, you can just guess it and then you're good.
Yeah, because it just leads.
Metric, essentially.
Yeah, dude. The more that angle's off, the more your distance is going to be off. So they're both related. Like it's so crazy. He just sat there with a straight face, like, no, in my textbook it says it says it's different. So when people are like using this for stuff on for terrestrial observations and things that they confirm, like that they do the exact opposite than what you do with the sky, bro. So crazy.
All right, I gotta go fill my water. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Just ride a wave. We ain't going nowhere. You know that's not the curve of the earth, right? That's right. You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Yo, I think Plain Reality came through. He's in here as well.
Shout out to Plain Reality. That stuff is flat. You hear him?
I'll join as co-host.
They tell the truth sometimes.
Thank y'all for being so kindly to bring yourselves back round yonder. This is Stationary Saturdays, Flat Earth Fridays, Spherical Excesses, or lack thereof, Reciprocal Zeniths.
Part deuce.
Part deuce. Briefly, before that short intermission, we were discussing gravity or space-time warping with Simplistico. I believe he was taking a break. If Jared, our NASA employee, wants to tag him in, he's welcome.
Oh, that's what happened. Simplicio had to tag in NASA. They crashed the space. Had to get the back. Okay, I see what's going on here. Nice play. Y'all thought it was over. Nah. The gang pulled back up. It ain't that easy.
In Jared's defense, he was trying to get up here a while ago to defend Stellarium, I believe. But we're happy to have you nonetheless.
Yeah, I do appreciate y'all for pulling back up. And those who didn't know from earlier, Alan is live streaming, so we're doing our first ever sacred screen share. So if you go ahead and go to the top of the nest, we lost a few of our tweets, but we'll go ahead and throw some of those back up. You can click into that tweet and follow along with Alan's live stream. So if we're doing any demonstrations, you can see it like in real time. A little bit of a delay, but we're figuring it out. And we was definitely getting into some of this parallax. And right when we was getting to the sauce, they try to shut down sacred spaces. Why that happen like that? Proud, when is the last time that ever happened? Like for real, for real.
You know technology our biggest hater, right? We harbor too much of the ether. They're jealous.
They said too many legends was on the mic. They said we packed the place out.
They were
It's
like
Friday night, we get into it.
They were like, they losing, man. The globe Earth is losing. We have to kill the space.
No, you got it wrong, Sheepdog. We must destroy flat earthers, bro. I told you this last night.
We ain't dying.
No, we don't die. Yes, we multiply.
They went to the moon, bro. They took pictures with the flag. Come on, bro. It was waving and everything, bro, to add, validity to the picture.
I know they did. They left an astronaut there to film them leaving.
That guy's nothing but skin and bones by now.
If you zoom in with a telescope, you might still see him.
I hope he packed a peanut butter and jelly.
Damn, how you gonna get that bitch inside the spacesuit though?
Unstitch them.
With
In the spacesuit with the
really
zippers.
good, I say with really good technology, that's how you work the spacesuit.
We got to give NASA their props. They made a spacesuit and a spaceship without any problems.
We went to space with the capacity of a paperclip.
With no problem. Space.
Itself.
Pun intended. Paperclip. Pun intended.
Dude. Just a paper clip and grit, dude.
CV.
Wasn't the lander powered by like a Chevy Big Block or some shit?
No, it was powered by 2 other paper clips.
Oh, don't forget the staple, Alan.
That was extra, bro. Buzz brought that in his pocket so he could sell it on eBay later. That
Was this
actually
before Voltron?
added a lot of weight to the craft. They had to calculate for all that. It was caused a lot of problems, but it was worth it. Seeing old Buzz up there with his stapler, you know, like a kid in a candy store.
It's how they got through the Van Allen belts.
Yep.
You sure it wasn't his Masonic ring protecting him?
Oh, you talking about the Green Lantern ring? Yeah, it wasn't that. He took that off.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, they couldn't get the space gloves to fit around it, so he actually had to take that off and leave it in the lunar module.
Oh, thank you, Alan. That makes a lot of sense.
No worries, brother.
Hey, if Witsit needs a mic, let me know. I'll drop down. You can give Witsit a mic.
Oh, what up, Caleb? I see you over there too.
Yo, I gotta ask, guys, who is enjoying the absolute tantrum that FTFE is throwing after that debate?
That guy's he's a little shill, man. He runs, dude. That's all he does is run and talk shit.
Y'all see, we got to clip it up. Check out my pin tweet.
Dude, that logical analysis that's going to be done by Mindshock might break the record, to be honest.
So yeah, we had to definitely dive into the spherical excess part of it. Y'all hear him say that gravity to container? Y'all ain't hear Craig say that?
Bro, dude. That video that Mike made, is Mike in the room? I saw Mike in here earlier. But that video that Mike clipped up of FTFE, dude, I swear I've watched it like 4 times, bro. It is absolute gold. Because in it, the amount of gas, and what's funny is he was saying that I was gaslighting him by just asking him logical questions. But when you watch back, every time I asked a question, the amount of pure gaslighting that went into every response and the amount of like the absence of specificity from Craig was, dude, I thought it was going to go way different than how that went. Like 10 minutes into it, I'm like, okay, you know what, I'm going to like try to be nice to this dude, you know, we'll see how it goes. And then he's just started literally producing nothing verifiable, just literally on the same script. Do you guys remember the moment where he just started saying what gravity was? He's like, oh, gravity is a force that is proportional to the inverse square of the distance between the 2 masses. That literally wasn't the question that I even asked him. I was asking him how to specifically verify space-time warping or something. Dude, that was incredible. That's why I was going to make it so I wasn't ever going to debate him again unless he couldn't stream it to make money off it. But then I thought about it. Dude, he only has the same 3 people gifting him 50 memberships at a time, and it's probably the government. And I can't stop him from streaming, you know? I mean, I can't stop him from making money as far as doing anti-flat earth content. So once Bruce McGuire, the Mindshock podcast, said that he was going to do a logical analysis, I think it's well worth it to force him to stream that logical analysis and stream every single logical fallacy pointed out in real time to his audience. And if he does that, then I will accept a debate on Simon Dan's channel versus FTFE. I will go into that territory just to purely see Craig react to that logical analysis. That will be absolute pure gold, dude.
What y'all think? Y'all think he gonna do it?
He'll probably do it and like make a mockery of it and make money off of the donations, as he was saying. Like, you know, It'll be fine. The government will
Dude,
support
but
him,
the
bro, or whatever.
clips that will come from him watching that and just doing more logical fallacies, I'm basically forcing him to dig his grave, bro. By doing that. I will be ruthless with FTFE. I have absolutely zero respect for him. So I don't care if I have to debate him 3 times. I will straight up bully him off the internet.
He'll probably say he'll probably bring up there's a thing called the fallacy again, which has
Yeah, but
nothing to
bro,
do
yo,
with
they don't. Yeah, they don't even know what that is. It's so weird. Like the fallacy is if someone uses a fallacy, they can still be arguing the right point, right? Like you can say, heat causes water to boil, and like, how'd you prove that? Everyone knows it. Well, that would be an appeal to majority, right? But like, heat does cause water to boil. Like, I can still be right about my point and use a fallacy. So a fallacy is assuming the person's wrong because they used a fallacy. It has nothing to do with how many times you call out someone else using a fallacy.
I had me
Did you
confused. I'm like,
catch
is
that
this
debate?
application like the right application when he said this? Like, I'm looking at the screen, like, what?
Dude,
So mental gymnastics.
Did you catch that debate, Austin? Were you able to watch that through yet?
No, bro. I just saw the clip a second ago, bro. It was so funny though.
Dude, you are going. Dude, he's so triggered. He did another stream with that one guy that's like, gravity. Don't you know about effing gravity? He did a stream with that dude, and they literally talked about nothing for 2. He is so triggered by what I just did to him in that debate, and I plan to do him again on a Glober's platform. But dude, it's worth the 2-hour watch. What's it? Put it on 2x and just watch Craig squirm. That was incredible, bro.
Yeah, I might cut. I'm making no promises, bro.
No, I feel you. Alan,
but no, I bet
It is
it was
pretty
crazy.
cringe. I'm
Jared,
not gonna lie. It's kind of cringe.
Jared messaged me about it. He said he was clearly like reading off a chat, trying to get answers the whole time.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna bring that up, but I didn't really want to. Y'all peeped that. He was like, Jim was like, "Hey, is you getting help from somebody?" Craig over here like, "Oh, they talking about my volume, y'all."
They've been talking about your volume for 30 minutes, bro. Casey had him on the rope so hard that he wasn't even doing anything but staring at the computer, waiting for answers, bro.
Dude, it was watching it back, like when I was in the moment, because you know the amount of gaslighting that the real big zealots do, like McToon or FTFE. In the moment during the debate, I'm like, was this even worth it, dude? Because he was gaslighting me so hard. And then I watched it back right after the debate, and I was like, oh yeah, that was definitely worth it, bro. Looking at his body language, because even in the heat of the moment, with somebody like that, you have to be so on point. Because they've just have this script that, you know, they don't have to think. They just have a script that they repeat over and over to their audience. So you have to think of logical questions to attack them with and probe them with. And so when I was seeing him like typing, I remember one point I was like, dude, why are you typing? Like, why aren't you paying attention to the conversation? But watching it back, dude, he was looking at that Discord the entire stream, bro. They were just spamming answers to the questions that I was asking. Because he's used to just debating flirts that don't know, you know, left from right. He's used to debating like third world country flirts, not people that are versed like me and you. Not often does he find somebody like me, you, or Alan to actually have a dialogue with, because we all just think he's so deplorable and we avoid him. I'm done avoiding these people. I want McToon. I want David McKeegan. I want Simon Dan. I want Professor Dave. I want all the smoke, bro.
No,
They know where we at though.
100%.
I want the PhDs.
They know exactly where we at every Friday. They could pull up over here. They see y'all when y'all call them out too. They see it. Like, come on now. They don't just tap out and go on their little breaks whenever we decide to acknowledge them. Like, let's be for real.
I mean, honestly, if we're being like 100% honest, the last time I saw FTFE debate with Witsit, he literally had a heart problem.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
We had to call the whole thing off. It was actually kind of tragic.
It was, bro. It totally was. And that man was reading the chat the whole time that time too.
But yeah, that's literally what happened.
Dude, that's when he said, I don't, he said, you're so wrong about relativity. You have no idea what we're talking about. You don't understand. I'm like, how am I wrong? He said, I don't know how you're wrong, but I know for a fact that you are.
I don't
So,
understand it enough to engage, but I know you're wrong about it.
So again, mental gymnastics. Got it.
Dude, that was so worth it, bro. Because yeah, like literally during it, the amount of gaslighting that was perturbated from his mouth was literally making me second guess myself. Because that's these only people. That's their only tactic is to try to make us feel crazy. And like 10 minutes into it, I realized, oh, I have to be cutthroat with this dude. Like I've got to just really just hamper on all of the theories and destroy all of his theories one by one. And I could have been more diligent, I think, which is what I'll do in the next Simon Dan debate. But these people that are actively fighting flat Earth, bro, they drive me crazy. And I want to make clips so that Mike like that forever, like the whole community, because a lot of people still take these people really serious on the globe side. Like they think FTFE is like super intelligent or McToon is super smart. And when you get down to the really fine details of the things that they're claiming and the things that they believe, there's no basis, there's no foundation. And it's so easy to point those things out with just a simple understanding of logical fallacies and stuff, which I've learned a lot, obviously, from Witsit and from Bruce. So now that I've really attained a grasp on those things, dude, it's too easy. It's too easy to smoke these clowns.
Yeah, literally, if you want to win a flat Earth debate, just like learn logical fallacies and you're straight.
Yeah, no, literally.
The correlation never makes sense to me. If we're all so stupid and idiotic, why go through such lengths to like discredit us and try to show their ass while they're doing it? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like the obsession speaks for itself, bro. Because I forgot that man existed until I saw that 13-minute clip, which I did watch the whole thing. It was funny. I ain't making no promises about 2 hours though.
No, I get you, bro. The 13-minute clip honestly sums up how the whole thing went, to be honest. Like he did an amazing job cutting that
No,
up.
your approach was perfect. Just like ask him the basic questions they can't answer. He kept saying, what do you keep saying? It depends on the context. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
Dude, I had one point where I was like, Craig, does the positive claim or the negative claim have the burden of proof? He's like,
oh yeah, it depends.
It depends on the situation. No,
But couldn't name a situation.
Yeah, that's exactly what I asked him. I'm like, name one situation in which the negative claim requires the burden of proof. Just name one. And he started, well, in general, you're right.
Dude, like he's like looking at the computer like someone's gonna type an example for him real quick or something.
Bro, they literally were tag teaming. That was the real live chat GPT y'all see in real time. I'm telling you.
I know. I wonder if it's like a private room, probably, because Jeremy was like, "Yo, you think that Discord's public? We could see it. It's definitely like a private room, I guess."
Oh yeah, he was trying to say, "Oh no, go look at my Discord. Like, if you look at the chat, nobody was saying anything." You don't think you could have multiple Discord channels you're in, buddy? Like, we're not stupid. I don't know if you realize, but you're not talking to moronic globe earthers that just believe everything that spouts out of your mouth.
Yeah. You just have like a mod only channel or something.
Yeah.
So what you should do, Caleb, at the end of when if you ever make it to that debate where you're at Simon Dan moderating or whatever the hell, at the end of the debate, just start completely trashing and challenging all Simon Dan's main points, so he can't run away. Right at the end, just start spamming him with all his debunks.
The
and
thing
it make it super
Simon
uncomfortable.
Dan's just gonna be the moderator. I was gonna make it so like I was gonna make it a stipulation that Simon Dan has to debate me after. But dude, if you go watch any of his live streams, bro, I think I would make that man cry. I genuinely think
bro,
I'd make him cry.
Debate you. He will not debate. He was supposed to debate me. He ran away. He's not gonna debate.
Yeah. So I was gonna make it a stipulation that hey, if I go on Simon Dan's platform and literally go into hostile territory where I absolutely despise both of you more than pretty much anyone else in the Globe Earth community, Simon Dan needs to debate me after. But then I realized, yeah, it's kind of hopeless. It's just fun to poke fun at Simon Dan and just expose that he'll never do it. It's just fun to make it really obvious. So no, if I can get FTFE to stream the logical analysis of Bruce McGuire, that's worth it to me.
just that stream for me to send to people. Dude, that would be truly incredible. To
Yeah, if
see
he
him
can't like
stumble his
speed
way
it
through
up,
that.
yeah, if he can't speed it up and he has to sit there through the whole thing, that would be funny, bro. I would say like you could probably look at his glasses and see that he was getting help. There's like a reflection of the screen on his glasses, but
That's a good idea.
I just like to me, bro, I had to stop giving that man energy. But I will say kudos to you because you got the clips. You know, the clips are golden, bro.
The thing is, I have all the energy, bro. These like people are like, oh man, like don't let FTFE or McToon siphon your energy. I think I'm doing the exact opposite. I think I'm siphoning their energy and it's motivating me because I get messages on my Instagram just relentlessly. People just always messaging me an FTFE stream or a McToon statement saying, oh, what do you think of this? Like, what do you think of that? And you know what? I'll just go debate these people and I'll ask them all these questions myself in real time so that everybody can see these people are nothing. These people are clowns. These people are liars. These people are zealots. These people are shills. And I will make it completely apparent to the entire community, both sides of the fence, flat earth and globe earth. Because I know when I used to get sent like videos from anti-flat earth proponents when I was first getting into the conversation, it really triggered me. It really like made me like second guess myself. So I really want to be a staple in the community of switching that back onto them. I want them to second guess themselves. I want them to be anxious every time they click that live button. I want FTFE to think, oh man, I might get clipped up by Caleb or Mike, dude. Like I gotta really watch the shiz that comes out of my mouth.
You should ask them if gravity depends on if you believe in NASA or not.
Dude, it's so funny just asking the basic tenets of their model. Like I can ask stuff like, how does the moon phases work in your model? And I don't think you'd be able to explain it. That dude literally is so stupid. It's actually baffling how stupid FTFE is, and the fact that he makes this as a full-time job solely is a disgrace. It's disgusting, bro. People like Alan, people like Witsit, people like other people in this community spend hours and hours of time logically analyzing scientific literature. And me, I spend hours just messaging people because I feel it's from some books that I'm reading, I don't think I should name here, but some books I'm reading recommend that. They say if you want a strong following, you have to interact with your following. So I message everybody back. I'm like very personable. And I guarantee FTFE's not doing that. I guarantee he's not even getting messages. Like, and the fact that he can do this full time and we can't, we really gotta like figure out a way to get this community riled up to really support people like Alan and Austin and Jaron and everybody else that's really at the forefront of this conversation, making themselves vulnerable,
What you mean, Kelly? You don't see all y'all in here right now? What you think Flat Earth Fridays is? This is what Level Heads is all about, my guy.
Who's making
Yo,
money?
we in the middle of the night, all just chilling about Flat Earth, bro, chasing the fucking globe burgers out of here. I appreciate y'all for pulling up, man. This is what this was all designed for. This right here.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to I popped a tweet up at the top in the nest. Jeff Polson being a little I'm just gonna say he's being a little dumb dick down there. Are Witsit and Caleb gonna get a room? Like, come on, bro. Grab a mic and come up here and speak with your chest, bro.
Hey, bro, you might want to watch the head gasket on your fucking Impreza before you come up here and talk shit.
Hold on, who is piping up? I'll send him a mic.
Jeff Polson. I put the tweet up at the top. I sent out a retweet the space and everything. I guess he's following me. I don't know.
He mad because he can't drive his fucking suit.
Oh, is Jeff from TikTok? Jeff, no, pull up, Jeff.
Ain't no way you popping shit from behind the mic when you
Hell no.
Because he can't drive his fucking car right now. His shit on blocks. That's why he mad.
Proud, send Jeff a mic.
Ain't
TikTok,
no
Jeff.
way.
Don't be mad because we got Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, and all this shit on lock, my guy.
I am amazed.
We got all the legends up here. Don't be tweeting from the bench.
Them Subi niggas get real pressed when they shit don't work. That's crazy.
Yo, there's like a cap on the speaker limit.
Oh, so yeah, so let me run this by you real quick, Austin. So basically you have 3 co-hosts, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 speakers. So you can have 10 speakers and 3 co-hosts. Co-hosts pretty much have the same capabilities as the host. And then you can just have unlimited listeners. And then any tweet could be shared to the top. Oh, wait, I think we all got muted. Any tweet could be shared at the top. So when you tweet something out, you hit the share button on a tweet, and then it'll show up at the nest on top where everybody can see what we're talking about.
Yo,
The only
Alan,
thing,
Alan, you got to show me how you did that, where you were streaming to X and showing yourself. Bro, that's next level. I got to get on
Yep.
that game, bro.
Yeah,
You got to
bro.
walk me through how to do
level
that.
heads.
We figured it
You
out
did
last
it here
night so that
first.
we could go
And
find the
Wicked, you
electron
got to be
tonight.
more active, bro. You got to be more active on these platforms, dog. I will retweet all your shiz, dude. You got to get on X. You got to get on TikTok. You got to get away from that YouTube censorship, bro.
Yeah, for sure. I'm about to.
Yeah, I
Dude,
got you. I'll help you
like
set it
I've
up, bro.
grown.
Super
I've
easy.
You got the whole
gained.
community here to support you.
I've literally gained 20,000 followers here on X from just posting my TikToks and posting my thoughts when they come to me over the last month and a half, probably like 20K. So you could easily grow and then funnel people to your live streams from these other platforms, bro. It's gonna be next level for you, because that's probably my plan right now, because on TikTok, I'm so censored, bro. Like I'll post a video and sometimes they don't even let it go through and I have to remake it, or they say it's in review. They keep it in review for indefinitely. It doesn't post. And
Do you
I'm
disclaim
really
it?
what?
Do you disclaim it? Like, do you say like to entertainment purposes only? That seems to get people to get their shit out without getting it, blocked.
It don't matter. It don't matter what I say in it. If it's a really good video, bro, they'll literally keep it in review, and you can't do anything. You can't like appeal it or ask them, hey, what's going on? There's no talking to TikTok. So I basically use it as an avenue to make my videos, because it's very simple. Just throw up a green screen, throw up a graphic behind me, and talk in front of the camera, and then I distribute it to my Instagram and my X and grow those platforms. But I'm really going to try to start streaming on YouTube to trigger these people. Because for some reason, dude, I trigger these fools so bad. They all want to debate me, which is exactly how I wanted it. So, yeah, I think that's the goal for now. Plus, I haven't announced this to anywhere, honestly. But I had somebody reach out to me on my Instagram that's a web designer, and he owns servers that have tons and tons of storage. And he's actually building me a website right now that I should be able to live stream from with chat and donations, as well as run a podcast and do all that. So that's in the works. Plus, me and Witsit have that documentary with those guys that are going to give us final rights to the edits of the actual film, as well as hopefully I've been slacking on working on the book, and I know Austin messaged me to send him the rough draft so he can look over it and add some stuff to it. But dude, if we start picking up on writing that book, get this documentary out, dude, we're gonna do some big things 2024 for sure.
Yeah, I agree, bro. Actually, 2024 is gonna be wild, bro. It's gonna be wild. Actually, I think it's gonna start tomorrow, bro, with this debate. Debate's gonna be wild. And like going in, and then 2024, it's
What
gonna
is
be the second wave.
what's the layout of that? Because they were like two other guys were originally the debaters, right? And then this guy called you as backup, or like what is this exactly? Like, how is the setup?
Yeah, so like the challenge was, he said that he's gonna show how the Bible says the earth is a spinning globe. And then Dean comes in and explains that that's just obviously not the case. And he's like, he says, I'm gonna give the flat earthers as much time as they want. They can bring in whoever they want. I want to let them feel like they're not misrepresented and can fully, represent their side, or whatever. So he told him to bring whoever he wanted, and then he called 2 PhDs and me. So unless they like renege, then he's supposed to go, and then we're supposed to pop up there.
So are you getting paid to show up? Because that's like insane travel and a lot of time. Are you getting paid?
My like hotel and plane was covered.
That's it.
I actually do have a question. So I'm more recently into the flat Earth space, and I used to argue both sides. I have a decent enough of a scientific background and whatnot. But I did have a question. So considering the quote unquote firmament
Put
that's
your hand
over.
up, dude. Put your hand up, man. There's a conversation going on.
Yeah, we were
Put
kind
your
of
hand
something
up.
going on there, brother.
Yeah, just
I
what
mean, I
just
had
one.
my hand there for like the past 30 minutes, and I just now
Yeah.
got the mic.
Yeah, so hold on. So if you're new to spaces, there's a request, right? And then there's putting your hand up. So you got to mute up, and then you got to put your hand up. Use that little emoji, little heart on the side. Put your hand up, and then we'll get to you. You
Let
can't really
these guys
interrupt the
talk.
conversation. After
Sorry.
Witted is
Sorry.
in is done with their thought, we're gonna slide over to Cug, and we'll come right to you.
Yeah, I had
All right.
just one more question for Witsit. So as far as the layout, are they going to debate? You're not going to be debating it biblically. You're going to be debating it scientifically against the PhDs, correct?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't even think that they may not even have. It's just gonna be a slam dunk for flat Earth. Like I think, yeah, like I think they do the biblical thing, and then we got a PhD physicist, a PhD in theology, then me. So I won't be talking about the Bible. I'll just be dunking on the globe, and I don't even know that they have counters. I think that we just like bring it home. So
How
it's just
long is
like
it?
I
How
don't know.
long is it expected to be?
I don't know. It originally said I don't care how long it is. I'll let them go 5-6 hours. He said he's going to give us their full platform. They got 3 million followers on Facebook, so we'll see what happens, bro.
Whoa! The guy,
Yeah.
wait, the pastor has 3 million followers
on Facebook alone. Yeah.
Oh, that's worth it. Oh, you better shout out your YouTube while you're up there, bro. That's great.
That's why I came out here, bro. That's why I was saying I think it'll kind of spark. It's going to be like the spark. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
because
yeah.
we're about to hit the second wave. Yeah, it's like very clearly, Flat Earth's about to pop off a second time, and it's going to be like way crazier than the first time.
Oh yeah, because we have so
I feel
much
like it
figured out
already
now.
is, to be totally honest.
I mean, the amount of knowledge that we have compared to like 2015 flat Earth, bro, it's over. It's just a matter of feeding this information to the populace, and once people digest it and can fully understand the things that we're saying, it is literally over. The conversation is done with. If we can get a big enough audience and enough eyes on this topic with people listening to the logic behind it, it's literally game over. So dude, that's actually dope. I'll definitely be watching that, bro. That's sweet.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
Speaking of physicists, if y'all stick around, we might have one pop in a little bit later. We've been waiting on them to pull up at the right time for the past couple weeks. Seem to be missing some of the conversation a little bit coincidentally. So let's see. You never know who's gonna pop in the Flat Earth Friday. So let's get to it. But Cug, what up, bro? Good to see you, man. It's like your first time grabbing a mic.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry to interrupt on that one. And I really didn't mean to interrupt that gentleman speaking, but please don't interrupt when other people are talking. All of you people, please just shut the fuck up when someone's getting a point out. I'm so tired of people thinking they got to talk out of turn. It's the worst habit you can have. I don't know if your parents raised you wrong or what the fuck's wrong with you, but learn some fucking manners when you get a microphone and there's people like talking. Like I spend Friday nights on this bitch for like 12, 14 hours, and people can't have the fucking courtesy, number one, to start doing fucking homework. What the fuck is wrong with you people? You suck. You suck. I don't know how smart or what fucking Big Lots degrees you got. Oh my God, you couldn't build a fucking house. I don't even know if you could build a fucking family and shit. And I don't know if this is why I don't get on spaces, because I'll fucking talk. And when I talk, I don't give a fuck, dude. Anyways, Witsit, I'm going to that debate tomorrow. And I'm in Nashville. It's like 20 minutes from my house. How big's the venue? Hold on, I'll be brief, how big's the venue, if you know? What time should we get there? I know there was a meet and greet today, but I scared I'd smack somebody or something, dude. Not that I would. I'm just like a little dude, but I'm fucking nuts. But anyway,
yo, I gotta say I love you, bro.
Oh, dude, you Caleb? Is that who's talking?
Yeah, I freaking love your energy, bro.
I watched that fucking debate, dude. That was like a boxing match. I didn't get to watch it. I trim for a living, so I'm listening in my headphones and shit. And God damn, that boy was dumb. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he has a brain in there, because you can't fucking like regurgitate this shit out like they do. But why can't they take that big brain and
it's in a science thing. I thought they were supposed to like be inquisitive and shit, but they just, what's wrong with them all? But anyways, I'm sorry, man. I just wanted to say thanks for that debate. And yeah, man, Poop Fingers is a fucking turd. I don't give a fuck. That guy, I watched that. I watched that. I watched that. Mike.
You are
I
more
watched
than
that.
welcome, Cug, bro. But yeah, how big is the venue? What's it for Cug?
Oh,
I don't even really know, man. I know it's like I think they have like a heated tent or something. I like this giant tent. I don't really know all the specifics, but there's let me see. There was a meet and greet tonight, which is actually pretty lit. It was just all flat earthers, right? And in a hotel conference room, and then tomorrow at 12, everyone's meeting somewhere. I don't know, called CP something. And then the show's at 6, so you would want to get there a little early because it's first come first serve seating wise. I think there'll be plenty of seating for everyone, but like where you'll sit is based on when you get there.
okay.
So yeah, that's it. I don't know exactly how big it is, to be honest.
Right on, man. Thank you. Yeah, like I've been putting it out on Twitter or whatever, and yeah, no one seems to say anything. Like you get some hearts and shit, and I'm like, hey, if anyone's going, just kind of tell me. It's not like we got to fucking hang out or rob a bank or anything, but I'm just thinking, to meet some flat earthers. I know Ken was going to make it, but he's got to go to a funeral and everything. So, but Ken, if you don't know, it's a pretty smart fucking dude. I was going to have him write down some questions that maybe I should take or whatever, at least the scientific theory, so that I can have it in my pocket and memorize it, because that'd be the first thing I would make any of these fucking dumbasses just state it to me. And Ken did the best I ever heard. Guys, I'm sorry for rambling and shit. You got important people on here. I just wanted to, say, hey, number one, find out about the debate. I'll see you there, Witsit. Like I said, I'll be a long-haired, bearded motherfucker, and you'll see me. And yeah, guys, I love what you do, dude. This is like the most profound shit that we are, man, because it's not just flat earth. Like I love the fucking Tartarian old world stuff and chronologies and archaics and all that shit, dude. And I mean, just breaking it all down and finding out the fucking lies, because that's all this is about. It's all fucking lies. 1500s fucking Jesuit bullshit, secret handshaking motherfuckers telling these kids what to believe. Fuck them. New time, guys. All right, how do you get the fuck out of here? I love you guys. I'll see you in the chat.
Shout out to Cug, man. That's gang level heads for real.
I love that rant, Cug. That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
And don't feel bad about interrupting me. I mean, I wasn't aware of what customs or whatever else.
I know, dude. I'm sorry. I deal with it. I deal with it. These motherfuckers have been doing it for 77 weeks, 12 hours. Sometimes I wake up on fucking Sunday at 2 in the afternoon and they're still going.
Facts,
I don't
bro.
give
Be
a what.
tweeting at me like, Dagger, you still going, bro? How you dealing with all this bullshit, bro? But thank you, man. I love it over here. I'll be like, Cug.
Hell yeah, dude. I've been here since, and I think it's at least been 3 months, man, because I watched that fucking MC Tune. I watched that Witsit one. That was the first, because I was looking for debates, couldn't find shit. But then I watched Witsit, and this motherfucker's like smart and quick and I was like, how is this little motherfucker doing that? And it was just beautiful. And I think the first one I seen was MC Tune. And so I got that little fucking character, dude. I found this little doll, looks just like that dumb fuck. I've been carrying him to 3 different houses. I shoot at it with nails and stuff, get my blood going. And but oh fuck, I forget where I was going. I was just apologizing, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, dude. That debate with it, that old debate of you and McToon with I can't remember who the moderator was. I can't remember off the top of my head. Dude, that is absolute gold, bro. I wish you still debate these people, because I think now today, with the knowledge that we have around the model, we could literally pummel these people into their own grave. And just over and over, we'll take turns. Like, you take McToon 1 week, I'll take him the next week. We just hand these clowns off, and the flat earthers would all love it.
and it would only grow the hate of the globe earthers towards us, which is exactly what we need. We need them to fuel. We need to fuel that fire so they give us attention, so they spread our stuff to the entire world.
Tomorrow, that's the beginning of the new like phase. You get it, right? I mean, that's where this is headed. I mean, we got kicked off an hour in when we're worried about, you know, spaces and shit. It's going to the fucking arenas, man. I'm telling you, it's going. This first debate tomorrow, I was like, God damn, there's one of these in town. I'm gonna go. And it's just like, yeah, is this like the first debate? Because okay,
That
all
is
right,
the
all right,
next
all right.
step,
I swear to
Tough.
God, I'm gonna ask these 3 questions, and then I'm gonna hang up because if not, I'm just gonna keep talking because I talk all the fucking time. All right, what was I gonna say? Is tomorrow the first debate, like a live one-on-one that you know of that's happening? Like where, I mean, that's kind of getting recognition. That's my first question. Who's going to be the first top scientist? Because I don't know who the fuck they are to go rogue, and that means leave the fucking herd. But then we have to watch out because
You ain't see Robert
is it
Bennett?
going to be like
What? I mean, he retired, but I mean, it's about as rogue as you could get. Shout out to my man, Dr. Robert Bennett, bro.
That's awesome. I'll look into it. I mean, I didn't know if they would like lead the charge or whatnot. And then what was it? Yeah, will the next phase of these debates be is it the next phase? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's going to have to go, and these people have to be backed into a corner where they cannot say because I said so or because I don't know is an answer. I don't see how I don't know when you go into a debate with an individual. Like I don't know, Caleb. When I figured, you know, it was like the second time I've ever watched a real debate. You know, because I watched Witsit, and then I was like, I'm gonna watch this guy's. You know, and I figure you probably studied what the science side says, right? Like, because I mean, you would want to
Oh,
do
dude.
research on your.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
Alan and Witsit send me a lot of scientific literature, and I literally spend. I have a stepson. I have a kiddo on the way now. So I mean, I'm split a lot of different ways. And
Congratulations, by the way.
Congratulations, bro.
Thank you guys. Thank you. I really
Congrats,
appreciate
man.
that. But yeah, dude, I literally study these fools' contents, bro. Their content.
Yeah.
As far as FTFE, McToon, because I didn't like that it made me uncomfortable. I didn't like that I couldn't answer some of the questions that they asked. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna watch all their live streams. I'm gonna subscribe to every single one of them. And every single time that they go live, I'm going to watch it and I'm going to take notes and I'm going to see if they have any basis to what they're saying. So I've literally studied FTFE, unfortunately, for hours before that debate. I've watched him every time he goes live in debates. I will sit there and watch him because he is claimed to be one of the best globe earth defenders. If there's any others that anybody knows, that I'll literally sit there and I will study their content, and then I will call them out for a debate because I know their script, bro. So that's why it went so viciously with FTFE, is because I'd studied all his shit. But as far as your question about it going like public, I think that's the next step for this community. I think we stop doing this stuff online and we literally start selling pay-per-view, like, and going and flying out to different states and doing in-person debates to get huge crowds to demand that the validity of this argument be recognized, bro. I think that's the next step.
Well,
And
you don't think
again,
the internet bigger than pay-per-view? Ain't nothing bigger than
My-
the internet, unless you mean
Jeez,
pay-per-view on the internet.
Well, I think in person goes viral on the internet, though, right? Like,
yes,
like there's a
yeah.
podcast,
It has to be face-to-face.
Tinfoil podcast, right? Like I think we're trying to set up where they get a PhD to come on there and debate me. Like, bro, that will go viral on the internet. I think like
Exactly.
there is something about in person professionals.
Yep.
That's way different than like these lame, anti-flat earthers behind the keyboard. You know what I'm saying? It's like a combination of the two.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're fucking weak, dude. It's all weak. I haven't seen a good one on here yet, man. I mean, I just haven't. I mean, and I'm not smart when it comes to. Yeah, they just, and it's just they're blowhards, man. But what I was getting to is you were prepared. You did your homework, man, and I could tell. I was like, this dude knows what the fuck. He's just smacking that clown around, dude. It's awesome. But yeah, man. Yeah, those are my 3 questions. If you like I said, what did I say? Yeah, never mind, man. Just it was real good to talk with you guys. I'm gonna go back to listening and get some
You too, man.
get some fresh meat. Oh, get some fresh meat in here so we can get that simpatico or whatever that fucking moron's name was. Get him back on here, dude. That was fun. The
Oh
last
yeah,
2
we looking
hours
for him
were
right
shit,
now.
dude.
I was just telling Proud. I think he's
He
still
in
down
here.
there.
Good, get
Oh,
that
and,
fucker up here.
Jeff,
Oh,
and
damn.
Jeff, don't you dare hop on the keyboard and start tweeting when you ran out of here when you seen what's it. So bring your ass back up here. Caleb up here too. You pop shit about him on TikTok. What's good?
Wait, what's his TikTok?
Good. Get him
What's Jeff's TikTok?
Jeff Polson. He be live with David, or Josh. I think his name is Josh.
Oh, Josh Hazelblad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love me. Hey,
So
buddy.
every time Proud go into TikTok now, they be looking for her. She going in there, they be throwing her mic, because she was challenging them on a bunch of different aspects. So then Jeff was up there like, oh, okay, having a conversation. Then he dropped out, just to give you a little bit of a backstory. So then they started acting proud about the ether. So then she started getting into her ethereal bag, and then this man started spiraling out of control from what I hear. Then pull up the Flat Earth Fridays, and when we was getting into the ether last week and the week before that, it wasn't really a whole lot of piping up. So Jeff, I see you tweeting from the sidelines, you piping up on my co-host. Bring that ass up here on the mic, my guy. We see you when we know you in here. Don't be running down.
In fact, I'm going to give up my microphone just so he can get up there, because I got to go to bed. So I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Well, I wanted to go.
Shout out to you, sheepdog.
I wanted to go and ask my question before my phone dies.
Hold on, can I just say one thing? I gotta jump down. I gotta go change out my battery. I'm at work at the mines right now. I gotta go change out my battery, and then I'm gonna come back and try to join the live before you guys end, if you guys will still be up.
We in here, man. Stationary Saturdays.
Bet. I'll be back in a bit.
Well, so I did have a question, and this was something else. I mean, I'm sort of on the side of flat Earth at this point, but I did have a question. Given, considering the whole firmament and whatever else, that begs the question of where do asteroids come from? Like, when they hit the Earth or whatever else. And if you look at their composition, I mean, they're clearly. I mean, there's obviously not quote unquote space metals that don't exist on Earth. Like everything that comes out of space or whatever else or out of the atmosphere is, the same minerals or whatever else that we can find on Earth. But the way that it burns up both in the atmosphere as well as like the shape of it and everything else like that, looks like it was burnt up in the atmosphere. But that also begs the question, where did it exactly come from? And it's not like it shot up from a volcano somewhere and then landed somewhere else where we could mistake it as, say a meteorite or falling stars, whatever else. But, does anybody actually have an explanation for that?
Yeah.
Sega did a space, so a couple of them.
Have you ever seen an
so like
asteroid?
that's exactly what I'm gonna say. Like people always say this, but like when you look into it, good luck. I mean, you're saying just find the rock on the ground or something, and it looks like it's been burnt, because when it comes to rocks falling out of the sky and landing on the earth and being seen, that's like never actually happened. There's like a couple times it's even claimed to have actually been observed, like ever.
Well, I mean, even if you look at, what's claimed to be meteorites and things like that, there's a very distinct characteristic of these specific rocks. And it's not like you could find them anywhere else in Earth unless you could find some way to actually manufacture that via machines or whatever else. And what would beg the better question is, how would you produce something like that?
Aren't they the same material, the same minerals, or pretty similar composition?
Well, I think it really depends on like quote unquote which asteroid or whatever it is, because I'm sure they all have different like chemical or material compositions.
I posted a nice thread of meteors and the etymology of where they come from and the fact that they could just be energy. You guys could check that out.
Yeah, I want to let Witcher click on this real quick, but I do want to let you know, bro, that they conceptualize what a meteorite was before they even discovered a crater. Now, how is that possible? Go ahead, Wissy.
Yeah, that's some sauce. Like I would say, bro, like for example, with the moon rocks, right? They say they discovered like 80% of all the moon rocks we have on the Earth.
Literally, that's the official number. So it's the same thing with this, bro. Like they're like, oh, well, sure, we have rocks like meteorites on the Earth, but I swear some of them came from space. All
Well,
right,
I
cool,
mean,
cool story.
Well, I mean, so in my arguments with other people that are arguing, ball earth to me versus, my position being flat earth or whatever else, they're like, well, we're taught all this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I mean, I've heard idiotic theories and explanations on both sides, like on both sides of the spectrum, like, and it makes me just face palm, honestly. But what I've understood, well, just given a very prime example, Neil deGrasse Tyson is an astrophysicist, a physicist, yet he's pushing the trans bullshit, which everybody knows with any sort of common sense that trans bullshit is literally just that bullshit. So if he's pushing that, then what else is he fucking lying about? But even on top of that, I mean, going along with the whole education system and things like that people are taught in school, I mean, from grades on up until college, you're taught that the Civil War was between the North and the South, when it literally was actually the Republicans versus the Democrats. And so if schools are lying about that, then they're lying about a bunch of other shit. But then as well too, given how all the different governments around the world and secret societies, worship Satan or all these idols or whatever the fuck else, if they're worshiping all this shit, then what validity does, quote unquote, the science that they push or project? Like, if they're worshiping Satan, basically, then wouldn't it beg to question that, doesn't God exist in that instance specifically? Specifically, since all the, people around the world are, all the elites around the world are the ones worshiping Satan and shit like that. So, like, what's the exact opposite of that? What's the actual, way to go about looking at that? But even more so, I found too that people won't listen to you if you demand that they look or listen to things, whatever else, because their defense mechanism is going to be pride and just holding up their own pride or whatever else. But if you listen to them and actually have a discussion and are able to listen to them and actually have good arguments or good thinking or logic or whatever else, and make them think about what they're asking or saying or whatever else, then you can quote unquote turn people, or at least get them to see some sort of logic without making them feel like they're getting pummeled into the dirt in the first place. Because like, you can't really change people
Seems like
or
you really
change
thought
people
about
for
this,
the better.
Seems
Well,
like
you
you really
can't
put a lot
you
of thought
can't
into it.
change people for the better if you're just insulting them all the time.
That's a fact.
Yeah, but to be fair, I don't even necessarily disagree with what you just took a total left turn, bro. I'll just recap the question, right? Like, like how do meteorites happen if there's like a firmament and the Earth's flat? Staker just told you that they actually theorized the idea of these meteorites before they even supposedly discovered the first quote-unquote crater. Obviously, these craters are always like equidistant from the quote-unquote impact point. It's because they actually come from water underneath the Earth. It's much more logical. They would have like skid marks and stuff if they were rocks from the sky. And then we just go Google meteorites found on Earth, and you're just going to see they're just like rocks found on the Earth, and that's what they are.
Yeah, the girl, what's her face? She had posted what the theory was about meteorites. I just haven't looked at it yet because I'm still looking at the this, like, all the people in this chat.
Not to mention the 90 degree
Exactly.
indentation.
Exactly.
What's her
Like
face? My name is Proud Flurf, sir. Artificial
I'm
intelligence.
not looking at anybody's name. I can't even read my own name.
Bro, wait, real fast. Did you understand what we're saying? If rocks are flying from the sky hitting the ground, it's going to cause skid marks. They're not going to be perfect 90-degree impacts, but all these quote-unquote craters are just like perfect 90-degree impact if they were rocks. That's impossible.
Well, to be fair, I haven't looked at the craters that closely, like, upon inspection. It was just something that popped in my mind that I thought I would ask.
All right, brother.
They also say that they become meteorites because they burn up. But then you go Google if you could burn a rock, and then science says no. So I'm like, wait, hold up. Y'all telling me it burn up in the atmosphere, and then tell me but rocks don't burn. Come on, Psycom, stop playing with me.
Yeah, they don't even pull that one out on me anymore. The whole meteorite question.
Go check out that thread. Proud told you where to find the source at.
I mean, at least you can say that it was a good question.
Appreciate it, man. Hey, speaking of secret societies, hey, Simplicio, you want a secret society?
Oh, I didn't realize you were talking to me. Well, actually,
I was talking to Simplicio.
Oh.
Yeah, Simplicio, you got some. Yeah, Simplicio, you got some motion or curvature proof you want to provide?
Why you not got a profile pic, bro? That's sus.
That's why I had to ask him.
Yo, you're an agent, bro. What's up with you right now?
He's hiding from his colleagues and his students.
Okay. I mean, if that's true, fair enough, I guess. Can you help us out? We're trying to figure out how you know the Earth goes around the sun, and how it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, all that.
Oh, he told us a balloon earlier.
I heard that, bro. I heard the balloon, bro. Oh my god. Then he was like, "Oh, but it's space time." I was like, "Whoa!" I thought you were talking about real curvature for a second.
They have to use relativity, so it's real. That was the argument.
Yeah. Hyperbolic space.
This guy's got 2,000 tweets and no profile picture. How do you do that?
Well, I mean, he did say he used this account to troll flat earthers.
Oh, like it is legit. He's hiding from people.
Yeah, but you could just put like any picture there, right? I mean, it don't got to be him.
You know, ball earthers aren't creative. They have to be told what to think. Stop giving them so much credit. What's it?
Yeah.
Man, he just needs that picture of Neil deGrasse Tyson looking like a pear.
I could see like a nice globe with the big smiley face on it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I like the Earth go around the sun thing, because every flat earther can learn like the 3 basic responses you get, and you can literally go dunk on like any PhD. Everyone in this room can. Literally, like the Earth does not revolve around the sun. Do you have any actual evidence that exclusively verifies that? You're going to hear parallax, aberration, retrograde. Just learn the easy response to all of those. And actually, all of those, you can just say kinematic equivalents, literally. And none of those PhDs will be able to give you any actual evidence, because none exists.
I know. I realized when I asked that question over here at Flat Earth Fridays, and they don't like the answer.
No, they hate that question, bro.
They don't like that. I said, ooh. Y'all run from that one. Start spinning all
That's
these
a big
different
one,
things
bro.
about the rotation. I said, I ain't ask about rotation, bro.
I
Give me
know,
the
bro. It's
interpretation.
funny. Yeah. That's a
Oh,
pretty
he
big
said-
question, I think, right? I mean, because if we're not going around the sun, then we're just chilling in the middle. I mean, that's a game changer, yeah.
Then they go to that. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? The lack of motion of your whole model. Now you don't want to talk about it.
You know, that creativity comment kind of got me thinking, like their names is like sly means deceitful, and then what is it, rhetoric? Rhetoric is, you know, he's spewing some rhetoric, like McToon, cartoon, like who comes up with this shit? No creativity at all.
So Jeff, you don't want to provide evidence for motion around the sun?
Send him a mic.
I did. He's safe behind his keyboard.
Jeff, if you don't hit accept, bro, it's going on TikTok. It's going on TikTok. Don't run, Jeff. All that piping up. You caught it 4K now. It's Flat Earth Fridays, brother. What you thought it was. Go ahead, William. What's up, bro? Let me rotate something.
Hey, yo.
I think KC's waving.
Hey, when the space got shut down, right, when we got kicked out by I don't know, Elon Musk or whatever the fuck happened, I was just wanting to fucking talk to Simplicity for a second about, you know, going back to my dumbass primitive ironworker math. He was talking about a baseline, right, on how to measure the transit of Venus. And I just wanted to ask him, like, hey, bro, I'm shooting point A to B, right? And this is a straight line. Point A to B is a straight line. B to C is another straight line. We're making a 90-degree angle. If I'm off by a quarter inch, all right, and it's 100 feet long, point A to B, and it's 100 feet long, B to C. How much of an error am I going to have? Like, he was like, oh, yeah, we could have like a 10 to 15% error, measuring the transit of like, shut the fuck up, dude. But anyways, no, I was bummed out that Caleb dropped out. Really, the only reason I put my hand
right
up.
here.
Oh, hell yeah, he's back in here. All right, so you were talking about Mike's clip, right? I saw that shit today. All right, robot polisher, the man, putting his clip up. Are you are you devouring that fucking retard? made me fucking almost start fucking crying laughing. And the reason why is because my roommate is about, I'd say 9-10 months into feeling like the earth is not what we've been told. She's like, yeah, it's flat. The shit's flat, right? It's flat. So I'm showing her this shit. I'm showing her just the clip that Mike put up, and she's rolling on the fucking ground, literally rolling on the fucking ground, laughing just at his facial expressions, because you asked the man to define inertia, and he said, it depends on context. The motherfucker said that the definition of a fucking word would depend on a context. And she started rolling on the ground laughing her fucking ass off. And I just wanted, hey, Caleb, seriously, man, I've been showing her a lot of your videos. I've been watching and listening to you guys for a long time, but once I found Caleb on TikTok and shit, it's been taken off for me just on the education side. Okay. I'm not Alan. I'm probably never going to be Alan. I'm going to give mad props to Alan, to Sacred, to Proud, all you guys. You educate me on the daily. But my fucking roommate was crying, laughing at this dude's facial expressions because he could not handle the inertia question. And she was cracking up.
Dude,
I'm gonna drop the mic. I'm gonna drop the mic, man. I just all I wanted to say was, bro, all these people want to. Oh, well, we're talking about celestial observations, bitch. You wanted to start from a reference point, and I gave you a literal ground-based reference point on how I set up walls or anything else, any other structure. And if I'm off by a quarter inch and it's a fucking 100 feet long, do the math, motherfucker. It's going to be off. Well, we could be off by 10 to 15%. Nah, dude, miss me with that bullshit. Caleb, you inspire me. I'm going to sit back, drop the mic, listen to you guys. I fucking love it.
Thank you, bro. I love you. During the conversation, I was like, man, is this like, are the flat earthers, is the community like gonna like how I went about this? Was this really worth it? But hearing people say stuff like that to me motivates me even more to do it. I think it's necessary to have Austin talk to these PhDs, but I also think it's equally as necessary to talk to the anti-flat earth proponents and really meticulously expose exactly all their arguments with specificity. So thank you, bro. That seriously means a lot, man. I've had some like really good feedback, and then some people were like, oh man, like you were seeming derogatory, man. You don't need to go about it in that way. Bro, do you even know who Craig is? Do you even know who this fat moron is that proclaims to be debunking flat earth? You expect me to be nice to a moron that looks like Jimmy Neutron?
Okay, you
And
always on 10, bro. Go ahead.
to be completely honest, I think I was very respectful during the debate. I think for the most part, there were a couple moments where I had to step on his throat and shut him up a little bit. But for the most part, I was extremely patient and extremely respectful during the debate. Hence why I made that tweet today that said, for anybody that is the faint of heart that can't handle contention and can't handle me talking down to these morons, because they are morons that need to be talked down to, then stop supporting me. Stop watching my content, because I will make it so apparent that these people are stupid in the face of God's creation. I do not care. I want this topic respected. I demand respect for our community, and I will do it, and I will command it in a way even if I have to be rude to these people. I won't make us look bad by just calling him a moron, but I will point out their problems, point out their flaws in their logic, and then call them a moron.
Jaren almost called him fight the tight shirt. But Franco,
That was awesome.
if you could do so kindly and come up here and grab a mic, please, Franco. I saved a mic just for you.
Proud, can you message me Jeff's TikTok after this?
Yeah.
So I can do a little bit of stalking. That would be nice. I've never, for some reason, Jeff seems to talk a lot about me, but
Doesn't mean that,
I don't know
Elon.
who
He
Jeff
doesn't mean
is.
that.
What?
Well, Jeff is stalking him right now, kind of.
Well, it sounds like, because I have like a good 5 or 6 globetard heliosexual morons on TikTok that constantly talk about me and stream about me and say, oh, I'm an anti-Semite and all this stuff when I'm just publicly that. Like, there's no need to like act like it's a hidden thing. I'm publicly that. But they go and they try to like, they accept flat earthers and they... Sorry, I had to make sure that wasn't
one of
Michael.
them, and Josh is one of them, and Jeff is often in his space or in his TikTok live.
Yeah, I got Jeff. It sounds like, well, I don't know who Jeff is. I got Jeff. I know I got Mike Splained, Chardock, Hazelblad, Josh. I always love to tell Josh to turn on his camera because he's looks like an absolute meth head. Globy McGlobeface, Globe Man. I got some haters, bro. But Jeff's needs to be added to the list. It sounds like, but I'd like to check out his content. If I need to make a video on him, I totally will.
Byron, the surveyor, he was in here earlier. I don't know why he couldn't.
No.
Still, he didn't have the mental capacity to sit in here and listen to Alan debunk his life's work. Like,
wait, did he grab a mic?
No, he couldn't even sit still to listen. Yo,
Nah,
Alan
he
had a
was
whole
on a mic. He
presentation.
just didn't stay. Yeah, he dipped out.
Oh yeah, he blocked me. I was in his live stream talking about theodolites and total stations, and I was debunking him completely, and he literally blocked me, bro. These dudes don't want the smoke. That's why, in my opinion, I know a lot of flat earthers are like, man, we can't give these people energy. We have to give these people energy. We must jump down their throat with logic, in my opinion. And if nobody else will do it, I will address them. Again, like I said in my tweet earlier today, I will address these people one by one, and I will meticulously call them out and either make them look like cowards or force them into an intellectual conversation where they have no foundation and they must lie and they must be exposed, where we can record it after and expose it. I seriously think it would push the movement a lot farther if we directly attack these people and go at them instead of them being like, oh, what's it? Oh, Caleb, you're scared
That
to
goes
debate
for you down there,
me.
Derek, tweeting from your keyboards. But yeah, facts. But we got Franco on stage now. Yo, Franco, we've been trying to track you down in this ether, through these time zones, through this warped curved space-time. And it's been impossible. How are you doing over yonder?
He's a busy man.
Lit.
Is Franco
Yo,
a glober?
I recognize that guy's face, bro. He was talking reckless. I don't never go next. I just got next. I went to my notifications. This man over here talking about, oh, this is BS, just like everything Witsit says. I recognize this dude.
Wait, Franco's a glober then?
Franco's
I'm pretty
supposedly a
sure.
CERN scientist. He's
So-
supposedly working at CERN.
Why certain scientists care about the stupid flat earthers' opinion, then?
Because
Good
we
question.
cool. He loves
Good
flat
question.
earth. Yeah, you know, Glovers are they ain't as cool as us.
Yo, Franco, you got a mic, buddy? Unmute your mic. What's going on, Franco? Are you cool? Your thumb's working, brother?
So look, while Franco gets situated, I do also want to say what up to Plain Reality. I think this was an Alan invite from Discord. Do want to say what up, man. Appreciate you pulling up to Flat Earth Friday / Stationary Saturdays.
Yo, quick preface to my boy Plain Reality. He's lagging pretty hard. So he's about 7 seconds behind, so it might not be a good interaction. But
is he on PC or mobile?
He's on the other side of the world.
I'm on my laptop, bro, but it was lagging for me pretty badly before.
Are you good now?
Yeah, I don't know. I think so. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. You're back then. Hell yeah. Welcome.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, Alan was saying that you had some sauce, and I was like, "Oh, you got to tell him to pull up the Flat Earth Friday so we can check them out."
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, you posted one of my vids there. That one there's a great one. I've got someone who's already dumped a comment on it. It's just ridiculous. They don't understand what it's all about. Yeah, the one that we got there that you posted, if everyone has a look at that, what you got there is 2 observations, both from around 8 inches high. And like I claim that, there's 4 things that you can basically prove with this. And I've done it with a few globers actually now. You can demonstrate that there obviously would be a horizon on a flat Earth, that you would the reason of why things disappear bottom up. And if I can go over that with you guys if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you send me a link to the video and I'll pull it up for the guys on screen that are following
We
it?
can maybe even do it live with a glober on here.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Franco, there he is. What up, Franco?
Not bad. Thanks.
Hey, sorry, I can't actually hear everyone. I can only hear Sacred.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do, Plain.
You gotta drop down then. Yeah, tell him drop down, Sacred.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop you down. Plain Reality. I'm gonna bring you back up.
Yo, Franco, we're some curious flirts up in this room tonight. We're really looking for evidence that the ocean's surface is convexing at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, and or evidence that we are revolving around the sun. That would be great if you could substantiate that for us, Franco, and make us all heliosexuals in this moment.
Okay, so look, so this is what we're gonna do, because it's his Flat Earth Fridays, right? And I do appreciate Franco for pulling up. What I have learned is that Franco is only specifically like talking about physics, geometry, motion, things like that. So that could be inbounds, but he not gonna tolerate nobody challenging like his credibility. Okay, so I'm telling you that right now. Like whether y'all agree with that or not, that's just what it is. So the moment that he feel like you calling him a liar, he not gonna have no conversation. So I'm just letting y'all know. I do want to have a conversation, but
we're just asking him for evidence.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that's cool, because we had some previous encounters where Franco don't take too kindly to that. So I do appreciate Franco for pulling up. But yeah, let's talk about some of the physics real quick, and then we'll get to the hands after this.
Yeah, or Franco, let me know what the beef is, bro. Right? Like, so you said everything I ever say is wrong.
How about the physics of how airplanes can land on a spinning ball when the pilot's only trained to treat it as stationary?
Okay, one at a time. Okay.
Oh, I can't hear anybody else for some reason.
But that's new perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna drop you down. Why I came? See, why they messing with my mics? I gotta drop you down too. I'll bring you back up.
Sorry, as a Sacred clearly said, I'm only here to in case someone has questions about the physics. My attitude is that these things, such as provide evidence and things like that, cannot be done by words on Twitter. You have to look at data. You have you don't provide videos. You don't provide words, because you guys are so well trained in attacking every.
Well, hold on, I'm gonna let you finish, Franco. But just one thing: if you call somebody a liar on the timeline, they do have a right to ask you, particularly, why you're calling them a liar. So you can't say that words don't mean anything, but you're saying things on the TL. So when someone asks you face to face, you got to be able to address that. You can't just say, "Oh, words don't mean nothing no more." Okay, so you do got to address that if that's what happened. But then after that, we can get to the physics.
I've been called a liar here, right?
Oh yeah, but I'm just asking you. I'm asking you. I've never met you.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with that. Okay, so we're to ask you a question, and then we can get to the physics after that. But you should answer that if that's what you did. Go ahead.
Well, I'm even trying to tie it into the physics because you said like this is BS, like everything he says, and it was on a video someone posted about the Farrow cell images of the magnet. So I'm just saying, like, in terms of physics, what is it that I always say that's BS?
I
Can you give an
don't. Sorry, I don't
example?
remember the tweet.
Yikes.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. So sorry.
Well, you're obviously familiar with who I am, right?
With?
Yeah. Like you seem to imply that you knew that I was wrong. Okay, anyway. Well, then, if you don't know who I am, then never mind. I don't know. I'm saying, like, if there's a claim of physics I make that you think is wrong, I'd be happy to discuss it.
Okay.
That you think is BS.
I'll look for it.
Okay, so
it's all good.
Okay, cool. So one of the things that we've been asking, well, first of all, I think Caleb had a question for you too, right? Caleb, you asked him something, and we'll get to Xavier after that.
Oh, I just asked him two, basic globe Earth questions. Can you substantiate 8 inches per mile squared geometrical curvature rate at the surface of the Earth? Or can you also help us understand how we prove the Earth revolves around the sun?
Okay, so sorry, but again, the 8 inches per mile square is not a physics question. It's a geometry question. This is it's an approximation. It's a quadratic approximation for small distances of of what happens. It's a cosine. It's a cosine approximation or something like
Did you
that.
know, Franco? I'm
Yeah.
sure you didn't know this, so I'll educate you real quick. 8 inches per mile squared, the approximation of 8
Yeah.
inches per mile squared
Yeah.
is the exact same curvature rate as every other curvature model for up to 2,000 miles. Did you know that, Franco?
I'm not sure what you mean, but what I know is that I know I know trigonometry, and I know what it means to calculate distances from a spherical surface of a given radius. And if you do it from a tangent, you see that the distance after you've
I didn't ask for this. So do you understand English, right? So let me just ask again.
Sort of, yes.
Did you realize that the 8 inches per mile squared approximation rate of
Yes.
curvature is the exact same as any other curvature model for up to 2,000 miles? They differ within feet.
Yes, because a cosine approximation, because a cosine is if you Taylor expand the cosine function, it has a first term which is quadratic, and the second correction is to the fourth power. So that means that the cosine is well approximated by a parabola up until the fourth power of the angle,
So
which
why
means
did you?
that.
Okay, yeah, you're just talking math. Here,
Of course,
Franco,
it is math because this is math. It's not.
Franco,
It's not
calm down,
physics.
calm down, calm down,
I have
Franco.
to come down. Okay.
Calm down, buddy. Is math descriptive or explanatory, Franco? You want me to define the words?
I don't understand the question. Math is simply a way
You
of.
don't understand anything, bro.
Oh God.
Wait. Let me jump in. So wait, did like before this is just gonna go off the rail. Franco, did someone say you worked at CERN?
Yes.
You work at CERN. So your whole thing is particle physics.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So how do you feel about the fact that's actually provably pseudoscience?
I disagree with this. So sorry.
Okay,
I feel that this is not true. So this is my feeling.
You mean to give you an example of how? Yeah, I'll give you an example of how it's provably true, though. So we have a phenomenon called magnetism, right? When we apply particle physics to magnetism, the particle physics prediction doesn't work. So we actually had to invent something called virtual photons, which, to quote Richard Feynman, is just a mathematical construct. They've never been the input or output of any experiment ever. Their existence is questionable at best. It's just something we use to balance out our equations because our predictions didn't match reality. So that would be pseudoscience by definition, right?
Not sure. No, sorry. No, no, because what
You
we call
okay?
pseudoscience. Yes, I'm okay.
I
Hold
thought
on,
you were having
Kevin.
a
Hold on,
seizure
hold
there
on.
for a second.
Nah, it is a language barrier, so it's cool. Hold on. Go ahead, Franco.
No, sorry. I'm just trying to find a way of answering this. Depends how. Thanks for laughing. Depends how you define pseudoscience. When we have models which describe what is observed to an incredible degree of precision, I don't call that pseudoscience. And when we make a theory such as QED, the one that Richard Feynman was a pioneer in, and for which he got a Nobel Prize, right, for his development of QED, that theory has predicted experimental results up to a degree of precision which is incredible. Look at the G-2 factor of the electron. It's predicted with a number of decimal points, which is incredible, which we don't get in any other scientific domain.
I know that. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, and that's what we call a successful model. We have QED is incredibly successful. We have currently the standard model of particle physics, which is incredibly successful, has achieved a incredible number of success in prediction.
No, bro. Okay. Go ahead.
You may call it a pseudoscience, but it's just a matter of what we call things. You can call it Josephine, as I say. If Josephine is able to make predictions of and that is testable with experiments that we currently do and we have been doing for decades, and everything is what is predicted. We accept the Josephine as our theory. And then we look what is missing, what is still not described, and we still making experiments. We've not dismantled CERN. CERN is still there, and still LHC is still running, making experiments and making.
Bro, how long? What the?
You gotta give me a minute here because you're saying a lot of stuff, right? So like, first of all, for those who don't know, QED is quantum electrodynamics. Secondly, let's define pseudoscience, right? It's a set of beliefs mistakenly regarded as being based upon the scientific method. Okay, so when you say that virtual photons are the cause of magnetism, but you can't define what that is, no one even knows if they truly exist. They're just a mathematical placeholder because particle physics predictions specifically do not work. You can't then turn around and say, quote unquote, particle physics has been incredibly accurate. It quite literally wasn't. That's why we invented virtual photons. Yes, the phenomenon is real. It's called magnetism. Particle physics doesn't work to explain it. So you had to create a pseudoscientific reification fallacy called virtual photons, which you agree is just a concept used mathematically, correct?
False. He just explained to you that virtual photons allow us to predict the G2 factor of the electron to 12 decimal places. That is an experimental verification.
Exactly.
You see how you guys actually lack the capacity to apply logic. I'm going to repeat it at this point, okay? So yes, what's called virtual photons is based on a real phenomena. We have observational technology that can observe this phenomena very precisely. We can measure intricate vibrational displacement. No one disputes that. What you don't seem to get, though, is that virtual photons is just a made-up concept. No one can even define them. They've never been the input or output of any experiment ever.
That's false. The experiment is the G2 experiment, and it agrees with the theoretical predictions to 12 decimal places. That's 1 part in a trillion. That is the most precise agreement between theory and experiment ever achieved in science.
Exactly. You just for instance, like quarks, they cannot be observed directly, but we have the prediction of what the quark model predicts, what the consequences of the model are on what is observable. You define what is observable physics defines what is observable, the model tells you what the experiment will be. And this is the definition of scientific method. You go and check what your theory predicts, even if the theory predicts that something is not observable directly, but you observe the consequences of that. This is precisely what happens. In quantum mechanics, you cannot see an electron. You cannot see the single electron. You cannot see because
it's because it's pseudoscience. It's by definition pseudoscience. So
you know that what you're currently using to broadcast your thought is based on semiconductor properties, which require quantum mechanics to be understood.
Oh my God, dude!
Yes, it is.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Without quantum mechanics, you don't have semiconductors. You don't have silicon detectors. You don't have silicon transistors and circuits. You need quantum mechanics to use what you're currently using.
I agree. Stop screaming.
So it's not pseudoscience because you're using the technology that this is implying.
But chill out, dude. Okay. So, and I want the flat earthers to notice this is why I say we need to start chopping up PhDs, and if this guy really works at CERN, because you get the same thing from the top levels, literally.
I've been trying to tell you,
bro. This is top level stuff, right? This is if you work at CERN, you should be an expert. Okay. So you're conflating a conceptual model's usability to the actual accuracy of its description of reality. That is a fallacy. Listen, dude. Define virtual photon. Go.
It is.
How you gonna sit here and tell me how real it is? You can't even define it, bro.
Have you taken an undergraduate quantum mechanics class?
So, there you go. They're turning around trying to gaslight me. And then let me also respond to this whole.
How am I supposed to define what a virtual photon is to someone who hasn't taken an undergraduate quantum mechanics?
Yeah, I know you can't define it. You're probably Googling it right now, buying time. And
no, I'm not Googling.
Can I give a definition?
Not you, Franco.
No. Wait up. Let me say one thing, Franco. Look, I agree that quantum mechanics is one of the most reliably precise fields of study that exists, and it's one of the one of the most precise capabilities of prediction ever. Which is actually strengthening my point, because what that did was directly refute particle physics, literally, which is why almost across the board QFT is now adopted to explain what it cannot. So now the fact that we quantified the terminal end 1 unit, like the electron's 1 unit line, like the terminal end of 1 unit line of dielectric induction, just like the person who discovered it, J.J. Thomson, said it was. Okay, you call it a particle of matter that carries a charge, but it's a point particle. It has no size or shape, and we never know exactly where it is, and we can never see it. Cool story, bro. Okay, the truth is you guys have to run from the ether because it debunks your model. But what I want you to do is tell me, what is a virtual photon? If I'm saying it's just a mathematical concept, and in that pseudoscience, if you act like it's real, you're conflating math to reality. You say it's not pseudoscience, then okay. Can you tell me define virtual photon?
No, it is something mathematical. Is exactly the same as a real photon is a mathematical object in the theory. It is okay. Let's say a virtual photon is a term in a calculation of a scattering process where you have a term described by a propagator term in the scattering amplitude calculation, and this propagator corresponds to an exchange of a photon between two say electron current, which is out of so-called mass shell, which has an invariant mass which is not zero. And this is the appearance of this term in the calculation is just a term of theory expansion of the calculation of the so-called matrix element, which is a calculation that you make in order to compute the scattering probability, say between two electrons, or an electron and a photon. Sorry, an electron and a positron.
Yeah, you did all of that, and you didn't actually define what it is, bro. Like, virtual particles are distinctly different from the real particles, right? That's the whole point. Like, typically it has to do with their mass. And I quoted Richard Feynman.
It's off mass.
It's because they have different masses,
yes.
but they supposedly still carry momentum and energy. But I specifically quoted Feynman because he's the one that famously came up with the Feynman diagram, which is the schematics used for virtual particles. Okay, cool. He broke it down very distinctly. He said, virtual photons have never been the input or output of any experiment ever. They're merely conceptual. Their existence is questionable at best. They just helped us. It's a concept that helped us balance out our equations, which means
and the date
that there's something.
The date of that quote is when?
Hold on. He ain't interrupt y'all. He let you finish. Go ahead.
And the point is that particle physics, when we looked at the magnetic field and we applied particle physics, so the idea of moving electrons, okay, it didn't match the actual energy observed in the magnetic field. So we had to invent something else as a mathematical placeholder. Dude, we had already quantified and measured the energy in the field. So then we put in a mathematical placeholder to represent the missing component, to turn around and say, oh, then we made predictions with it that proves the math is actual reality is retarded.
No,
of course it matched. Of course it matched. Of course it matched, because that's how we came up with it, was the missing energy component. That's like saying, oh, we looked at gravity, we saw the missing component, called it dark matter. That proves dark matter exists. No, it doesn't. It proves your theory's wrong, and you had to make up another mathematical placeholder.
Sorry.
That's wrong. What's the date of the Feynman quote, please?
I don't remember, dude.
Yeah, it's probably from the 1960s or so. So that's no longer up to date. We have done experiments that verified the existence of virtual photons.
Name one.
I just told you the G-2 experiment, the most accurate agreement between theory and experiment.
No, we didn't even directly observe virtual photons at all in that experiment. I just explained. I explained what it was. Dude, wait, time out. Please tell me you guys are going to respond to what I just said. So the way that this happened was we looked at the magnetic field. There was too much energy there. We did the math with our particle physics, and then we had leftover energy. Oh yeah, and you can look into the Lamb shift. Okay. Oh yeah. So then we were like, then we thought, okay, there's a missing amount of energy, and we came up with a concept, a mathematical placeholder called virtual particles, specifically virtual photons for electrostatics and magnetism, and that represented the extra energy in really crude layman terms. So of course we were able to go forward and predict electromagnetic phenomena and the differential, because we had already noticed what was missing. That doesn't prove anything.
No, sorry. What I'm not sure what is the energy the missing energy that you are referring to. I'm not sure. I don't really understand. But maybe you link something. But if that's how physics progresses, right? You have something which is not totally explained by your current method, by your current theory. People thought that at the end of the 19th century that everything was perfectly that was the end of physics, because Maxwell equations had come up with the explanation of electromagnetism in a very nice way, and we thought, and the people thought, I wasn't alive then, that people thought that everything was closed. And then there were problems with the black body radiation. There were problems with the fact that electromagnetism would predict that atoms would not be stable, because an electron circling around a proton would radiate light, and it would lose their energy and would collapse on the nucleus, and 8 atoms would not be possible. So there was a theoretical problem with electromagnetism at the particle level, and that's led to the development of quantum mechanics. This is something that happened at the beginning of the 20th century. In spite of the fact that we thought that classical physics was closed with the beauty of Maxwell's equations, and then the quantum physics still had other problems, and for instance the fact that it had to be matched with special relativity, And then quantum field theory came up, which reconciled together special relativity and quantum physics, yes, and this led to the prediction of antimatter in the 1930s. Antimatter was discovered in the cosmic rays, positrons, and so on. So every time you find that the current theory has something missing, you develop a new model, and then what you do is that I understand what you say. If the new theory just explain one thing, the one thing that is missing, then I agree with you that this is not satisfactory. If you just make an ad hoc explanation that only explain what is not right and what does not compare with the observations in your current theory, then this is not satisfactory. But if the new theory manages to make predictions for some new observations and then it matches them, then you accept the new theory. You have, of course, you have to have more predictions than the one that is, you say.
All right, Franco, land your plane.
Yeah, holy.
Yeah,
Dude,
I knew
I
I talked too long. I asked for it. I guess I shouldn't. I opened up this can. I should know I was going to get more technical and in the weeds. Franco, it's all good, bro. The point is, if you actually work at CERN, if you have some credentials, you can come on my show in the field at some point, and we can talk about this and not bore everyone else. But I would just like to point out that it's just a fact that virtual photons is just a concept. It's just an abstraction. It's because particle physics doesn't work. It falls apart very quickly on the quantum scale. And this is why almost everyone adopts quantum field theory at this point, which is also pseudoscience. And you can ask very simple questions to prove that. For example, like, do you believe, can I just get a yes or no? Do you believe in quantum field theory?
Well, it doesn't mean anything
yes or
to
no?
believe what.
Yes
I
or
believe
no,
is
Franco?
Quantum field theory is an incredibly effective theory that's been tested and confirmed.
It's not a religion.
Why do you need this dude? Why do you need this dude to
you don't
answer
have to
for you?
believe in quantum field theory. Quantum field theory works.
You're trying to trick him with little rhetorical words like believe.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Why do you have to believe?
No. So this is what I'm saying. You guys are fragile. I was actually just going to.
I'm fragile.
Yeah, I was going to show what was wrong with quantum field theory, but I didn't want to strawman you if you didn't. There are actual PhD physicists I've talked to that don't adhere to modern QFT for many reasons. So how about you guys stop
but this is physics. I mean, you have string theorists who have different models. You may have different models. There's a model that's currently accepted, but it doesn't mean it's the religion and that we believe in it.
I didn't say the word religion.
If we find something that is more effective, we switch to that.
Okay, so you understand that what you're saying is we, and you're appealing to consensus or whatever, and that's definitely what the dude below you is doing. He's just like, whatever he thinks the most popular idea is right now. My point was, I was asking you your position.
Whatever works.
Listen carefully, man. And no, I was asking you your position before I asked my question, so I didn't strawman you. You didn't have to get so offended. It is objectively a belief. You admitted that by saying other physicists have different beliefs. But anyway, this is how easy it is to debunk that claim, okay? So then do you agree within QFT, for example, that the photon is a localized excitation within the photon field?
Yes.
Okay, what is the field?
The field is something mathematically described. It's the same. What is an electric field? It's the same thing. You have a function describing a function of the position and time. In quantum field theory, it's a different thing because it's an operator on some mathematical structure, which are second quantization, things like that. It's all described by mathematics, but this has always been the case since Galileo, right?
So it's just a mathematical description.
Can I just say that that answer, Franco, just sounds so detached from like that actual phenomena, like that all that is to you and all your studies, this phenomenon, this field is nothing more than a mathematical description, bro.
Yes.
It's about to get worse. Wait, we're almost there.
Go ahead.
So and yes, you're right. It's math.
Yes,
right?
it is. Like, it's a mathematical description.
Yeah, that's right. Like you have a vector field, you have a mathematical description of a Cartesian coordinate system. Use a coordinate system to describe
the length, width, breadth, etc. That's all it is. It's a mathematical description, typically involves vector fields, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if a photon is the localized excitation of the photon field, but the photon field is just mathematical description, then how is the photon a localized excitation of simply a mathematical construct? How is that what a photon is?
Because when you're talking about photons and electrons, if you believe that there are things in the universe that are fundamental, in other words, they are the simplest things that are and can't be broken down into smaller things. We used to think those things were atoms. We were wrong about that. Then we thought there were protons and neutrons. We were wrong about that. Then we think they're quarks and electrons. Maybe we're right about that. Maybe we're not. But if there are fundamental things, you cannot ask the question, what is that thing? Because the answer to that would be the fundamental thing. So when you've reached when you've reached that level of description of a thing that you think is fundamental, asking what that thing is in terms of other things, it's not a little ball, it's not something else that's waving, it's not made of smaller pieces. It can't be.
This is sophistry.
Because then it would
This
be
is all
fundamental.
sophistry.
No,
it's a belief system, bro.
That was all
Well,
fluff.
it's a
Let
belief
me ask
system.
my
Literally
question
a religion.
The fact that you are all now looking at a screen that is lit by light-emitting diodes.
Oh, here
So
we go
if
with the
you have a
gaslight.
better-
Right? It's all fluff,
if you have a
bro.
better
It's all fluff.
If you have a better explanation for what is making the light behind the screen that you are
Yes,
looking
absolutely.
at,
I have
that
a
is
way better
quantitative-
explanation.
That is quantitative and predictive, then
yes,
write a paper and win
It's
a
going to
Nobel
cost you the
Prize.
motion of the Earth.
The white
It's going to
light
cost you the
LED a
motion
few
of the
years
Earth,
ago.
though.
I want to point out that, first of all, yes, I have a way better explanation. And just like he tried to point out, math is descriptive, not explanatory. They're different things. Science explains things, math describes things, okay? And yes, I have a much better explanatory
Great,
model.
what is it?
Like, light is actually the excitation of the background medium. It's a perturbation or disturbance within the background medium itself. It's just an excited modality of that. It's instantaneously already there. What we call the speed of light is actually perceived rate of illumination. But pause on that. I want you guys to actually address the fact that I said, wait, do you agree? And you both agreed that the photon, what the photon was a localized excitation of the photon field. And then I asked you what the field was. You said it was just math, which means what you have said is a photon is a localized excitation of math.
No, that's not what I said. I said that the field is
No,
fundamental.
that is what you said.
No, it's not. I said that the field is fundamental, and you cannot say what is it made of, because if it was made of something, it wouldn't be fundamental. Now, if you don't
Is
believe
math
that,
actual reality? Let's talk to the CERN guy, not the sophist. Hey, Franco,
well,
do
I
you
have
agree
a
that
PhD in
math
theoretical
isn't
particle
actual
physics
reality?
as well, but sure.
No,
All right,
math
cool.
describes.
Cool. Show your
describes
face. You can
actual
jump
reality.
on my show as well. What's up, Franco?
I said that math describes actual reality. Yeah, but I agree that you have to start some fundamental concepts which you cannot define at any point.
Yeah, you see my field, my I'm giving explanatory power. I'm saying that light itself is actually the excitation or perturbation of the background medium, and what we call the photon is actually just the intersection of the oscillating electric and magnetic field. It's an event, it's a process, it's where those fields intersect. It isn't a corporeal entity, it isn't a physical particle, it is an event. The light itself is an excitation of the background. QFT is starting to hijack the ether framework, but without the coherence or without the explanatory power, because you have to say that the photon is an excitation of merely a mathematical construct. That doesn't even logically follow. That makes no sense.
So use your idea of what light is to calculate the properties of the interaction with light with matter and show that it agrees with experiment better than QED does.
Well, we absolutely can do that because we use photons to do that, and I am acknowledging the quantification of the phenomena. I am disputing the interpretation of it because it's not a physical particle, it's just an event. It's the intersection of the oscillating electric and magnetic fields. So like when we go back to what is the photon? It's the localized excitation of a photon field. Okay, what is the field? It's just a mathematical description of where the photons are. Oh, so photons are localized excitations of mathematical descriptions of where the photons are? That is pure fallacious nonsense. That is circular.
So you've just made up a
reification.
word to attach to that doesn't add any new theoretical.
What is the difference between saying the field and saying the medium? It's exactly the same. What is the
Oh,
medium?
I'll
How do
tell
you
you.
define the medium that is exciting?
Oh, there's a
Yeah,
difference.
I got you. Thank you.
There's a
Thank you for
difference.
that alley-oop, my brother. So for you, it's just math. For me, it's an actual fundamental primary substrate. So it has substantive qualities. It's an actual thing. It's actual. It has properties, physical
What are those
properties. It has has a fluid-like medium. It has
What's the
and light
viscosity?
isn't. Good
Can I
question.
interject just real quick? Why is
Oh, it's
Franco?
very
Why
wait,
are
real
we
fast.
being?
Let me answer
Hold
this.
on.
Let me answer this.
Let him finish.
Very low viscosity, which is, for those who don't know, resistance to flow, has a
Yeah, I don't
very low
remember.
viscosity, but it acts as if it has an immense density. But as to our perceivable interaction, it has a tenuity beyond conception, which is a quote from Tesla.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, quote by Tesla.
Sorry. What I
Oh
want
yeah,
to say,
Tesla's just like
you
an
have the
absolute
theory.
genius. Who needs him, right?
You have the theory about
Hold on, I gotta say something.
substituting
Franco.
QFT with this
Buddy.
medium, and then you write.
Yo. Okay, so
You
why
make
are we allowing?
you make
Hold on,
predictions,
Franco. Shut
numerical
up,
predictions
bro.
on
Shut up,
processes.
Franco, for 2 seconds. Why are we letting Franco speak uninterrupted? And then the moment Austin starts talking, this moron just interjects in the middle of Austin's conversation, and nobody's calling it out. Franco, shut up. Have the respect when Witz is speaking to you, because you can actually learn something from him other than regurgitating your scientific narrative that you've been fed by morons that are just as brainwashed as you. So when Witz is speaking, that means mute up, Franco. Shut up.
We're working on this. We've been talking with Franco for a little while. It's a little bit of a language barrier, so we try to give him the benefit of the doubt. But Franco, you can't interrupt when they're giving you the answers you request, you know? Come on now. I hope he was getting a call. I hope he didn't get chased out of here.
Yeah, I went ahead and posted some ether properties.
Got the ball quickly. So look, I'm open to the open dialogue, right? And sometimes it's going to be interjections to get clarity, and sometimes it's hard to navigate through those conversations because it's very polarized discussion, obviously. Although I do believe that is a very important discussion to have, especially on that level. Everybody got to see how this plays out and hear some of these answers to some of these questions being asked. But I probably should have moderated Simplicio a little bit more because he was interjecting a little bit too much, and that probably derailed a little bit of that conversation. So my fault on that. I'll take that. Just reset though. That was a nice little build. Episode 77, Flat Earth Fridays, part 2, because they try to get us the hell out of here. Like, let's get to the sauce, man. Appreciate y'all for pulling up for Stationary Saturdays.
We got Derek up here. Derek was popping his keyboards. So I hope he, finds value in this conversation and can provide his own interpretation. Clairvoyant is up here as well, and Simplistical is still up here. What's up, guys?
But I do see Xavier had his hand up.
Yeah. I seen Patrick's been waving his hands. He wants to go. So if he's biting at the jumps, I'll let him go real quick because there's something I want to tie into what Whitson said, along with something that's going to happen with Franco with 2 days from now. But yeah, let Patrick go first, and I'll follow up.
Hi guys, I guess it was just about the particle physics and getting on topic with Franco and Whitsitt. I do agree with Whitsitt that basically everything about a photon is particle in movement. There is no question about that. It's a flux that is basically, I'll give you an example in a layman's term. Take a grinder, put it against a steel. What do you get? You get sparks from basically particles in movement. Okay, there's a disassociation in dielectric magnetic convex between for example, when I light a lighter, I burn a fuel. That fuel is a gaseous membrane, and on the outside of that gas, there is where we see the electron photon divergence. Those are now breaking bonds. That particle, which becomes a hydrogen particle, rises directly straight up to the firmament and creates light on both axes, and we are done. There's your explanation.
Okay, yeah, I don't believe in particle physics whatsoever, but sure. Like I see what you're saying. You did incorporate the dielectric and the magnetic, which are the two primary conjugate expressions. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just want to point out. Let me say this. Like the only reason I took it there is just for the fire earthers to know. I want to make a point, bro. Don't ever get intimidated by someone that may actually work at CERT or have a PhD or whatever, bro. You can go toe to toe with all of them. And the reason that's relevant to us is because they can't acknowledge an ether, and we can. So we can actually explain these things. They cannot. If there is an ether, immediately the heliocentric model dies. That's why they're
I agree.
stuck there making all that nonsense up.
Yeah, we was right there. I knew that point was coming up. Like, and I just wanted him to acknowledge, the foundation of the argument that you was making, because they can't have the ether, guys. Like, that's the whole point. Like, if the ether's there, that changes their entire construct, their entire model. They can't have a Earth in motion, and it changes the entire framework of physics. They got to start all over, and that's
I'd
threatening
like
to their I guess entire life, because that's what they base their life off of, is these sciences. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I'd love to be able to draw out some of the concepts better and give you guys explanations on some of they're just perceptions, right, guys? You have to understand everything is a perception in life, and from me, it's in the eye of the beholder, right? So I do see a lot of mathematical benefits because we do use them in the mechanical processes of life that I have lived and witnessed. From building buildings, walls, engineering processes. But that being said, they are just a construct of numbers to displace of masses. So 1 + 1 is just a larger grouping of 1. Okay.
Yeah, I know Xavier was trying to pop in.
All right, thank you for that. So, just to tie it up, I'd be remiss if I didn't want to add something to a Sacred Owl. I was going to ask for 5 minutes, but I don't even need 1 minute, because I think I'm just going to pass the rock to Witsit with this. He's been shown, and I'm geeked out about this. I'm really hyped because he's just shown what I wanted to tie in today about how important it is to tie in logic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the left in the nest right now. I tried to did a couple of spaces with the couple of level heads in the panel already on the importance of logic, and to sum it up, to oversimplify it in one sentence, is there's a huge difference between a mathematical model that can work with reality versus a mathematical model that's derived from reality. They cannot start from reality, these scientists and pushers. They do not. Oftentimes it's a reification. Oftentimes it's a supposition. Oftentimes it's what you just heard. They cannot do it. And Franco, going against one of the most brilliant mathematicians of his kind, Bertrand Russell, even explained any mathematical formula you can express via sentences in some type of truth claim. So he's going against one of his idols. So you can't use sentences, you can't use sentence structures, you could only use math. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. Math is a great descriptor, but as Witsit explained, it's not explanatory. And I can't thank Alan enough, who's been a wealth of information, dog. He's taught us so much about an Ethereum model that we've been using that, and we've been learning the logic. And I'm glad Franco showed up. You might have heard his fifis, but he'll be back. He always comes back after he cools off. We're actually going to deconstruct one of his rebuttals to ours, and we're not scared to go up with him. We go up head to head with him all the time. And what I wanted to ask him before he left, and I was going to pass the rock to you, it's so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the left in the nest. It's pretty much the crux of his explanation for why there's a fix for the contradictions of length contraction. I won't go into it. Schwitz knows about the ridiculousness and why it's ridiculous. There's something called the Lorentz transform. And what I wanted to ask him is, although the Lorentz transform is a fix, it's a non-Euclidean metric, meaning you need a Euclidean type of mathematics to have a true space-time spatial rotation. And he knows what that means, and Whitson knows what that means. So my question to him is, why should we use something that's non-Euclidean? as a fundamental. There's no substantiation that that's more fundamental than a Euclidean model. Why are we going into 4D Cartesian transformation system? And he won't have an answer because he needs to start with math. And math isn't reality, no matter how many times Red's rhetoric says it. We need to actually start with substance. And Whitson described how there's a substance with ether. I was an ether critic at one point until I people like Alan explained it better, and I grasped it better, and I understand that there's mechanics there, where it was just mathematics with the standard model. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the right is in the nest is what I'm talking about. Franco left, unfortunately, but we're going to take apart one of his rebuttals that he had to this, and we're going to do it using standard form logic. I mean, this was master class as in practice of why logic that is important. Why do people say logical fallacy? Even newbies who don't know about logical fallacy, why who cares? Who cares? Fight the flat earth. There's a fallacy, right? Yeah, that doesn't explain to why something is wrong. Because if you have something that's logically sound, your premises leading to your conclusion are all true, what you're saying can't be false. Isn't that important to have arguments that can't be false, guys? Learn this stuff, man. And masterclass with it. So I'll pass the rock there.
Oh, very well said, brother.
Yeah, y'all pop into Xavier space on Sundays, standard form. He goes deep into those arguments and how to structure. I love it over there. So shout out to you, bro. Level heads. Go ahead. What you about to say something?
Not really. I mean, I think I took a lot of the mic there. I'm just making the point, bro, that I've talked to a few of these people kind of off the books. It's cool that you guys got credentials coming in here, which kind of speaks for itself. This place has got to be popping off to have them come up in here. They can't resist. It is funny that I really popped in on 77. That's my number. But
yeah, that is crazy, right? You're probably saying that.
yeah, that's crazy. It's totally random, but yeah, bro. I think that the ether, bro, is kind of our silver bullet because it just it knocks the pieces off their board all the way from the small to the big. So despite certain flat earthers being against it, what you'll find out is it's like the strongest weapon you have, and it's the only thing that can explain reality. And like you said, also just the fundamental difference is they just have mathematical constructs that they apply to what they call space, which is literally nothing. It's a privation. So like mathematically describing nothing, but then giving it properties and stuff is just weird. But ether is mechanical. Tesla described it as you can envision it as a medium of like will and pulley systems. It's mechanical in nature. It can have mechanics applied to it, and it's substantive, right? And so it's a primary substrate. So those are totally different things. One is actual and one is merely conceptual.
Yeah, and to assert that the conceptual one is truth and reality is a really psychologically damaging thing, because you're asserting that everything is separated from everything else infinitely, from the quantum level up into the cosmological level. There's just like an infinite amount of nothingness, and then going down to the quantum level, everything is separated by space and empty space. So when I'm talking and I'm thinking, it just goes into nothingness. Whereas in the etheric model, if everything's in an ether in the background medium, there's actually perturbations of a single medium that's flowing together. And so when I say something, when I pray, or when I talk to somebody, or I think something, that actually goes into something real. And there's actually a real true way I can be connected to my creator without having to invoke some weird fifth dimension or something that he just exists outside of my reality. But then it's a very different way to approach your life. And so when you start to unwind all of this stuff, and it all goes back to them saying we have to have motion, And then actually at the exact same time they throw all this crazy insanity at you that when you grow up and hear these things about, you know, the speed of light and, you know, like that's God basically, like that everything warps around that. It's so damaging.
If y'all ain't been tuning in that Alan YouTube, you've been chopping the speed of light up lately. Whew. Cooking the speed of light.
Dicing it up, bro. And that motion, that relative motion that they need, you know, because that's what the ether framework. That's why it's so damning, right? Because when you take it back to the etheric framework, well, then they have to go and reinterpret all their interferometry experiments that they've been hiding and obfuscating for the past 100 years, because they've done a pretty good job of dividing linear interferometry with transformation equations, like Xavier was saying. So they're willing to take it to a non-Euclidean fourth dimension, merging space and time together coordinate system to get out of to get out of motion. But when they have motion that describes, like, sidereal time, one that they don't need an ambiguous explanation to extrapolate additional motion to bolster their claims, they're happy to use an etheric framework for that, of all things, like an etheric framework, guys. So it's just it goes to show you. And the importance of that is that the ether would reveal the exact amount of motion that would be required, right? That's what the Michelson-Morley whole thing was about. It was about measuring that exact amount, and they didn't get the amount they needed. So did they go, oh, you know what? I guess we have to reinterpret, you know, everything. Well, they did do that, but they reinterpreted it in the opposite direction and said that the speed of light is the same and everything else conforms around it. Like, they literally made it God. Like Toby was saying, everything conforms to C.
Man,
Yeah,
that's
and like
crazy.
it's important. It's important because, like, bro, they have, like, if you're gonna measure anything, you have to have an absolute to measure against, right? And like we've been uncovering that, like, obviously they use the absolute stationary lab frame that is the Earth. In reality, that's what we use, right? But for
Oh,
their
they finally
model,
found the lab frame, huh?
yeah, but for their model, they had to use light. That's why light has to be constant. Because if you don't have that, you have no absolute to measure against, and they say everything is relative and that there's no such thing as an absolute reference frame. So they had to make light absolute and constant so that they could have something to measure against. So it is like the crux of the entire religion.
You familiar with like the twin paradox in their model?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like the twins aging.
Yeah, one twin takes off, flies faster than the speed of light, then he comes back to Earth, and his twin is all of a sudden, you know, like, or he's still the same age, but his twin's age like a million years or whatever. That's them. That's right there. That was what I was told in about high school, I think. I mean, that's like, I'm so angry that I was taught that as like it's a fact.
Well, I have something that's a little off. If you
It
don't
is a
mind,
fact.
if I can jump in.
Real quick, I want to add to that last thing. I just thought of that. It seems like they did was time is the absolute constant. And so in exchange for making light the absolute constant, they had to make time the variable. And that's where we get all this idea of, like, if you have an astronaut in space, he's going to age differently and all that kind of stuff. So it seems like they exchanged those two.
The absolute constant
That's
is
correct.
the Earth in reality, and just like Henri Poincaré said, which is where Einstein got 4D space geometry from, it is not the universe that imposes space nor time on us. Rather, it is we who impose both space and time on it due to convenience. And he's actually the one who created the very framework that Einstein's so famous for. It was just an etheric 4D space geometry. So I mean, time and space are both concepts. Time is how we quantify change and motion, and yeah, that motion is consistent, or you could
Right.
say absolute, but it does actually seem to be varying potentially over time. The Earth is the absolute lab frame, right? Like, that's what we measure against in all practical reality.
Yeah, but what we call a second is always going to be a second. It's not going to change. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Technically, it could. Like, if the stuff in the sky started going faster, it would change, right?
Well, maybe we would change what we call a second, but what we call a second, that duration isn't going to change. You know what I'm saying? And it may be slower or faster compared to the movement of the stars or the sun, but it wouldn't change if that's a constant that we're measuring things by. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what the trick is they took light and made that the constant, and then they had to make the variable time so that then they could, have all their everything else work. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, and we would measure it differently if the sun changed, or some of these things that we measure time with. Yeah, it's just a concept though at the same time.
You got to keep in mind they have different definitions. They have proper time versus regular time, so that the modifiers that they use to get out of jail is going to switch up. So you
Right.
understanding, asking them to define the terms like Witsit was doing. You see how frustrated they get when you ask them to define their terms, because now you got to hold them to a definition, and they can't bounce around. So that's real cruel. Aside from logic, defining term is crucial.
Yeah, bro,
I
and
want to
like they
make
get
sure.
frustrated. Sorry, go ahead.
Dennis,
Sorry.
no, you're good. I want to make sure Dennis chimes in before we change the topic.
Well, so as far as time being used to measure things, I mean, light seems like the best constant only because what time actually being is, well, the best way to measure time specifically is just the decay of life, which is why man put a value on time in the first place, because, they were measuring their own life and things like that. But I mean, that's why light makes such a better constant, unless, quote unquote, the whole end of days or whatever the fuck else in the world, the sun starts going all over the place and starts doing all sorts of weird ratchet shit, whatever the fuck else. But that not even being the case, I actually wanted to comment on the CERN situation. You guys were talking about the various different scientific terms that were used to sort of explain the happenings that couldn't specifically be valued very specifically, which is why the CERN guy was mentioning that they have to put a mathematical equation on those values or whatever else, and yes, they can be deduced so far and fine to the point where you could almost say that theoretically there actually could be a quote unquote particle or something that makes up that specific little value. But I mean, for the life of humanity, like that's what humanity has been doing, has been adding value to things until we could actually come up with something very physical to account for those exact values, which would go along with explaining or going along with theoretical physicists or even like theoretical space or whatever else, the quote unquote God particle, possibly explaining the ether or vast space in between all particles and what makes up everything and whatever else. Now, it's through our scientific instruments and the various scientific tools that have been coming out, as well, really, advanced telescopes or whatever else, because I'm sure we all believe that none of that shit that's out there, quote unquote, in space is actually even a thing. But there's been a theory, or it's basically been seen like into black holes and things like that, of the different, like what actually makes up a black hole and whatnot. And part of that's been theorized to be in there would be, along with the quote unquote God particle, but then that, brings the question of what actually is that value or what actually, tangibly is that thing. Sorry, I don't mean to ramble on.
I told you,
Like I
really
said,
think about this stuff a lot. I could appreciate that.
the phenomena is real, bro. The interpretation is not real, and it's not particularly complicated. Men want to count everything, so now they're trying to quantify the immaterial. You cannot quantify the immaterial. You can create a model to do that so that you can create technology and replicate things, and that's cool. It's actually very beneficial and useful, and I would even say needed, but it is ignorant to then conflate that mathematical model to what reality itself actually is. Those are two different things.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, what actually goes better with that, or I would say what's detrimental or destructive to the scientific community is not holding the values of, say, whatever theology is the basis of all life or whatever else, it being that that's, you know, presumably the basis for life itself, as well would explain even the quasars or, you know, the most simplest or particles or whatever else. But basically trying to ignore any sort of theology to help better explain science. It almost goes like with how Tesla was doing things when he was coming up with electricity and, you know, free electricity or whatever else. Then we have capitalistic society, you know, trying to profit off of things, which is why they shut off a lot of that stuff. But given so, it explains why, I mean, it basically it's basically destructive to the scientific community to ignore theology, which is why they're as far back as they are, which, you know, and I truly believe the government does have, you know, teleporting technologies and capabilities, which I believe is part of what CERN is. But but to say that, like, you basically have to ignore any sort of theological explanation for the most simplest of scientific concepts or whatever else, it's a disservice to anybody that's actually looking forward to the scientific explanation of anything. Because honestly, if you look at it, I mean, theology does both go hand in hand with, you know, explanation of like any sort of science or whatever else. And so to separate the two, it's a disservice to the entirety of humanity.
I've raised my hand a couple of times. Is there any way I can jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, Claire. Welcome
Yeah,
to
go for it.
Thank you. I'm an iridologist, okay? So if you look at the eye, and I love science anyways, and you know, this whole explanatory bull crud that they try to do. But anyways, the eye is the actual planet, you know. So when you're looking at the iridology and you're looking into that one person, that is the planet. It's like the planet that we live on. It lives actually through us, which is amazing because you got the dome on it, you got like all the energy, you got the protons, you got all these other things that are going on. And if people would actually really study a little bit more into iridology, I think there might be a little more connection with that side of it and this side of it that would actually pull it all together.
Yo, were you in here earlier when we were talking about curved visual space?
Yes, I was. I've been in the whole
Okay,
time.
so you know something. Yeah, that's exactly
I'm
what I
not
was looking for.
stupid. I didn't stay for a reason. But yeah, I mean, I got in because I wanted to tell Caleb that I thanked him a lot because it was a lot of his stuff that actually got my husband to finally like understand, yeah, the earth is flat, you know, stuff like that. Not like the plat, you know, or level area. But it's just like the eyeball when you're actually doing iridology. And so then you got the things, you got the protons, you got all these things coming from the eye, and then you got like it goes into the brain, right? Okay. So you know, it's kind of like where they would say the tree of life comes through. And so we all hold all of, even the one we're living in, right? And they're trying to get an explanation of mathematical, why is this, right? It all could be done mathematically. It can be like these theories and explanatory, all that stuff is a bunch of bull stuff that they just keep trying to create to make sure that they don't understand that we, our own eyes are the actual earth, and we live on this earth, and it has patterns, it has things in it that you know, marks it, it marks the whole layout of like the whole earth. It's a very amazing thing. So I just wanted to chime in because I know science sometimes is it's amazing, and you know, I that's what I grew up in. But then really understanding iridology and putting that into the mathematical problem, you would say, or whatever, then it actually fulfills all of it. It really does. And that's all I gotta say. And I thank you guys all because it's amazing.
You mind if I ask what is iridology? Because I don't want to. I mean, I'm only using my phone right now, so.
Oh, iridology is the reading of the eye. They not like when the doctor goes in, they just look at, you know, whatever. Iridology is actually the full study of the eye, and it is actually built like pretty much what like we see what the earth is. Okay. It has the flat realm, it has ups and downs, it has the peaks, it has all these things. Now, it does tell you what's going on with your body, right? So if things are bad in certain areas, but once you understand, and you know, we get like energy from the earth. We know there's ether. We know all this stuff, right? And so when we have to work within the two connections of, you know, the scientific, all this stuff, it's that the eyes actually are the actual answer to what we're trying to look at scientifically, because we're all
Because
looking.
I was gonna say our eyes pretty much act like a key in that sense, in like dispelling or like translating everything around us.
That's not all that they do. No, it's not just the eyes. Eyes, I mean, people think the eyes are just to see and then it goes to the brain and that's what it does. But if you do iridology, it breaks it down. Like you can take the eye itself and it is a flat form, just like the earth, and it has different things going on with it within those sections.
Well,
So
I might add, along with your explanation is saying as well, I was going to say that like a good constant, like some of our conversations previously, another good constant, like for a constant measured on Earth to measure, all things, not even including time or whatever, would be energy in general. Like energy is a good, constant or a source of measurement or whatever else. And I would say that translates to the eyes for, both what you can see through energies, but as well, like how each person's energy that, you can see into them or whatever else through the eye and whatnot, I would assume.
Right. It does. I mean, our eyes are very amazing, and a lot of people don't really take the time to actually put like everything we're talking about, because the flat earth stuff, and really understand what iridology is. And when you do that, you're pulling all of it back in, and it's it's like that's why I think there's so many arguments of like why people have, oh, this, that, and the other, is because it's all through the concept of the eyes or through the ears, right? So you got mathematical problems that actually, you do it this way, but then you're like, well, is it explanatory? No, well, no, we're trying to make an idea of something that we're trying to figure out, and if it actually works, then woohoo, but they always make it work that way so they can actually have it work that way. And it doesn't, I mean, that's not how it works at all. But that's what I'm saying. Within knowing iridology, and actually look it up and really study what the eyes are, where it's just like having the earth that we're on, that we're trying to say is a flat earth, right? But they're in our eyes. We have them already inside of us. We already know the answer. It's right there.
Can I ask you a question on that then? So the sun would be the same as a photon entering your eye, which then once it enters your perception, you then let it down through your CNS, which is then your spinal cord, which then enters into the planes of creativity.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I can understand it, and I can understand too much of life now. Thank you. You guys have opened up the big quest to a different plane of life for me. I was looking for answers, but I do know that answers come to you when you're open for them. So thanks, guys.
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate both of you. And appreciate what about 99% of everything that Clairvoyant said, except that planet stuff. That hard T, man, is so cringe. Rocking with the plane and the realm and the earth. Planet with a hard T and flat Earth Fridays.
It's crazy when we actually know we're inside of something that's inside of something that's inside of something. And then trying to figure it out mathematically, and it's very, very simple. It's just actually take the iridology and study the eyes, and then put it on the flat Earth, and then actually pull all that, mathematically. You can do it. It's amazing. So, it was just my 2 cents. I love you guys, and I chime in here and there when I can, but I just wanted to say that because I think it's bigger than even everybody even realizes. And they're trying, and the ones that are trying to have like, we're coming up with this theory. There is no theories. It's actually very clear what it is, So, it's just a thought to put out with all of our flat earth people, because if you look into the eye, you got, your iris, and you got all that stuff. So you really look at that. It's the same thing as the flat earth. And that's pretty much all I have to say. And I thank you guys for giving me a little bit of time. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining. I appreciate your contribution. And hey, if you know anybody that hasn't had this conversation, let them know where they can have it at. We like to hear new voices and new perspectives.
Yeah, well, they can get me on Clairvoyant. I'm herbologist and iridologist and kinesiologist and stuff like that. And but I grew up with that. But my big thing was science. I mean, oh God. And so but then I started more understanding of my iridology and things like that, and it started making more sense of not having to it just pulls everything together, so for me now, I'm not saying it's for everybody, but it's just something to look into, because I mean, we're looking at something as a perspective, then we're trying to figure out if space-time continuum, all this kind of stuff, when we're looking through the same thing, and then we're looking at it again on this planet through the same thing. It's like a double time.
I just tell you about that hard T. Come on, Clairvoyant.
Plain, man, plain.
Yeah, so like I know, like fifth dimension, all these things that they talk about, like the quantum financial, or the quantum system, and all this kind of stuff. It's already been there. It's just that we've been so taught out of it, and so we already have it. We have all of that, and we already have all the knowledge. It's just when you don't understand that, that's what I'm saying. Just put, it's just a good study to kind of pull the science methods together, which a lot of people don't really know about iridology. And that's
there's a lot of different type of alternate medicine. As a matter of fact, I was tapping in with Witsit on his channel, and they're doing like a fasting, something like a fasting crew type of together, something like that.
Well, technically, like the best time period for fasting is 72 hours because it resets your whole body system as well as your own mind and stuff.
Yeah, you enter what's called autophagy, and your body starts healing and stuff after 72 hours. Yeah, we did a community fast. We started one day.
I'm not trying to come in for that, and I'm sorry. I was trying to explain how the actual eye is the same thing as our Earth.
Okay, hold on. You don't have to scream. You don't have to scream.
I'm sorry. I might have been too close to the. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And after this, I do want to swing over to Derek because although
I'm out. Thank you guys. Love you all.
I appreciate it.
Hey, before we transition to Derek, I'm about to head out, man. It's been an awesome show.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say that, man. Appreciate you, man. I was like, I wish he could stick around because he had some questions to answer. I seen him coming at you and Xavier on a TL, and I was looking forward to that.
Who's that? Is that Derek? We get him up here real quick.
No. Well, no, I was talking about Franco, but Derek is one of
Oh.
them too. He the one that's be
word?
piping up. So I was gonna ask him about his perspective on, like, you know, what you and Wissy was talking about the ether, because this is a hardcore glober. So
Well, I was gonna go
hold on, Dennis. Hold on. Yeah. So I mean, it's up to you, man. I know it's late. You know, we cyborgs.
Yeah, I'll do a quick round.
Well, Alan, we got him on Sunday though. If he wants to show up, whether he shows up or not, right? I don't know.
Wait, who? I thought, did he make it or did Franco make it?
The Franco is the one that made the video that we're going to deconstruct.
Oh, well, who's this guy? Is he just some
I
guy?
don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, this is just another glober that I was gonna ask him, like, what he thought about everything we've been talking about.
Oh, my mistake. I got him confused. My bad.
Oh, word.
Yeah, but I was just saying I wish Franco was still up here so he could address some of the things that y'all guys were talking about on the TL this past week.
Yeah, dude, he was catching a heavy barrage trying to explain those virtual photons without explaining to us that it's not real. Like that hesitation is like dead giveaway, dog, because it's like we're not invested in the narrative, so you can't dazzle us with bullshit, and that's it. So if there was a clear, concise answer other than, hey, we're describing pressure mediation as a particle, so there has to be a positive and a negative to describe the direction of flow. Like, you can't say that, right? So you got to be like, well, we got this quantum quark pressure mediation color model. Like, yeah, dude, okay, cool. So, but yeah, to end on that real quick though, let's see. So the reification of the electron was based on, you know, J.J. Thomson, obviously, and what he did there was, so if you know the charge of something, right, and then you apply a constant to it, you can make that fit an observation kinematically. So what they did is they assumed the radius of the electron, right, to say that it's a particle, right, and to give it existence. So they assumed a radius, and then they came up with, and then J.J. Thomson came up with a coefficient to distribute the charge over the mass, right, to describe it as if it was a physical thing. This is something that you could do with like Newton's equations, for example. You like, if you know the mass in I forget the other one, but you can figure out the momentum, and then, like, inversely, if you have the momentum, you can figure out the mass. So it's just a you know, once you have one of the variables, you're good to go. So all they did was assume the variables and then came up with the coefficient, because this isn't even the first coefficient to describe this particular phenomenon. There was another guy that had a different ratio, and it was his was I can't remember, but there was another guy that did it. So this is like a reoccurring theme, right? Like this, they've just committed to this new, or, you know, to the model, and then you can't really go back on it, right? So everything is based off of this. Now, when you look at the electron, like, what is it? What are they measuring? In my opinion, it's the lowest amount of energy that they can put in, that they can get an interaction with, that they can physically quantify, and, like, say that there's a phenomenon happening. So when there's a charge disparity within the ether, right, there's a reaction, and that reaction produces the effects that we see. The minimum amount of energy to start producing effects is what they call the electron. Now, the complete dismantlement of this as being a particle is that there's electron interferometry. It's literally a wave. So, very cool. Particles don't produce interference patterns. So on that note, it's a wave. Like, the quantification of it as a particle exists only mathematically to make predictions, and, you know, those predictions lasted for a while. But again, they needed to, you know, they had to abandon it and make a smaller, or they had to keep reifying and changing the model, because when they encounter a phenomenon that they can't explain, the whole thing, you know, evaporates, right? But it's all based on this minimum energy amount, so it all has to go back and be described proportionally. So that's what I wanted to close on for the electron.
That's wild, man. I'm still stuck on the fact that they established a radius and there's no surface.
Yeah, it's just the smallest amount they could come up with to say, like, this is a physical thing. They could have made it smaller. They could have just added more decimal places to it, or more zeros behind the decimal. They could have just made it as big as, doesn't matter. It's just as they they needed it, and they're like, this looks small enough. This will confuse everyone that doesn't understand it, right? That's all they did. It's the minimum amount of energy to get a reaction that their instrumentation can register.
So is the general consensus that nothing is actually there? Is that what I gathered from all that?
No. No. All right, boys. Yeah, I'm heading to bed on that
Later,
one.
G.
Catch you guys on the
The
flippity
quarks
flop.
and the leptons were just pure energy.
Hey, Alan, next time maybe for the airplane stuff that you were having me come, you're going to have me come on and talk about airplanes tonight, but maybe we're not going to go there. But it's interesting though that it is a kinematic and dynamic thing again with the airplanes.
Always back to the
Oh,
kinematics
new
and
perspective
dynamics.
going to do the.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He was things
It'll take
popped
me
off.
5 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, lay it out, bro.
Well, just that I mean, for anybody on the fence, I don't know if it seemed like there was somebody over here that was talking about being on the fence. He's mostly fat Earth. Was that Zero Ton? Anyway, for anybody that's on the fence, if you really just look at the actual dynamics of how airplanes fly, and the idea that they would be able to land on a spinning ball, and the pilot's only trained to treat the Earth as stationary and level, is in your face, impossible.
Excuse me?
Seriously impossible, because we have a gradient. We have a gradient of tangential velocities to and from the equator. So it's 1,000 at the equator about, right? They say. And then if you took off from a latitude where you're only at 500 because there's a smaller circle, right? Now we can let them beg the question with the 500 mile per hour automatic conserved momentum that we say the plane's moving along with the Earth from where it takes off. But if it flies to the equator where it needs to be moving eastward directly with the Earth in sync, so that the pilot can treat the runway as stationary, it can't gain 500 miles per hour momentum. Even if the pilot were aware of this and accelerated an extra 500 miles per hour to be in sync with the Earth, he would have to continue accelerating sideways with the Earth as he slows down to land on what he treats as a stationary runway. And it debunks the globe on its face, completely over. It's over. There's no way to explain that. They have no answer to this. I'd like to have a baller in here that tries to answer that right now. But there aren't.
Well, I mean I was going to say the way to explain that is like the atmosphere moving with the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so then you have to have a mechanism. Now you can conceptually say, oh, it just moves with the Earth, and just kinematically, you could even put like a thing in the math that says we're just going to subtract that and just say it's always with the Earth. And it's always within that reference frame, but then moving wherever it wants in a separate reference frame. But you can't. There's no mechanism. You have to. If the air is moving the plane, it has to blow on the plane like a wind, and it still doesn't even solve it for you. But even if that did happen, winds go in all directions. So you can't separate the air in the atmosphere from wind.
I agree. We'd have too much air turbulence and change.
Yeah. You can't. It doesn't work. It debunks the globe. Everyone flies on airplanes. So for newcomers, if people, and I'll put this all out in like a PDF for people to follow, because for anybody that's on the fence or anybody that doesn't know about any of this argument, everyone's been on a plane or knows someone who has. They fly and land every hour, every second, every day, and it doesn't work. They can't just be trained to treat it as stationary and have it be moving. It's as simple as that. Are there any ballers that have an answer? Atmosphere doesn't work.
So look,
even if the atmosphere, even if the
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, even if the atmosphere were clinging the plane and forcing it to be in the same exact pace as the Earth, then it would never be able to fly against the spin, right? Because it'd be locked in. Couldn't fly westward against the eastward, rotation. So it doesn't work.
Planes do not.
Hold on. First and foremost, I do want to make sure I give Derek a chance to say something first, because it sounded like he wanted to say something. But I want to thank Alan for coming through, talking to us about spherical excess. Even though we crashed earlier, getting these zeniths out the way. And Alan, how did it feel? Because we did our first sacred screen share, going live in spaces.
That was
How
that
did you
was
feel?
that was
How
awesome
that?
for me, man. So like in terms of like a dedicated presentation, like it'll be super seamless. So next time we come through with like a dedicated subject or something, and it's more tailored to it, like I'll have like more stuff prepared, and sharing it'll be it's way easier now. So
That
yeah,
debate gonna go hard, y'all.
yeah, and I'll be forwarding and everything on Twitter too now. Like when I go live and stuff for things, the ether cosmology, that'll all be on Twitter and stuff now. We'll be taking over, you know.
And you was able to go live too on that end?
Yep. Yep. Yeah. I
Ooh.
just had to use Restream.
We done cracked the code, y'all.
Yep. So that's a wrap, dude. So, and then Sheepdog figured out the life hack to make it so that you could watch it without being interrupted or without hearing the echo. So that's dope. So yeah, we're good to go, dude.
I posted that video, Sacred, of you getting at the pilot in the Jumbotron for new perspective if you wanted to laugh.
Alan, before you go, does Sacred have some of those PDFs that you put on screen?
Which ones? All these?
The geodesic servers, the one that they didn't account for, the ones that would mess up the radius.
Geodetic surveyor. They didn't account for the
Yeah,
what?
let you know.
Talking about the manual, the geodetic manual.
Yeah.
I don't have it, but I mean it's the literal manual.
Oh, it's the literal manual. Oh, I'll
Yeah.
find it online.
Yeah,
No
it's
big-
their it's their literal manual, dude. Because they don't even argue against it. Like the people that actually have read the manual, they're like, yeah, I mean, it's the radius, because they know, but So anyway,
right in front of our faces, bro. Crazy.
all the presuppositions are right there, just laughing at us, dude. Like, you believe in me? That's so cool. But all right, man, I'm gonna head out. You guys have a good night.
Wait, real quick, Alan, did they say that they had a pilot was going to come on and argue?
There was some
there was a post.
potentialities, yeah, that there was gonna be some pilots pulling up or flying up.
I definitely messaged him. We'll see.
Yeah, so I wanted to definitely
I
do
thought if
like,
he was here right now, I'd tell Alan to stick around, but it's all right.
yeah, no, we trying to get it set up, new perspective,
All right.
so that way they can, they could be prepared or whatever to come in here and have that conversation.
Sure,
So,
I'd be
thank
happy
you,
to.
Alan, man. I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna let you go.
Peace.
So much sauce, man.
Yep,
Gang,
no
gang.
worries. It's gonna keep coming, man. There's always
Let's
more
get it.
sauce.
Yeah, that's a fact. Y'all go subscribe to Alan on YouTube, space_audits. Follow him, dropping constant information, new shit too, bro. I'm learning in the process, and that's a dope feeling.
Follow
Thanks,
Alan
man.
on Twitter. Follow Witsit. Check out New Perspective. Check out the Aether Cosmology Discord.
Oh yeah, shout out to Miss Wits.
All right. Good night, everyone. I hope you guys all enjoyed the stream. Had a good time tonight. Lots of gravy, lots of good information. Dude, there's the only thing that sucks about it is that there's so much gravy. Like you have to watch the whole thing. It's just like 5 hours. All right. 6 hours actually. All right. Peace, guys.